Very impressive run that he has had so far, just playing in that supportive role. We know Heat is like the duelist guy, always wants to go in there and take the fights, but like a lot of other duelists that we've seen them migrate to other roles, he's found that success.
Yeah, he was a player who last year playing on MIBR, he was really unsuccessful. They were the second worst team in the league after KRU just barely escaping a winless season. And there was a lot of kind of discussion about Heat not being maybe the perfect teammate on that roster. There was some internal strife around that team. And I think his stocks really dropped, especially when you compare it to his early career in Valorant. He made it to the first ever champions in 2021. But now as a reformed player that have really learned from losing his opportunity on MIBR and coming into this KRU roster, he's back again.
Himself.
Yeah,
I think that's the coolest thing about it. You look at his overall agent pool, 68% of it is on Jet. So you kind of go like, oh, this isn't a guy who's going to be able to come in and he'll play your KO, your Phage, your Breach, your Gecko. Like, he's filling all of these initiator roles. And he looks good on it as well. Like, it's not just a last-minute plug-in that they've gone, screw it, let's just put this Jet guy into different positions. He's actually doing some of the supportive roles a lot better than expected. Yeah,
him and Kesnid as a duo are so important to the way this KRU roster plays. I think his utility has been on point. A lot of time, those duelist players that transition over to playing that primary initiator, you know duelist. What your duelist wants, you know how they want to play, and that synergy is super clear with him and Kesnid.
Yeah, for sure. But then, of course, he's going to be facing off on the other side of the stage there against Foxy9. And I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember last year, right, this was the young player that was coming into the lineup. They weren't sure how they want to integrate him. But now he's in the team, fully, a part of that system, and has been a big part of their success as well.
Yeah, I think it's a similar story. Like, he was, again, brought in as that sort of superstar, as actually Buzz taking the back seat in that roster. I will say, I think there's been a few more teething issues, at least on his individual level, but you can see the idea is there. Like, he wants to be in that backseat, putting out this utility, as we've seen from some of these legendary players. We talk about Stacks, you talk about Zest. That's the role he's trying to fill.
And the experiment last year was a failure, right? Like, the coaching staff, I think it was clear, didn't trust him to play at these global events. He was competing some regionally, but they'd sub him back out when they came into these globals. And I think that really put a lot of people off of this player, didn't think he could make it, thought there was something behind that. But now as a full-time member of this roster, playing on the Dead Initiator, I think he has kind of reinvented his image in a really similar way to what Heat has done.
Yeah, I mean, he really just needed a little bit more time in the oven, really, when you think about it, because, like, honestly, he started off, it was a little rocky, but, you give him that time, more time playing on this stage, get a little bit more comfortable, and, well, the results now speak for themselves.
But he still never proved himself at a global event, and
Ain't that the truth?
It wasn't the perfect performance in Pacific. He wasn't the superstar that was promised just yet, but the question is who he needs to be for DRX to find that success internationally again, and that's what we're going to get answered at Champions.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of what we're talking about with, I think, both of these teams in general. Is this going to be a proving ground for one of these teams to go on, make a run, maybe do some damage, or is this going to be not ready yet?
Yeah, very true. Well, let's go ahead and, of course, talk about some of the players that are continuing to, contribute to these lineups in such an effective manner, whether it's, taking new roles, both as a player in-game or even out of game. And a good example of that is Mako, who we were talking before, stepped up in that leadership role for this team, right? He's being that guy who's going to be the voice in the server to guide the troops to victory. Question is he going to be able to do it as good as what we've seen Stacks do at the global level, in years prior?
Well, it's also, does it affect his individual game? I think that's a lot of it, because this is a man that I think you go back a year or two, you're talking about the best controller, maybe in the whole world.
Absolutely. I think in 2022 and 2023, that was the conversation.
Wholeheartedly agree.
So you're now kind of looking at it like, okay, maybe the stats don't quite align in the same vein. He can still have those games, but it's can he put the rest of the players into the same positions? And you've got Bane and Flashback who can definitely fill that void in terms of the individual kills.
Yeah, but it does feel like, as it stands right now, Mimi, that it's working out. It's going okay.
Yeah, I think the calling is good when you watch them. DRX still plays a lot of set stuff where they kind of follow up the idea they had at the beginning of the round. They're not super slow, they are a slow team, but they're not like a super mid-round heavy team all the time. But when they do lean into that, I think it's been solid. But that is a direct comparison between these rosters where they both have had issues figuring out the leadership, figuring out the IGL. In the middle of this season, the leadership got changed up for KRU. Melzer slotting back into that role. It's the same thing with DRX. both these rosters are trying to find the right leader, the right direction to recapture that success that the organization had earlier in Valorant.
Kind of wild, considering you would think like we would have scripted it without like similarly, you know, like the stories of both of these teams, right? It's quite fascinating, and of course this is truly going to be anyone's game here. We'll see how this breaks down, but it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked you which region's going to go 2-0, and the results are in, and y'all said Pacific, and I don't disagree with that.
I would say both.
Yeah, I would say both as well. Like that means that quite a lot of people aren't sure if they think that Fnatic will be Billy.
I think that means a lot of people didn't understand the question.
I think that was you.
You put that evil out there in the world.
I'm the FPX hopium.
Yeah, remember, if you did not like the Fnatic
I'm going to go back and clip it.
Tweet at Tom Biz. We already got a few
and
of
it's
them.
my birthday,
Wait,
so follow while you're there.
He also has Riot Gun Buddies.
Yes,
I do.
That's true.
Fun fact.
That's true. We're
But
here
only
the
for
predictions for the talent, and that's right, baby. The lone crew standout.
Okay, that's good, because you've uncursed the rest of
All
us.
right, bring me through the copium.
Yeah, well, okay. Honestly, it kind of goes to what we were saying before, right? Two similar teams, the way that they approach the game. I just think that if Kesnet has a performance like we've seen in America's a few of these games, it could be a problem, and DRX might not be ready to shut that down. That's the contingency. That's the croupium for me.
I'm okay
right
with
now.
Kesnet Hopium. Honestly, I'm okay with that. At his peak, he can be the best player in any server.
And I think there's still potential for DRX to not be able to show what they did regionally at a global event now. It is really, I think, an expectation reset where they are now kind of an unproven roster with 3 new players coming in.
Do you know what the biggest change I'm interested, though?
Go for it.
We've seen recently that Termi has stopped wearing a suit.
No way.
And I want to know. Yeah, he's been wearing like the proper like jackets and everything, the merch. I want to see if it, like when he comes out in a moment, does the suit come back for champions?
Ooh, I would.
Do you think they're more or less likely to win if he wears the suit?
Maybe less, honestly, because I think they've been kind of they've been frying since he stopped wearing the suit.
That's true. I mean, they almost won Pacific, reverse swept Paper Rex. They looked good.
It could be the suit. All right, folks. Well, here we go. Let's get this show started, shall we? Got DRX versus Crew Visa, Fnatic versus Billy Gaming. Day 2 of Champion Seoul is going to start right now.
어, 21년도에는 베를린 챔피언스, 이스탄불 챔피언스, 로스앤젤레스 챔피언스. 하지만 꽤 좋은 성적들은 다 못 거두고 항상 아쉽게 졌었는데 이번 챔피언스 서울은 한국에서 하는 만큼 저희한테는 진짜 거의 마지막 기회다.
Yo creo que es mantener y confiar y tener siempre resiliencia, nunca dejarte caer.
Creo que lo más fuerte de RX es su juego en equipo, sus rotaciones, que todo lo que hacen es con un sentido en conjunto. Es como un equipo que saben qué hacer en cada momento.
크루랑 저희랑 이제 오래된 팀이고 국제전도 엄청 많이 나간 팀인데 아직까지도 못 만났었잖아요. 근데 이번에 만나게 된 만큼 누가 더 이제 강한지 좀 알아볼 시간인 것 같고.
我觉得对于我个人的目标而言，我可能不会太去看重那种，比如说这一次打了第几名这样子。我更看重于是我们整个团队的就是表现吧。
For me, the worst one was probably losing champs.
Less waiting, and he's got him! Vengeance is served!
We had a really great year last year, like we won 2 events in a row, something nobody has ever done. We all wanted to win champs.
我觉得 Fnatic 是一支，相对于其他球队来说，可能纪律性和个人能力都要更加出色的队伍。
BLG, it was a bit funny that we got them because, of course, last year the upset they made on like a team that everybody thought they would like go really far. You cannot underestimate them.
因为前面已经提到这儿了，然后我已经幻想着我站在椅子上，站在那个桌子上，跟着台下的观众互动，让他们喊 BLG BLG BLG。
DRX.
And here we go, Crew versus DRX. Two teams with very, very similar paths. And you're right, Tom. Termi's not wearing the suit. Uh-oh.
Do you want to change your prediction? It's not too late.
I'm still
it's not
committed.
too late.
I'm still committed.
Both these teams have had such similar trajectories, having huge success for the organization early in Valorant, both making every single champs. But now here it's a chance to kind of set things anew with these completely fresh rosters, and that is interesting. Crew gonna leave their permaban open in the pool.
This is there was like
interesting.
I will say Crew are playing a dangerous game. You've left your permaban in, you've picked Haven, which historically and recently has been an incredible map. So you're kind of, I think the closest map is actually the one that was chosen by DRX.
I will say I really like the Haven for Crew when they played it regionally in Americas.
Okay.
They're one of the teams picking up the Breach Neon stuff, and I was impressed with how good Kesnet was on that Neon role. I've always thought about him as kind of a one-trick Jet Raze player, but his movement was good. I think a lot of the set stuff they had planned as well were really on point, so excited to see how that matches up against this DRX squad.
And here's your agent select here. You're going to get that Neon Breach yet again. DRX not really going to do that much different either. You'll see Buzz right back on that Jet.
Both these teams, you know, classic Valorant squads, and I think we're going to get some classic Haven. They're both playing a Breach Sova comp. There's going to be a lot of early fighting for areas like A lobby. Both are going to lean really heavy, I think, into these set retake ideas that are so powerful with that initiator combination.
Also, DRX, as of recent, have had some incredible attack sides. So them starting out, I think versus Gen G, they had a 10-2 attack versus Gen G the last time they played. So watch out for that one, because Crew, as you said, they're going to almost have to lean into the retake, because I don't think they'll beat the set strats.
We're going to have to see how these rookie players perform on that stage. 3 new members for DRX. It's their home here in this RGM, but it's a new team, it's a new style they're playing against, and it's new pressures.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. 2 guys that surely have perfect pick'ems because they're so smart. Isn't that right, Brennan Sideshow?
No, we do. I mean, mine has been
yours is ruined.
Too much Sencope, I think.
It's only been one day.
It's only been one day, yeah. I mean, okay, would you expect anything less? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. We got DRX Crew here as our opening match of day 2 of Champs for 2024. And these are 2 storied orgs as well. The Destiny's been going into it. These are 2 teams that have never missed the Champs before. And they didn't want to start this year, here and now. But despite that fact, Josh, they've never actually played each other.
How wild is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very surprised to learn that Crew and DRX hadn't clashed across all of the, not just Champs, but Masters events that they've been to as well. So we start here on Haven, and this pistol round to begin looks explosive. We've got 9 out of 10 players looking to control a tiny piece of square footage.
Yeah, classic A lobby fight about to be occurring. To cage the feign like there's only 1 player crossing here for DRX, but they've slowed it down still. And Crew now going to offload that util, but a stun's going to be connecting. Kesnet forced and pushed back and away. Melted with the blind is good connection. Dart to try and again repel and push and ward away. And in this carnage, it is DRX that are just leaving Flashback alone. A 1v2. Spike dropped down at his back, and he's trying to catch a timing of his own.
I like the reclear from Shy and Melzer, but now they've split up, and that's where the danger comes through. Does Shy have eyes on the spike? I think he must do, just based on the minimap.
Flashback, wrapping all the way around here. Just doesn't need, spotting one of the players, and he knows exactly where Shy is for the 1v1. But Crew coming up on top. That's a pistol round, granted and earned.
And that's immediately going to what Tom was talking about on the desk. Are you going to be able to stop DRX from taking map control, getting into their executes? he was talking about the fact that there were 10 attack side rounds for DRX against Gen G. Against Gen G! But to me, when I was watching the game, a lot of that was based on anti-stratting the Viper comp.
Yeah.
And the way that Gen G play this map. It's not just that DRX are amazing on attack side. Here, Crew stacked 4 players A. You can't do that every single time. And in this follow-up, they've only got 2 there, Kesnit, MTA. So mixing that up and trying to find the right timings to contest DRX is going to be super important.
And Mouse is dodging most of this Yuto coming his way as well with a Bulldog in hand, Flash. Paranoia supplement, Smoke to at least cut up the side as well, buy a bit of time, kill trips as well, helping him out. There is that plan online for DRX, so pocket change earned, a little bit of extra money, but overall Crew keeping it nice and healthy for the bonus.
Looking lovely. Now, bringing up bonus round stats again, because of course, you know, your boy's nerdy.
Yeah, you've been digging.
I have. But one of the reasons why I was digging into this game was that Crew have the lowest bonus round win rate out of all of the teams from EMEA, Pacific, and Americas, which is kind of wild.
That is weird, yeah.
And so even with them winning here, they're coming into the next round with 3 Guardians, a pistol. They've got no Vandals, no Phantoms. The way that they manage their economy, so different to the teams that are actually competent in the bonuses. So they've got to hit some crazy shots here. Otherwise, it's just about doing a little bit of damage to the economy.
Seeing it again, early fault line setting up. To be used to get Kesnit onto that line. There's a dart to worry about. Oh, he's missed it. 2 shots rattled away, but not able to claim it, so he is postured off and away. DRX, going for a quick pivot. They themselves as well, trying to take this one out through Garage. The dash already active onto Buzz. He's going to be trying to get that first fight and engagement whilst he's into the back of the site. There's no one to meet him. Crew happy to give this one up. A slight pixel angle. Flashback still committed! And still holding it down. No one able to cross back up into Garage here. And at this point, round is basically wrapped up. Only 2 left to stand with MTA and Heat. Not much they can really do.
I don't think there was any chance there for the Crew players coming back through Garage. Even if they'd had rifles in hand, just far too snappy on the aim. Heat and MTA, they want to try to do a bit of damage, and that's a great opening shot.
Yeah. Need a bit more though, and already the flank is occurring. Flashback spots it out, and damage done to the remaining 2. So no bonus round, no increasing the what is it, like a statistical anomaly, I suppose, sitting at the bottom in terms of converting them.
Yeah. Again, if you were just winning it like a rifle round, 50% would be what you expect. Crew are sat at 24%, so they win less than half of what you would expect if the economy was even. So they really, really can't convert these bonuses. And you can kind of see why when they bring 3 Guardians into the round, but I don't think they were quite expecting to get mauled like that in Garage too. Crew going for a bit of a hard read though, heading into round 4. 3 players set up on B.
Yeah, heavy expectation, especially with Heat's position. Tucked into the back of the side, just he's able to use that fault line in case they do commit into the B side.
So you see a smoke and a recon over towards A lobby, but there's no paranoia, there's no stun. You're pretty confident that Crew are not fighting super aggro, and here the cam tells you with decent confidence, nobody there.
It's a bit of a slow siege. It's a flash and a peek through, trying to take that Garage control. DRX making it seem like they're working over towards that area. Now back into A. They must have heard the drone that MTA used earlier, and he does have to commit his body, at least to try and get that mid-round information at the minute mark. And he's missing the spot here, almost a punish. Straight from Mako, backs it up and away though, and reinforcements are arriving for Crew. Yeah, they're already fast. Ready to defend this again with the fault line. Util is going to be expended, pushed back and away. No one on that dart duty. Kesnit glides into the side. Smokes in their face. DRX might be able to persevere through the thick and thin of it. Shy's the last one left, and as the smoke dissipates, he's granted that easy angle again into the 1v1. Shots rattling. No casualties, but damage done. Flashback, he's low. Cam tagged up, and finally the kill here for Shy.
Nothing coy about that, is there? Swings out through heaven on the wide swing, the Mr. Rhinoceros. Yeah. He's won now 2 really important 1v1s, round 1 and round 4, against his counterpart, Flashback. Both firing, both hitting shots, but crucially Shy winning out on the clutches when it matters to keep Crew ahead. I'm watching, by the way, Kesnet zipping around on these A defenses. Loves fighting, always happy to take a fight, and on Neon on this map, sliding in to play his teammates in. DRX are going to find it difficult to deal with that, I think.
Camera dart immediately broken. Now Flashback is ahead of a lot of this. Off angle again played. This box position by Melzer. A lot of bullets landing, but did he think it's cleared? Oh my, peace of mind is not there for him, and the Spectre in the hands of him. It's short work. The DRX team. Only 3 of them left to survive into this as well. Norofet will give away quite a bit of info.
It makes Crew think they need to shore up this A side of the map, so Kesnet's going to come and try to reinforce MTA. But basically, Crew just need to not overextend. They're in a 5v3. You don't want to give any opportunities back to DRX. And what a heartbreaker that is for the Korean squad playing in front of their crowd. Shocked, stilled here in the arena. They knew there was someone behind that box.
Yeah, maybe just feeling like the bullets that they did throw in were enough. An opener is what they need here. Cheeky kill. Melzer, he's not giving anything away. That is nasty. Jiggling onto the corner, a bit of a free fire. Okay, Phantom at work.
The ace.
He's on for the ace, yeah. One player left to stand, it's Bane, and he's being pressured, pushed, corralled into the corner. Kesnet steals away, but it's flawless at the end of the day.
That's a tragedy. Since joining Crew, Melzer's never had an ace for them.
Oh, okay.
And Kesnet's just stolen it away.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
Fair enough. It's giving texture.
It is giving texture.
I mean, what is... it's a tragedy, honestly, that DRX get caught by that. The spot behind the box and the Spectre spray down as well. It's not even like it was a Phantom, a Vandal. They died slowly, realizing their mistake. Crew are running away with this one.
They are.
Right there.
This is DRX ran down in terms of the money onto that half bite. Taking it slow and steady to begin. Again, looking towards Garage Control. Close quarter weaponry, so it makes a lot of sense here, but not the beginning they were hoping for, not in front of this Korean crowd. Going to be making their way now over towards the seaside. Shock darts, at least to remove most of this one here inside towards the cage. Here's the footsteps.
Not again.
Free fire, no way is Shy surviving into this spot, and we will eventually be dropped. Melzer, Paranoia's dished out. The rest of his team now following suit as well. They want to get themselves into the action, into the fray. It's Kesnet overdrive in his hands, and he's lighting them all up. Another 4K dropped into his lap. This time it's Kesnet's turn.
And another ace stolen away as well. That's fair enough. I mean, that is karma for Kesnet, isn't it? DRX are going to take a tactical timeout here. Things are spiraling out of control. That was just an eco round. But perhaps it felt like there was an opportunity to make something happen when Shy was caught over towards Logs. These flood defense, though, Crew, they're so rapid with it.
They are.
Kesnet is going to be if he's not at the tip of the spear, he's going to be the first one back into the site. Trying to get these big retakes, trying to flood in and help Melzer, help Shy, those players that have smokes and can stabilize their positions onto sites. Crew are genuinely good here as well. They're the 4th seed coming in from Americas, and people might write that off. I say the 4th seed, actually. 3rd seed. Yeah. Apologies for that. They were the 4th seed last year. 3rd seed coming in from Americas. And like I said, people might write that off a little bit. But Haven, in my opinion, is clearly their best map. And I think they might even be like top 5 in the world at it, which is
a wild
bold
statement.
Claim.
Yeah, it is bold,
but I think the results recently have been backing it up. This Neon Breach Sova composition, they've been having a lot of success with it.
Yeah, and part of it is because what you already mentioned, you know, Kesnet is either the tip of the spear or followed up shortly afterwards because it's on the Neon. He can constantly follow the action. Any noise cues the DRX are making, right now they're not hiding their intent enough, I don't think, as well. They're making a lot of noise as to, you know, which site they're trying to land on, and Crew are either flood defending or getting players to anchor in incredibly quick. Usually Kesnet's able to supplement any sort of defense they're trying to get online.
You look at the pings on the minimap here, Bren. And coming out of the tactical timeout, this to me looks like Mako wants to ult into spawn. Seen a few teams do this, where you send a smoke into spawn, ult in there, that draws people back towards top garage.
And here it is. But awareness here, he's stuck it! And Shy, he waits around the corner, Mako's baited to stick the ult, it's perfection! And what a play to make still. Fight isn't over yet, but this man will not be denied. Rips away 2 of the lives of DRX. They're gonna give them up the site, but it's a consolation prize for DRX. And now Kesnet wants to make another go of things here. It's a fault line to set it up. Another stunner's just going to be layered all the way through. Rifle aim is on point. Movement, just a cherry on top, and Crew cannot be stopped.
That was DRX's set play. That was what they took the tactical timeout for. That was supposed to send KRU spiraling. Where was the smoke for him to play inside? Why is he ulting into a position that's so close to where the C defender's going to be?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really large mistake just in terms of the execution there from Mako. It's not how people are currently playing it. It's looking like something from a couple years ago, rather than how teams are currently doing it.
It's got to feel bad for DRX. You take your timeout just for that, and it gets dismissed as easily.
Get out of my way.
Already a fight going to be taken once more. Oh my goodness. And listen, the weaponry's bad right now for DRX, but these guys are hurting. Able to catch another one, but Stinger in the hands of Mako, it's not good enough. Calling for that pause, but KRU going for a reclear, contacting. Mako reveals his hand. Buzz is trying to clear the corner. Blade Storm, rapid fire. Only the one before the trade comes out. Mako is worried about these players. Paranoia does land. Blinded up, sprays them down. Collected into the corner, leaves it down to another 1v1. This time, the Smokes players off against each other, and that is a minute on the clock. There's time to work with. If you are Mako, you can slow this one down.
What redemption this would be as well for Mako, after he got caught coming straight out of the tag timeout in the previous incredibly important round.
Cover going out.
It's been a jarring game so far as well, just in terms of the pace that's been followed. DRX trying to match it pound for pound when KRU are just running at them.
Mako has no idea where Melzer is, hasn't shown himself, hasn't used anything that gives away his location. Just a smoke, could have been thrown from anywhere. And Mako doesn't even have info on sight. From Mako's perspective, Melzer could be heaven, sight, walking short. He's got to take a gamble now. Time is low.
It's a smart play. Drops the smoke down over towards B to make at least it feel like to Melzer that he's playing over towards that B angle. Walks most of the way, but now committing to the plan, and that's heard. Melzer, Paranoia. There's a connection. Drops himself down into hell. The reposition. He's out in the open. My God. Almost just plays it poorly, but again, the reposition away, and the mind games are kicking into full effect in this 1v1. The smoke drop down, Melzer taps, and the issue, and hand being forced out of Mako. No stick inside, but pushes forward, Melzer catches him. A bullet to the brain, and another round one for KRU.
DRX sorely needed that one. Mako did a decent job getting it down into the 1v1. The reposition over towards short, though, I think a bit of an overheat in the moment. After just being surprised by Melzer's positioning, coming out of being nearsighted, deciding not to reposition over towards somewhere where he could play the spike, like hell, for example, maybe even heaven in a spot like that. He could have possibly got to. And instead there, just gives up all of the space to Melzer. Spike down, smoke down, dominated. Kesnit's now going to pick up the operators. We go back into round 9, looking to take that peak short. This is where he fought before.
Yeah, I'm set up for it as well. It's a fault line onto the corner alongside the dart. No one breaks it. It reveals up onto 2 players. Jump spot, damage through the wall. Mako's still alive though. Now able to at least take up that space out towards A lobby and A long. Kesnit's gone for the pre-fire play, almost catching it right through the smoke.
This is how DRX had so much value against Gen G though. They took a lot of A-long control like this, and then they just waited. Cut the noise, make a little bit of pressure over towards Garage, something like that, and then tried to go for an A re-hit. You can catch KRU if they decide to go for info reclears towards A-long or short, and then when you exec, the defenders are going to be spread out again.
Yeah.
So we're now finally, at the last moments of this first half, getting to see DRX playing their attack side how they would like to see it.
But the trouble is, KRU are 1 step ahead already. They see that Foxy9 has this alter and the Rolling Thunder, and Kesnit, he's in a position to evacuate. Right by his side, he's going to be catching that first contact. The smoke's up and away, blind in his face as well, and he wants to get the hell out of there. They're giving up the site entirely. Kill collected down to Bane. That was just up through mid. Now the only silver lining potentially is that they might be able to get this plant down. Still, it's tapping away. It's forced out of Hunter's Fury, and they do have that Rolling Thunder in their back pocket. DRX desperate to get this plant down. Still with that player disadvantage. Here it is, sent flying. Might be used into a response, so it's just a 1-for-1. And Foxy9 does take down Shy. Still holding on to the site. Wall up and over to the top. The retake is going to be difficult. Again, Kesnit just blindly firing away and through with that op in his hands. He's hoping for an easy kill. Buzz dominating the smoke, but does not win out his fight. And up through heaven, it all has to be contained. Flashback of Mako, and down and out. A collection of kills in what looks like anarchy towards the end. Is that a 4 damage assist for I mean,
Yeah.
Mako's just spraying him down.
I think he's done 120 to him. And the fall damage has done the rest in that spot.
God almighty.
Not the greatest ending, but listen, it's 7-2. Crew will still be fairly happy with that. The post-plant breach ult ended up making the difference from Foxy9. He waited for that retake ult to come out. Throws one out himself, that cancels things. And then they made sure to keep rifles out, face towards heaven. But we're seeing another fight over A lobby again.
It's non-stop. The tempo increase is ridiculous here. Mako with another ult this time up and towards heaven, but he's not going to be punished for it. Paranoia sweeps through. Smoke up into heaven for him to play around. He's waiting for the rest of his team to get in, and he leaps into the fray, trying to take the fight with a cloudburst in play, but already Kesnet is dropping them all like flies. DRX will have to answer back once more. This is ridiculous, man. Barely any time to catch your breath in the action, but 8-2, Crew win the round out. They're not stopping.
I thought there was going to be a set retake there from Crew. As soon as the two players on site went down, MTA and Kesnet, I thought, all right, the other three, they'll probably group up and try something more sensible. Shy flew out of heaven like Batman into the site. And Melzer was right there looking to back him up. I mean, these players are getting so much value out of the distractions that their teammates are going for. They're just willing to put their bodies on the line for each other. That's a good teammate right there.
Only 2 rounds left in this first half, and it feels like we've just barely begun.
Yeah, the pace is incredible.
It's ridiculous. There's been no slowing down. DRX just getting sucked up into that whirlwind tempo. Crew happy to oblige into it. This time they are giving up most of this site, but they're setting themselves up as a Paranoia, and the fault line out through into the back again. And already this util is just a little bit too late and delayed. Foxy9 presses the advantage through the smoke, but the spike dropped down now, and everybody once more falls here for DRX. And yes, again, it's an eco round for them, but they need anything they can get at this point. And Crew, they've just got a handle on this entire half.
There's nothing that DRX are able to do to stop this flood defense strategy. Really, one of the teams that's the best at dealing with this kind of stuff is Fnatic. If you watch how they play their attack sides, they'll do pump fakes into sites. They'll run and execute, but they don't go all the way deep into the site. They run their exec, they take a little bit of space, let's say like the front area of C. And then rather than pushing the backside, they just wait. And they just wait for the defenders to fall into them. We're not seeing that. DRX are getting sucked up into the pace of Crew. They're getting dragged into it.
Oh my, what a shot.
And plucked away.
That's Kesnet pre-fires onto the corner, and that's a Hunter's Fury gone for DRX. They were hoping they could potentially get a pick onto the C side.
The ops are everywhere.
Set up. They're in the walls, man.
Well, that's the advantage of having a blooming economy.
You just don't expect it, but this is them trying to make a good go of it. DRX in through into the B sides. Rifles into their hands. Back up Wavenry. There's no slowing it down. 10-2.
Tom was talking about a 10-2 half the other way around when DRX attacked into Gen G. Could not be more different here. Crew have arrived on the champion stage, making a statement. This time, they're determined to do something. This champs, more like 2021 perhaps, than 2022 and 3.
Exactly. We're going to see if that pace just keeps on going into the second half.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is a crew team that is looking for that redeeming qualities, I think, as well. They've made every single champs since VCT's existence, but the trouble is they only get out of groups one time. It was in 2021 is when they last actually made that mark on that international stage. It was a long, long time ago. It's a different age and era. This time, however, for Haven, the opening map against DRX, one of the hometown favorites, they have come out swinging.
They certainly have. And DRX used to have this aura about them at international events. They would always dominate the opening game, and they would always make it out of groups. This is a new version of the team. They're looking to build towards the future. At the moment, they're still behind their past. They're trying to hunt for those top 3 finishes. They'd love to get some kind of turnaround here early on.
Bane's going to catch the contact of these players out through a lobby. Buzz, an attempt to flank and play himself into the angle, but Kesnet's not slowing down, and there's no util to help out. Bane is just isolated alone on an island. There's no helping him out with the same pace that KRU were showcasing. Even the flank timing of Buzz as well. It's going to come to no avail, but he does earn himself at least 1 kill, but can't land the second shot. Shy surviving, Paranoia offloaded and flashed into his face, but flashback, again he's pushed forwards. Away from the rest of his team, disconnected, and it leaves it just down to 2. Mako, it's a nice shot into the 2v2, damage done to either side. Anyone's game, it comes down to these angles and timings, the 1v1. Melza versus Foxy9, can hear the footsteps running around, but Melza wins it out.
Huge from KRU to push them even further into the lead. These two organizations actually had a bit of a bet going before the game began about who could get more kills with their respective bundles. On broadcast, has to be on broadcast. Melza has just done it for them. Those are the first 3 kills with the KRU bundle or the DRX bundle that the camera caught today.
Yeah.
3-0 on top of the 11-2 scoreline that's already there.
No, I don't know what they're playing for,
KRU
but
are eating. They're eating today.
Yeah, they're eating good, man. They want to get to dinner. They're not slowing down, are they? Fast A lobby take. Dart has to be respected, so Buzz is going to be using just a dash to disengage.
Yeah, maybe they've got dinner reservations and they want to. They're like, let's get rid of DRX real quick. Just a blip in the road.
This is unreal.
They have forced here, DRX. They've got to.
And you have to.
They're 11-2 down. But can they do something, you know, chunk them down with the Marshall, finish them off with the Stinger? It is a fairly even buy.
Committal here by DRX. It's Bane and Buzz. Smokes in their face. KRU don't want anything to do with it, though. Going to re-explore different areas and avenues. They haven't broken any of this util that's been set down, laid down by flashback, you know. Mid-trip, garage trip still active, but DRX haven't moved bodies away from those areas.
And it looks like KRU might have found an open C site. I wonder how much they're going to contact up. One of the biggest things in the current meta is noticing these retake setups and contacting into them, not using too many ults or pieces of util. That was fairly light. They've still got some decent post-plant util to use here.
I'm going for the plant now. DRX looking to regroup now and take this one, potentially again. Fast at their disposal. It's going to be that Paranoia again to try and pave the way, but already just being chewed up straight through the choke points. I mean, flashback makes a decent go of things as well, but they just can't get past anything right now. KRU, an absolute chokehold onto the C site, and this is them inevitability that they're going to be reaching that 12th round. Trying to speedrun 112 the entire event at this point.
And I am worried about what this is going to do to DRX. This is not the same team that had all the confidence to be able to make it through groups and get to lower bracket finals and try to break that glass ceiling for Pacific and for Korea. That's already been done by Gen G. DRX at this point, they are rebuilding. They've got rookie players on the team. 3 of them, Foxy9, Flashback, Bane.
Oh my.
And they've got a brand new IGL, Mako, who in his own words at the press conference says he wouldn't say he was entirely comfortable or used to the role of IGLing. If you get 13-2'd on your opening map, admittedly not your map pick, but a map that you're comfortable with, I'm worried about the mental being rattled here.
It does rattle you, I think. And it's a big test now for this DRX team. How are they going to pick themselves back up after this? At this point, already looking ahead to Abyss, and that's a map that's essentially a middle ground, I think, for both of these teams, if you're even looking at the strength of it. But here we stand. KRU not willing to hold back in the slightest. It's a fault line. Util going to be used again on either side. A bit of a handshake in terms of the darts. Bane with the drone. looking for that info. Going to be trying to hide away. Only one player revealing themselves. Buzz onto the off angle, but he's not expecting it across their placement. It's sky high. Pre-aiming for Shaq, but he's not in the server. He's nowhere near.
Cage triggered. I do like the idea there as well. Mako gave him a little smoke that you could barely see so that you could try to play like anti against the recon dart and unexpected in the corner. Didn't work. Crew looking to close out.
Yeah, trying to force pause into the round to at least make them stim in. A re-exploration is punished in kind. Any short plays as well. Dealt with dismissed, and that is the map closed out. 13-2. Crew. Domination. It's the only way to describe it.
If there's going to be one team that spots a weakness and drives it home with supreme confidence, it's going to be a Kesnit-led Crew.
Not willing to take a step back, not willing to make the same mistakes as prior events. This is a Crew that is looking empowered. And now Abyss coming up. As we already said, a middle ground map for both of these teams. Who the hell knows which direction it's going to be going in.
With me on stage. Now, that was a very dominant showing against DRX. The energy was so high on the team. So tell us what the buildup of momentum was like, especially in those first few rounds. At what point did you realize that Haven was yours?
Well, the team is so happy to be here. It was a hard year for us, and to finally be able to qualify and be part of this has everybody happy and hype, and we're trying to reflect that in game. So I think that we were able to do it on Haven, and we will look to do the same on Abyss.
Well, congratulations. I think it definitely shows. So we're going to see if Crew can close this one out.
Well, I think, you know, it's safe to say
I literally gave you the sign. You still took that long to get out. It's
I'm a
actually
gosh
impressive.
darn genius. That's right, folks. Look at these predictions right here. Oh, yeah. Golden Boy up on top while the rest of the crew out here just living in the past. So
Rest
I
of the
think
crew, nice.
to quote my one of my favorite factions in all professional wrestling, suck it.
That's not a quote. That's in the common vernacular. You don't need to quote something that everyone says.
All right, wait, well, where's Sideshow and Brent? They see me over there on the other side. Look at this.
What are you Can we talk about the game?
Let's go ahead and talk about the game, Mimi. And what we just saw was crew utter dominate. I mean, honestly, though, real talk. That I did. Look, jokes aside.
But you should attribute real talk, because who said that?
We'll punch you in the neck.
Tom, talk about this round.
So, yeah. I was
But
just going to say
was-
that Crew's looking fantastic, and I did not expect that.
Yeah, I also think on the other side, things looked a little bit rough. Like odd timing there from Marco taking a risk. You know that there was a plan for an attempted trade and pincer from Buzz. He's now so far behind everything else. It just gives players like Shy 1v1 battles. Well, the first one wasn't even a battle because the other player couldn't even do anything.
And you see on the other side for Crew, while all that was going on, they've instantly taken a lobby control uncontested, and because of how quick this Xeon is, they've rotated through to have a fast retake coming through from this flank, and it absolutely rinsed them. I think that was a super telegraphed play from DRX, but also credit to Crew. They were taking advantage, but really, this was a massive underperformance, I think, compared to what DRX was showing regionally. A lot of individual mistakes. I think a lot of kind of failure to adapt, right? Crew was playing the same flood defend with the same site smoke on A, round after round, and DRX kept not disrupting it, not getting proactive enough to shut that down, not taking the pause once they tap the spike to refight in. So many mistakes.
Time to put the suit on.
You think the suit's the issue? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. You got Kesnet with this beautiful 4K.
Kesnet?
Oh,
no
yeah.
way.
It is, and I mean, he just went all Palpatine fingers on these fools, and it worked out for him. I mean, look, real talk though, DRX certainly was not prepared for the speed at which Crew, as we had noted before,
he was like
were just
yeeting himself
attacking.
out heaven at times. Like the guy was just on one. And
He's
the craziest
sending
thing, I think that might be like the best performance I've ever seen from Melzer. Like the guy,
dude, it was ridiculous.
Was just rinsing everyone on the other side. I think he's the oldest player in the server by quite a margin. Clearly, age doesn't matter, you know, GB.
Ain't that the truth, baby? That's right, old and beautiful. But I will say though that while I was enthusiastic about Crew coming into this is not the result that I or anyone would have expected.
No, I mean, Crew, for all we should be critical of DRX, Crew, I think, leveled up. The protocols were really good. The flood retakes, the synergy between these players was absolutely on point. I think Heat's utility combined with MTA to set Kesnet up was always on point. I mean, both of them were kind of the passenger princess mode with Melzer and Kesnet having the games they were. But it was still excellent stuff from this squad.
Now, maybe the foresight of Lionel Messi. He might have seen that one coming. Obviously a big part of Crew. But honestly, it really was. It was a blitz, and it's a blink and you miss it sort of game. And this is what we always talk about when we talk about the likes of Crew. It's like sometimes they just come into events like this, they come into Champions, you look at them and you go, I don't expect this team to do a massive amount, like maybe they'll get a map here or there. They just destroyed DRX.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time Crew had a dominating performance like that at a global event.
No.
Ever.
Well, I mean, the last global event was a year ago, and they went out in 2 series swiftly.
Yeah.
This is a big level up for this Crew team, and I mean, they're really showing that the changes they've made, the way they prepared for this event, they are a different team than the one that floundered at Champs 23.
Yeah, and you know, I think also a lot of credit, I think, just goes to the team kind of coming in. You heard Kesnet in that, post or the pre-match interview with Mika, just coming in with a very, relaxed demeanor, right? We're gonna show everyone what we can do, and that has kind of been Crew's whole gimmick all throughout the year. It's like, we'll figure this out. We'll make it happen. We'll swap out our IGL, bring in someone else, and hey, you know what? We'll see if it works. And
it's funny
because you can't keep getting away with this.
If you look at them in the server, they're not relaxed at all. They're the most fired up.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. I feel like they're one of those teams that rolls off their emotion. If you get those openings, you start strong, which they did. They look so good.
Yeah, so scary there. But now let's go ahead and see what's going on with Coach Termi over at the DRX camp. We got Mika standing by with Jen.
Hey guys, I'm now here with Termi of DRX and Jen to help with some translation. Now, Coach Termi, that was a tough map. It was a really, really frustrating game. So tell us, what did you tell the team in order for them to reset for map number 2, which will be your map pick of Abyss?
감독님 1세트는 일단 크루에게 크게 내주고 말았는데요. 2세트 앞두고 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주셨을까요?
일단 저희가 생각했던 것보다 실제로 크루랑 상대를 해보니까 피지컬적인 부분에서 워낙에 좋다고 느껴졌고요. 그런 부분에서 선수들이 좀 당황한 것 같고 저희가 하던 플레이가 잘 안 됐기 때문에 좀 어느 정도 감안하고 저희 할 거 잘 하자라는 얘기를 많이 했고요. 네, 선수들의 멘탈은 크게 무너지지 않은 상태입니다.
We knew that, coming into Crew's matchup, we knew that they know how to shoot, but today their individual performance was way more than how we expected it to be. So they were shooting way better than how much we expected them to. So I just told them, let's play our own game and do not take it by surprise. Just stay confident, stay calm and collected, and let's do our own thing.
Well, let's see if that confidence can pull through for the second map for DRX.
I mean, you want to play your own game here, but the reality is Crew just played you like a fiddle, and they were able to lock up that 13-2 in relatively strong fashion. Now we make our way over to Abyss.
And I'm going to be real, I worry about DRX's ability to bounce back. They have a lot of young, new players that haven't been in this position on a global stage before. They did pull off some great stuff back home in Pacific, but I think on this stage, you saw their faces, you saw kind of how taken aback they were by Crew's style. It's a worrying sign.
I think even more worrying than that is that they got boomed the last time they played this by a team that literally is the epitome of that, Paper X. They lost to a Neon Phoenix comp on Abyss, a Neon Phoenix. Now, do I think that the other side are going to do that? Do I think Crew will do that here? Probably not. But
definitely not.
They almost embody that, this more aggressive style, and they have switched things up. I like the Harbor.
So they're taking a note from the other LATAM team out of Americas in this one by pulling out the Harbor. I think a lot of the cool stuff.
On Omen?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a duelist-less comp. This is a little unique. The Harbor's really cool. To take mid-control, you can do a lot of walk-ups off the wall. It's super disruptive to the normal style, but playing no dive besides that Omen is really interesting.
He's going to do some wild stuff with that, that
I don't think he's ever played Omen before.
Yeah. He's going to do some wild stuff with that teleport. He's going to try and get around them and be real clever with it. That's what I think.
I mean, DRX's prep has to be completely boomed at this point. You just lost 13-2. This is not a good position for that Korean squad to be in.
Yeah, not at all. This could very well be a quick one if Crew manages to lock up the 2-0. Can they do it? To send it back over to your casters, Brendan Sideshow, for the call.
We're about to find out as well just how cooked it is, chat. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, a no duel has come from Crew. They are clearly feeling like they are in fully the driving seat right now. And I think the question remains that we were asking on that first map. The DRX have that gusto, to really pick themselves back up after just getting slapped around, dismissed on home soil. Listen, this is a team that's been looking for that redemption, but when you're getting battered like that, it's a hard ask.
Termy thought it came down to firepower, and DRX are coming into the pistol with 3 sheriffs. So if that's not enough to shore up the firepower gap, I don't know what will be.
This off angle is a common one. You see a lot of Jet players on Abyss playing, just to try and catch that contact early on, and he sees it, signs of life, but he can't escape. Bloody hell, suppressed by the knife, so he actually couldn't dash in and away. There's a dart's going to be used nice and early. Crew not committing past that point, just waiting it out and walking back up. But Foxy9 quick to respond, takes up that space once more, but as he swings out, he's not expecting, again, Crew to be in these spots. It's disjointed, it's individualistic at its core, and DRX, not enough for them to really win out this map. It's going to have to hit some shots, and land them they will. At least Mako, into the moment, has made it. That 2 versus 2 onto this pistol round. They need this win, they need it now. Damage done, almost single digits to a lot of them. Mako, and a distraction necessary and enough for Flashback to just respond from the side.
Crew did a decent job of getting into position, and they read the fact that DRX wanted to go for a flood. But once they planted safe back here, there was no exit. They were just stuck. It was nice patience from Flashback and Mako there to just keep them trapped in the back of sight and then collect the kills. The Sheriff's doing a lot of work as well. So that's a good start to the map. They've already got half as many rounds as they did on Haven. And they're expected to be able to get the second, so maybe at least that'll settle the nerves for these DRX players.
Yes, this should do. At least a better beginning for them. Large part of DRX when they're on the defensive side of their Abyss is setting up Buzz with either the Operator, the Outlaw, long sight lines, trying to defend down B. Bane launching down towards mid.
That is a classic way that DRX have been playing this map. They've been trying to get massive value out of the op, and on rounds where they don't have it, they'll set up some kind of like flash and dash play, aggressive out of B or aggressive through mid. So watch out for those at the start of rounds. Watch out for Kesnit!
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, if you're not awake after that, you will be. This guy is ridiculous, Kesnit. He's playing the Omen as well. I mean, a lot to make out from this crew comp.
So he has actually played Omen once before, weirdly. Don't ask me when. I've no idea. I was just looking at the stats and, all right, okay, apparently he's played it once. So, very experienced Kesnit on the Omen.
Of course. Yep. To be expected.
He knows all the tech,
He
like
knows
buy
all
a
of
sheriff and kill them in round 2.
Yeah.
Tens loves that one.
With the mid player taken out, though, Buzz gone. It's a big gap in through. You can already see the pings on the minimap from DRX. They're worried in case there are those lurking players. And the Harbor Wall, Melzer holding it down at least. He will be able to separate out most of this site. Foxy9 wants to play close now. Avoiding, letting them even get into the site here in front of the Cove. It's very heads up, but he's going to be overwhelmed anyway. Outlaw into the hands, flashback into the secondary, but not able to land the Sheriff shot. Still, Mako is here, waiting to receive. They're all going down to the classic right clicks. It's a disaster right now for DRX.
They'd won the pistol. They'd won the pistol. They'd given themselves a little bit of breathing room to work with after getting flattened 13-2 on Haven. And then Kesnit gets that opening pick and it all spirals out of control.
No way.
The decision to play up aggressive at the A choke point as well, I didn't mind it. He got in front of the Cove, he got inside of it, but there was just way too many players.
Yeah.
And against, when you're on an anti-eco there, you're playing into the people with classics in hand. It's just, it's a fine decision on a rifle round, bad decision on an anti-eco, I think. MTA's already got null command online, but it's Heat's ability to get out of here unscathed.
Yeah.
That might be more important, because he's just donated a Vandal over. They're looking to recover this.
Kesnit is just going for it, man. He's not shying away from the fight. Does he realize that one player slipped past him, though, and including that rifle, picked up, at least the guns, but flashback off to the side. And as well, we'll just put one straight to the dome, but lots of players ready to receive, and it will be no resurgence, at least from DRX into that round. Just a little bit of damage, but again, the guns being at least picked back up, and not even a worry, I think, for crew. If you're looking at the money situation, you'd think they were cheating. You've got about 7K in the bank on some of the players.
There is one positive here for DRX, though. They got a kill with their bundle.
And they are playing for that.
Yeah.
They are playing for that.
I mean, they've got to be getting value here out of Buzz's operator.
They need to.
I think that's an enormous win condition for them.
And Buzz was unbelievable in the playoffs, at least regionally in Pacific. I was so high up on him, man. I had him like as my second highest player in terms of who I was rating coming into the event.
Now that's crazy.
I've got the opposite of the Midas touch, because so far I'm not predicting any team correctly or player. But Buzz needs to get value, and his opping has been consistent in the past. This time, though, the wall rips its way across, and as well with these doors broken, DRX are watching it with a crossfire said, but it weakens a lot of the other extremities as a result. Asks a lot of them.
Buzz can shore up the B extremity, so it's only really A that you're worried about. But once things go silent, now you're concerned that crew are grouping up and about to hit into, you know, Buzz with a drone to push him off the angle, or hit into A. Mako's going to be confident enough to jiggle peek out A and get a little bit of information, a bit of security there. So they're feeling good about the A site right now, but all throughout, they're having to be careful towards mid. 0 point now thrown out towards A main again. DRX still feel like A is safe, and that's exactly the timing that crew are using to group up. Straight after that 0 point. It's perfect calling from Melzer.
Exactly, and Kesnit's still inserted as well, which means Foxy9 has to have his eyes directed into a different location. Mako is the sole recipient of all of this aggression and smoke. Just lay it down nice and early and sprays it away and will play for his life. But the door's going to be broken. Still trying to take this fight offset with the movement. It's nice by flashback. He does answer straight back into it. Drone. It's going to be used, pressing forwards. Melzer's alone, though, and isolated. Rezzed up. Adjustment. Transferring with the rifles, and now no time. Not available here for crew. They will be dropping and falling. 2 for 2 now in terms of the rounds. DRX, better beginning than Haven, at least.
DRX continue to have that awareness of the mid insert, knowing that somebody could still be there, could be using that earlier map control to slink through. And Mako went for the same play inside the smoke towards A main that we'd seen on that fateful anti-eco that looked like it was going to send Abyss spiraling in the same direction as Haven. DRX have got there too. Now it's time to push further forwards. They're not going into this op on B. It's only ever been a single player to make sure and give them information.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's a hard read.
Hard read, hard anti-strat.
DRX have been playing a ton of Abyss.
Yeah.
If you wanted to look at any team in the world, I think DRX, I don't have the numbers to hand, but I think DRX have played it the most. It feels like they opt into it a lot. They've been picking it tons in Pacific. So they're comfortable there, but it also means you kind of have a read on how they play. And they do the same stuff a lot, like this position from Buzz. I'm surprised he's still here, to be honest.
Yeah, but there's a blind spot in the cam too, so he's available to be perched up here. Anybody to break the drone? No, it's him himself who has to commit to this, and a lot of utils going to be sent flying forwards. Crew not backing away from this fight. In fact, they want to be the ones to draw that blood up and the bound. This quick scoping, Buzz is able to find the one, and there's no return of that fire. No trade in sight, still alive and kicking. And finally, the reinforcements flooding back in and around, but the bullets running out. Buzz, how the hell are you still alive here? Dash back online, Shorty in his hands. Foxy9 finally there with him. Over the shoulder, leaving it just down to Shy. Bullet straight through. And Buzz, the miracle worker,
finally challenged on B, finally delivers. It's not that he was whiffing in earlier rounds, they just weren't coming towards his sight.
Yeah.
And he wasn't being particularly mobile with the op. It's a ridiculously large map. But here you see a bit of what you were talking about earlier, Brent, that form he was demonstrating towards the end of the Pacific playoffs. Get him an op into his hand, and if you challenge him, if you come into him, he's so good at playing around the utility, playing around these angles, and around the way that his teammates are going to flood in, using him as a distraction. Now he's going to take it towards mid, so he's found that success on the west side of the map. Now looks to see if he can bring the sniper rifle to the middle. I don't think he's really going to get the angles here against the harbor.
No, double smokes. Very difficult to get yourself through.
I must wait a moment.
Despite that fact, though, DRX are up in terms of the economy. It's not crew down. Drone around the mid round here. Util broken with the cam. Taken care of.
Nice and bold from Buzz, getting himself back onto these angles. So much better re-clear of mid this round. But look, it's still going to be a split.
Yeah,
Buzz could definitely ruin this.
It's all about whether or not Buzz can even spot this one out. But again, High Tide works its way across. We'll call it for that pause. Oh my, okay, that is scary stuff. Pushing back and through. Flashback takes the timing pass, but it's watched for. Traded out and around. Hunter's Fury up through heaven. That's a connection onto the two, but they weren't anticipating that the players would hold their ground. It's down to just Heat. Last one left in through A main, but the spike is dropped down. Unobtainable. With only 25 seconds to work with. Running short of basically any sort of win cons. He'll contact most of the way, but a discipline of DRX here. It's just watching every approach. Bane catches it. I know where Heat is. Only 8 seconds left. This is a round win for DRX, just about how they play it. And Heat will look to do any sort of damage. Not that it's going to matter too much. At this point, DRX are perfectly happy. Economy is booming. It's flourishing. They're saving for a house, even in this market.
No one's saving for a house in this market.
That's true.
Good luck putting a deposit down with 9K. Crew are going to take a tag time out here. This map starting to get away from them. I actually like the idea that they came into the round with, but you could argue that Buzz has just won 2 rounds in a row for his team. Despite the fact he didn't really get kills in this round, that updraft to get all of the info that it was an A split allowed and encouraged Foxy9 and Bane to stand their ground there despite the Hunter's Fury. If they didn't realize that that play was happening, they'd probably think that's part of a big A exec. All about the info. And Buzz's confidence ended up paying dividends there.
Yeah.
So there is a reason that DRX have been selecting Abyss, but it's so difficult to know how good teams genuinely are on this map.
It's a wildcard map heading into champs. It
is.
Really is.
Even if you've played a lot of it, there just isn't that much data, and the regions haven't played against each other, so even if you're confident on it yourself, it does feel risky for a team like DRX to pick it actively here. And one of the interesting things about the map Veto today is that Crew floated their permaban bind, ended up going all the way to the end. But one of the advantages of floating your permaban is that they got to remove DRX's 2 best maps. So that is the benefit. So you're seeing DRX here playing on some more of the maps that are in like the middle of their pool, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Punish Front and Haven, but actually working out quite nicely here on Abyss so far.
It's not like DRX are slouches, I think, on Bind as well. They are a good team on that one, but it is scary when you see a team that normally has their permapan and they floated it all the way towards the end. It basically screams, we've set up a bit of a trap play or an anti-strat.
Yeah. At the same time, though, DRX are really good there, so very solid team on Bind.
Yeah.
Crew are putting such an emphasis on the middle of the map, trying to get value out of this harbor. DRX are, their players are being drawn into this area, but it's not like Crew have been able to exploit that by exploding into sites.
Yeah, they have been dragging, as you mentioned, players to watch it, even potentially going for a contact re-clear.
This is
Foxy9
wild.
is alone when he sees this one. Only the one player, it's Kesnet jumping, hopping around, but the fact that there was no punish should be a tell in itself. Is that solo player flash peek as well, Kesnet. Might see a bit of an overheat as well. He's still got plenty more util where that comes from. TPing all over the place here, but calling for that pause and a different angle for Buzz, but still the same value. This guy has got that consistency when you put that up into his hands. And considering the dart just to get that info, but he spotted one player before the smoke was up, so he knows that there's at least some presence into this mid angle. Again, they've called for that reinforcement. Buzz, though, smoked off now. In for the wall, he's going to hear these footsteps right past him. Wilted away, and there aren't really enough discipline in terms of the way the Crew are playing this one, but potentially able to barrel their way through regardless with that brute force. It is chaos. The spike is just isolated, picked up by Kesnet. TP's back and away again. Anchoring players, not expecting it. Flashback. That's nasty.
Crew are trying everything they can, working the middle of the map, more than most teams would on Abyss, and DRX stands strong. Buzz is AWPing. As soon as they got that into his hands, and as soon as he actually got the read on which areas of the map Crew were going to challenge, it's been a game changer.
Yeah.
It has shifted the momentum in this map massively. And playing different angles too. He was just trying to post up on that classic high ground on B. Now he's playing all the way back in heaven, then maneuvering his way over towards mid.
Setting up a decent amount. Crew going for that 1-1-3. This is really risky, but Bane comes out on top anyway. He was in no man's land and in no position to get a kill either, yet still comes up with it. A nasty adjustment.
Termi was worried about the firepower diff, but I think with the performances we've seen in these last few rounds from the DRX players, not something to be concerned about. Actually, I think it was more so the flood defending from Crew that Termi wasn't given enough credit to be honest, in that coach's interview, which we'll see whether that has impact in this game once the sides swap.
Exactly.
But for the moment, not really getting much value out of this. Are they going to try to commit Harbor ult here? It's good against an Opper, but Buzz dodged it last time.
Yeah, drone's going to be used at least to, again, circumvent that position. But Flashback is caught by the knife here. And as well, that golden beam of light up and over. Flashback is forced to make that play. Pushing forwards is traded. Hunter's Fury used to try and help them out. Buzz as well, he tried to get back into the action. He's dropped as a result of it. Now the plant position isn't the best here. Playing to the side of Cliff. Means the Crew do have to commit a lot of bodies to try and hold on to side control. That does leave an opening for DRX. They've saved some util. It's in their back pocket. The dart and a paranoia. MTA in the off angle. Needs to be that trade. Shy. He joins up, links it all the way through. Bane spotted up onto that high ground. Has to know where these last two players are. But now, wrapping around once more. Slowly as you go. But a real difficult round to win. Set up here. Shy taking that first one. Knows there's a player tucked. Again, the off angle will not save you, but again, time is of the essence, and it's starting to tick away out of the grasp of Bane. Win cons diminishing, and with, yeah, I mean, that's gone with a circle, just shrinking. And Shy wins it out regardless of the kill at the end.
Similar game plan from Crew, except less focus towards mid. Pure site exec, overwhelm behind the Reckoning. But this time, the important thing being that Buzz didn't find too much value. He's in a spot where, in theory, he might be able to get 1, 2 playing around that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. God.
Back to the operator for Buzz.
And another big test, but this time DRX.
Massive stack.
Yeah, hell of a read. They've got 4 players waiting.
They've been putting the sight. Oh, they're doing the flash and dash play.
Flash and dash play to try and fight for that control early on into the cloud burst, but the dart doesn't reveal too much. And Buzz, yeah, I mean, he handed over towards that weaponry. Players have dropped though. That was Mako committing an ult into spawn at the same time. And he's going to be paying the price for that. So the slow play, I mean, you really have to overextend yourselves as a defender to try and fight over that B main angle, as you saw, and it ends up meaning that DRX was stretched a little bit too thin.
I assume that DRX have chosen this round because they were worried about the null command that MTA's just popped. You don't want to allow Crew to get into position and just exec on you with this ult. So they tried to disrupt the game plan. Fortunately, doesn't quite work for them. Can they recover here?
Yeah, they're right back into it. Flashback though, backs away, just only with the 1 kill. He wants to play for his life, and he knows it. At least with the teammates who are arriving, but not expecting that Melter's already crept up onto that deeper angle. Shy, finally with the plan, there's no chance in hell MTA is getting a res online, so he's going to be dropped just post-mortem. Bane, high ground, angle, reset, at least enough to get the 2, and Flashback dropped down into that 1v2, not enough. Can't overcome it. Crew with that discipline, doubling up and contacting together to win that round out 5-4.
Good reaction at the end there with the double swing. 1 wide, 1 shallow. Make it very difficult for DRX to win the round. How did Mako end up dying in spawn? That is such a bizarre one. He's just trying to make use of the distraction as the fast push came out B. Like you said, to Omen ult into spawn. that's an interesting idea. Doesn't quite work. So far, the success from DRX has come from trying to hard anchor sites.
Has to get broken here. Glide its way forwards. Knife does not get broken, so Buzz wanted away from the angle. He'd love to be back up on top of him. But
and Crew walk away from Buzz.
Yeah.
Ah, the player with the op who's been ruining our chances of getting into sight. So I think we'll go the other way, actually.
Completely different angle.
Heat looking to maybe invest the drone here to fake as if it could be over towards B. But the team's grouping up on A. Look how weak the A site is right now. Only Mako home.
And DRX aware of that, though. The drone clears most of the way through B main. 55 seconds onto the mark. Crew could call a cancel, but with how big the map is, Knife tagging just onto the 1.
Only 1. And now, as the drone comes out from Heat, surely they don't group up A on defense.
It could be false confidence for DRX. They do have the crossfire. Mako, paranoia. They know he's isolated onto that corner, spamming away into the 1-way. MTA, he can't respond and he can't back his teammate up. They are trying to fight this one. Pound for pound. Mako, he's just swinging into this one with really barely any util. Left 4 and Buzz happy to oblige and take part into the action and fight. And up through mid as well. Everyone dealt with, everyone accounted for. A flawless round for DRX.
Good read from Mako there. Newer to the IGL role, but reading out that that drone coming towards B was a fake, didn't over-rotate. In fact, took the aggressive option himself, made sure that they were playing towards the choke, made sure it was impossible for Crew to get through. Looked like there was potential there for DRX to let this lead slip, but they've recovered. Minimum of 6 at the half is so much better than the way that they opened here at Champs. And of course, huge economy advantage heading into this.
Yeah, it's been Crew consistently on that back foot. A lot of players tagged, at least the 2 as well. Crew still just trying to brute force their way past this one into the 1-way, but rivals in hands. DRX will hold this one. You're not going to be favored there. There's no util to set up DRX into any sort of advantage. Or at least Crew, I should say.
I think that's a spot where Crew should probably be investing smokes. Seems weird to smoke off your own avenue, but just to take a little bit of control. That's a headshot. Knocks Bane down weak. Could there still be danger in the 3v5?
Yeah, you don't want to let this one slip, do you? But seems like they're grabbing necessary kills across the map. Not sure how that one came about here, but Cove makes it difficult. Flashback's already way ahead of it in a distraction play. Bane capitalizes. This is a much better beginning, as we already mentioned in that prior round for DRX on this map here. It's flawless. They got that momentum back at least as well, and was feeling rattled from this team. I was wondering if they were going to be able to pick themselves back up with so many players, pushed into new roles themselves, despite the fact that they're veterans like Mako on the IGL, but all of these new rookie players, despite the fact that they've been playing in front of the home crowd for most of this year regionally. It is a difference maker when they are at the biggest event of the year.
They still have one final test to get over, though. 7 rounds is good at the half, but Crew are now coming in with that Harbor ult, Sova ult. It's a great combo. It's very effective. Got to imagine they're going to use it here on one of the sites.
Careful.
It's a battle towards his main angle. No one dealt with the dart.
What a play from DRX.
TP up.
That is absolutely lovely. Reminiscent of what teams will sometimes do in that Ascent A main play. DRX have taken all of the sting out of this round. The Reckoning down instantly. The teleport up recon so that you can get kills through your smoke. Yeah, Buzz falls. Crew have been able to find kills like this in the 3v5 spots, but normally the damage has already been done too early.
Yeah, and DRX have been usually tempered enough that when these sites get pressured, especially over towards B, doesn't matter. They're going to be able to get a kill, back away.
My eyes are down.
Never overextending their hands here. Flashbacks gets that acknowledgement. Cage are going to be put back up here. Shock darts removing most of the trips. Knife for a knife, darting through the back as well. Needs to be broken here. Crew starting to walk their way back up, but again, all the noise is being made, and DRX should know this one. Adjustment, flashback, he was blind as a bat, yet still manages to come up with the one before the trade online. Kesnit, it's just an ult to try and pick up the spike. It was out into the middle of nowhere. A tap with 22 seconds left, but you've got to start to commit into this, and again, ice cold by DRX. Happy to slow it down, and now the full commit by Kesnit. Paranoia makes his way across, leaves it just down to the one. Kesnit backs himself away. He's hoping that he'll be able to get that easy fight. Singular in action. Does isolate just the one onto Foxy9, but it's still a 1v2 to overcome. Smoke up into the one way, but one for their own here. Jumping around. A tap. There's the danger zone. Kesnit in potentially a bit of trouble. The dart pushes him back and away in. Enough for Bane to just get that half. Sticking and grabs it.
Too much health for Bane. Kesnit, a valiant effort, but DRX get 8. What a different beginning compared to Haven. I thought there was a chance that DRX capitulated there, but they've done such a good job during that gap between map 1 and map 2 at regaining their mental. And what a play here.
Yeah, what a play as well. This is a much better beginning for this second map here. We're finding out if they can keep that going as well if we end up going to that map number 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We'll be getting back into the second half here shortly. As the teams have their mandatory half-time, they can discuss, they can talk about it. But for now, DRX are going to be feeling real good about this. Crew, Mimi kind of mentioned onto the desk of their composition. We haven't really taught Crew that much because honestly, the full focus has been on DRX, rightfully so, with how they've been able to bounce back. But this Harbor pick, you might start to see a bit more value from it this time around. They were getting brutalized when Crew ended up playing against Leviathan. Mazzino taking all sorts of liberties, just using the high tide to walk himself down mid. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to be taking a page out of that book.
They can definitely take mid control, but we saw them take mid control on their attack side and it not find very much value. Here on the pistol, Crew have got 4 players stacked on A. They're not going to be able to do any aggressive flash and dash combo stuff. Feels more like a read that DRX would be heading in this direction on the pistol. It leaves B extremely weak. And what we saw from KRU was success with flood retaking. You can't flood defend if you're not close to the site that's being hit. This map is enormous. If DRX went for a B exec right now, KRU would still be migrating.
Yeah.
The Great Western Push.
It is. It's massive. Rotation timings are a big problem for a lot of teams. There's a kill trip that's laid down, even though there's a heaven smoke. But by walking all the way up, DRX able to navigate it easily enough. Going for the plant down. It's a good plant spot too. Committed into the boxes. It's very strong into the post plant. You can allow most of DRX now to retreat into the main angle.
KRU are trying to retake here with no flashes.
And they're just trying to make a go of it. They've already made their way in through the side. And watching that one, flashback gets taken care of. In through mids, and a peek by Foxy9 is not set up at all. Buzz trying to at least even out the odds of the fight to be taken. Again, doesn't adjust in time up through that heaven spot. And now Melzer sticking at the fuse, spamming into the angle, but the Cove defending against most of these bullets. Half is earned. Another smoke. Blooms and blossoms. Kesnet with the kill, and adjustment again. Flick of the wrist, tapping away with the guns, and it has to be reclaiming it. Bane backing up and running into it. Oh my goodness! That's 4 from him. And a pistol round once more garnered for this DRX team.
Bane, a divine blessing for DRX towards the end. How's he managed to pull that one away? KRU looked like they had that under wraps. They're still trying to play this retake style. I don't think they should have been using as much util early in the round. It would have been nice to see them still have a paranoia or a breach flash. A KO flash to be able to retake there on B. But the way that they just play around each other, it's solid. It took everything from DRX to be able to repel that. A 4K from Bane. KRU are still putting a really heavy emphasis over towards A. 4 players beginning on that side of the map. Feels like VOD prep to me.
Yeah. Potentially just praying for an early skirmish as well when they're on the eco.
Alternatively, they might be very confident in their B retakes from scrims and less confident on A, but that would be a weird way to play the map.
Yeah, most of the time you see teams trying to fend towards the backside of A. KRU have rooted themselves in, at least for this round. It's a gamble stack, of course, and DRX are going to be handed a nice open sight over towards B.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any danger here. We're seeing Mako's calling, be very cautious though, doesn't want to run into any of these stacks. Foxy flashes, looking to see if he can get some info.
Might hand over a gun if he's not careful.
I don't like this. You normally want to be sending flashback to do that because he's the one with the ghost.
30 seconds left.
You've just prime delivered them a bulldog.
Yes. And it's not ideal despite that. I mean, DRX, they have an open sight, still planting for Cliff. I'm going for something potentially a little bit better for it, but
Camera, I must wait a moment.
KRU now grouping up, ready. Try and make a good go of it. The cam was saved just for a rainy day, and that was now, so they get that information that there's 2 players from DRX out through into the back. Got to wait for these smokes now to get pushed up into the position. 1 flash held. We'll see if there's any danger very soon here for KRU. Drone used, time already running short here, but that Bulldog finding value. It's up to these site anchoring players. Mako trying to reposition up and around, and again, Kesnet a tap onto it. No way you can let this. You squandered an opportunity, not again. Kesnet sticking, half everybody's fallen, but the time is on their side. KRU with a thrifty win.
Now, I don't want to point to the fact that there was a bulldog for the retaking team, but it did find a bit of value there.
Oh yeah, it found the opening kill, man.
And again, another post plant over towards B that looked very difficult, this time impossible for DRX to hold on to.
Oh boy.
If they're going to be planting safe like this every time, their post plants need to be better. They need to be able to stop KRU from getting back in. It's only been pistols in their hand and a donated bulldog. The rifle rounds might be very worrying here.
Kesnet is not one to back away from a fight and a challenge. He's trying to get that back up again by MTA, overextending and overcommitting.
He pulled his knife out like he was The most confident player in the world, there was only 3 there. Could not be more surprised to see extra players. It was like, what, I haven't aced already?
It's damaged up, worse for wear, but still surviving here. Drone spotting the last 2. See if it bites them, handing over to Guardian. Flashback's already dropped though, so very little chances of this now as well. Foxy9 will be shortly following suit.
Denying another one of the Kesnet aces. So Rifles finally come on board. Round 16. We're seeing both teams with good economies. I'm concerned if DRX go into another B exec. That is where they're grouping up on the minimap. But these post plans have been... They've been rough.
Yeah,
they haven't even been pressuring the crew retake. They just give them all the space in the world to run back into the site, and then they're like, oh, whoopsie daisy, now we have to stop them from defusing.
And yeah, just looks like a lot of exec util. Everything being combined. Concatenated, Shido just takes a bullet to the side there. Thought he was safe, at least into his cage. And now crew have much less options in terms of trying to deal with this one. They won't be able to push back the plant.
Better
That's going to go down, and it is a better plant at that. So DRX holding their positions now. The flank from Kesnet will have to find value, and he does have options to at least get past the initial trip. Drone in and through, spotted. Buzz out, tagged up, pushing them back and away. There's still no 2 of these players here, but that's being heard by Flashback, and he deals with the flank. Pesky problem with Kesnet, dealt with now. Flash in through the back as well, and bullets to follow through off the back of it. Hunter's Fury forced to be used here, but a knife is going to be cancelling that one out, so no, oh no, just out of range. I stand corrected, and a tap of the spike will force them out wide. MTA now got to do the most, but with the rifle in his hand, just not enough to get over that barrier. Still heat, adjustment, snappy, tapping away. Can't quite get it, the easy kill! Time was never on his side.
Tragedy or a comedy, depending on which side of the table you want to sit on there, who you're rooting for, DRX or crew. This time, though, that different plant position, in my opinion, makes all the difference. And yeah, they still had Hunter's Fury to work with in the post, too. But the fact that you're planting in that better spot, more open, that you can play both sides of the pillar, people on site can play around as well, it's super helpful to have it in that kind of position. Crew are going to take a tactical timeout. They're down 4 rounds. The score 6-10. It's not like they've even really been able to make a recovery in this half. This half, the score is still 2-2. Another rifle round. Another opportunity to knock DRX's economy as well. If Crew can really come out here and get a big result on their defense side, they've got a null command to work with. Maybe that'll make the difference for them on a retake. Then they can start chipping away at this lead. It's certainly not over yet.
Yeah.
But I think this next round effectively decides the map.
Oh yeah, it's very important. You consider DRX full investment with the economy. You know, losing here, they don't have the loser's bonus earned up at this point because they just won the prior round. So the economy will be knocked. They'll be able to string together those rounds if they win it. Has to be all in from Crew. Now, I'm cheating a little bit. I can see the player positions of Crew in through this timeout. They have stacked most of their team over towards A at this point.
The same thing again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the problem. The reason I said earlier that it would be a weird way to play the map the whole time, stacking 4A, playing retake B, is because it's just so readable. In the end, DRX, yes, Mako's new to the IGL role. Yes, they have 3 rookies. They're not stupid. They're a really competent team. They're here at Champs. They're going to be able to figure out a setup like that if you run it the same way every time.
Paranoia to come on position there. It's going to be catching most of this one and draft. Oh my God, just dashing into the face of it. Yeah, full understanding that Shy was going to be backing away. There's only a few positions he can play. Flashback. Looking up through mid, there's supposed to be that instant response from Crew as well. Ults are being committed with the no command sweeping through, but he's missed the chance to strike from behind.
Patience!
Yeah, it's not being played just in that moment here, but MTA dropped down to his knees. A res possibility for it. DRX did get that plan a little bit prior. As there, tap onto the spike, forcing out most of the util. Kesnet smokes to play with, util on top of it, nades, rebounding, echoing pass, flashback, stepping up to the challenge, right past most of this fight. Meltzer not able to stick this one, sprayed and spammed down onto that angle. Heat trying to get tricky with it again, pushing and forcing the issue, but Buzz, the timing is impeccable. Dart reveals Kesnet is alone and not enough to overcome.
And the round that may decide the map goes the way of DRX. Crew out of the back of the tactical timeout. Didn't look like they'd adjusted too much there. They were lucky to get away with it, not get caught by that mid lurk. The DRX looking like they're making the adjustments that are doing the job. Wow. Shy adjusted his positioning, but Buzz was on top of his head within the first 10 seconds of the round.
Yeah. It's because of the knife they've been conditioning with. They've been using it against the box, so Shy hasn't been able to anchor the back of the side position.
I think Shy should be playing essentially off-site at this point.
Yeah, retake, maybe up heaven.
And I think he should have been doing that in the previous round as well. They're just running very, very similar defensive setups over and again. I'm seeing the timer not ticking towards the top there.
Timer pause, and I start to get worried.
Yeah, and here's
because of that.
And here's the tech pause.
Where's the game?
Well, we seem to have identified the problem.
Yes, that's a problem. You do need the game open to play.
Yeah, some of my ranked teammates haven't figured that out yet. Game on, monitor on.
Checklist. Got to run through before you jump into rank.
Keyboard plugged in.
Yes.
Brain working. Mouth working.
Yes,
all
that too.
important.
Yep,
all important.
All important.
Well, this does give a little bit of time then for crew to, take themselves out of the game and all ponder. They're not allowed to speak to each other, but all ponder in their own way how they might try to adjust this and get back in. Their buy is rough. They've got 2 Guardians, and they don't really have that same opportunity to break DRX's economy. They can do some real damage to it if they win here, but they have to win here. They have to stop DRX from getting up to 12. Otherwise, it's curtains. And I'm not convinced the crew have come out with the correct adaptations out of their tac timeouts. I don't think their read on it, on their defense side, is that fleshed.
Yeah.
Over time, over the course of the tournament, maybe it'll get there. But right now, it's looking like they're a step behind DRX.
It starts at the basics to a large degree, I think, as well, because DRX, they've earned up these big ults. At least the no command is a massive one. Trying to pay attention at least to the setup. Obviously, the players not able to talk to each other during a tech pause. Not sure if they're even allowed to move.
What, like their physical?
No, not physically. I mean, they can listen. They can maneuver. Well, actually, is that a strat that teams need to employ? Sign language in the future? Communication during tech pause. Am I putting ideas into their heads?
The Atreides battle language.
I am a nightmare for compops. I think I'm an absolute nightmare.
Right. Well, now Riot's going to have to hire somebody who's fluent in sign language to make sure that Kesnet and he aren't discussing strategy in the middle of these games. What have you done?
Okay. To me, man. I don't know.
Getting back into it then. This is do or die for crew. This really is the last chance for them to adjust the setups. And they have made a bit of a swap. Shy is now playing off-site towards B. They've got 2 players there on the B side of the map ready to support. This is finally them threatening mid-control.
Yeah, which we thought they were going to do.
We thought they were going to do tons of this. This is the first round where we've really seen it. Is it too little too late?
Bullets flying past, melts it. It's his teammates trying to make it feel like there is still obviously presence at the top of the site. There's nobody that's lurked up. Trust me, guys, Melz is not pushed up in this spot. Difficult one. Ult committed. That's an interesting one, yeah. I mean, Maka's right through this, and the timing taken right past them here. And this is going to be a squeeze and a pinch into these A anchoring players. MTA dropped straight to the floor here. Hunter's Fury being used to again push them back. Heat will be able to get at least some value from that with Mako falling. Flashback holding off angle. Claims to kill onto Melzer. DRX to kill feed that is filled up with red, at least for now. Kesnet traded. And so all the options that at least were present, available, removed shortly after here for crew. Not able to hold their ground onto that one.
And brutal. I mean, look at the webcam for Heat.
Yeah.
It looks like he's had a tech issue again. That is a brutal one. A tilter, too, because damage already done in the round. Listen, I don't work for Compops, but the rules, as I understand them, are that you're not going to replay a round like this.
Not if there's been damage done.
He was also in a 1v3, so from our outside perspective, very unlikely for that to be a winning scenario for him. It looked like DRX were massively in control of the round. But as a player in that spot, you're feeling like your agency has been taken away. That's the kind of stuff that puts you on tilt. After you won 13-2 on the previous map.
It's a tilter.
I feel like I'm talking about the mentality of both of these teams a lot, but you heard it from the desk too. This crew squad, they live and die by their emotions.
They do.
They are such an emotion-driven, fierce, red-hot team when things are working, and then stewing on themselves, getting a little frustrated when things are not working. And there's nothing more frustrating for a player than a situation like this. And they're also, economy's boomed. They're down 6 rounds. DRX are winning this map.
Yeah, it's 12-6. They are winning this map. You can say with most confidence. Doesn't matter how wrong I've been so far in this tournament. I'm saying with a lot of confidence they should be winning this map.
Yeah, they should be. And so now you're thinking ahead to Bind. Just to trickle some of that kind of stuff in there. It has been a map that's looked regionally very solid for DRX. KRU's permaban recently too.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns.
So we're expecting that to be a bit of a trap where KRU have got something prepared, but how good it is, we have no idea. And DRX historically have not actually been able to translate success on Bind into international success on Bind.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to keep in the back of your mind too. Has looked good in Pacific, but is it good enough to be able to get wins here at Champions?
So I'm just thinking ahead about it. I mean, from the prep that I've done, at least, of watching DRX on Bind, I'm short and shy of the mark, at least in some of the matchups, you know, when they're going up against Gen G, who a lot of people pen as the favorites of the event, right? So it's Gen G.
Gen G are ridiculous.
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt, but they've had, you know, close losses in that regard. And it's a very fleshed out map for them as well. So yeah, I'm looking at KRU and I'm wondering what exactly could they possibly have been cooking up.
You can see just in the body language here from KRU.
Yeah, it's tapped out a little bit.
A little resigned, frustrated. They'll give it their all, I'm sure, in these last few rounds, however many end up being played. Now, potentially.
Yeah.
Could go on forever, couldn't it?
Now, if DRX really wanted to boom them, they'd queue up a timeout right now. If we're really getting into like the mental warfare, you know, thinking about sign language advantage during tech pauses. I'm trying to, you know, evolve the coaching game here. But if I got a timeout called after all of this and I was Heat, I would lose it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, is Termi that cruel?
If we see it, DRX are winning this event.
I mean, Termi has been known to not call tack timeouts sometimes when his team are down.
That's true.
If he ended up sending one here.
Listen, he's got rid of the suit.
He's
turned a new leaf.
He's relaxed. He's stopped benching Foxy9.
Yes, he's given him a chance to play.
Yeah.
Which is a point that we haven't really spoken about too much, mainly because Foxy9 has been on this map, he's been supplementing, he's been helping out, he's been there, he's been present.
Yeah,
prior map he wasn't.
Hasn't taken over the game. But
exactly.
The last time that Foxy9 played an international, he's not a brand new rookie to these global events. Foxy9 was at Tokyo. But I would forgive you for not remembering, because he only played 2 matches. He went 1-1 and then he got benched.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a theme, a running theme of last year's DRX. As they kept subbing people out and rotating the roster. A lot of questions about DRX, but they ended up settling onto this squad with a lot of rookie talent that they believe in, and their development and their scouting has been good. I think Foxy9 may be towards the bottom of the list of good, brand new, you know, great players that they've integrated into their team. But if you think back, Mako was a duelist main that they integrated into the Smokes role and brought up. So they do have a fantastic history of being able to concoct talent and build for the future.
Yeah, they really do. And a lot have been asked, I think, at a veteran presence and talent on DRX. Buzz, as an individual who I was highlighting. Now, I'm going to steal an asset from the desk, which I'm sure they've called in and prepped. Which is the Buzz Ob highlights, because this guy has been taken over when he had that weapon in his hands, at least in the defensive half. And for me, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit upset watching map 1 because the guy he didn't have it. He was kind of getting diffed in that regard by Kesnit, but this time showing up back into that stage 2 playoff form.
Yeah, and putting on some real excellent performances back here. Dancing around, dodging a lot of utility. And stinging like a bee when it comes down to it.
Exactly, but if Buzz is putting up numbers like this as well, it helps the whole team, because you got to think with the amount of just turbulence that his team has had throughout this year. Hello, we're back on camera.
Hello.
Wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. It's okay. Always ready for it. But yeah, with the amount of turbulence that this team has had over the course of the year, it's up to the veterans to pick up the pieces sometimes when morale gets low, when things aren't really
you know,
together.
It's interesting you say that, because DRX internally have talked quite a lot about people like Bane being uplifting for the team and being that breath of fresh air that they needed to be able to turn the ship around and focus on a new identity and bring that positive energy. It would be, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and a fly that spoke Korean on the wall in the back end between map 1 and map 2, because, you know, who is it that's there helping DRX maintain their mental with all of these players that have had some experience regionally, but, you know, when you're looking at Flashback and Bane,
there we go.
To be honest, Foxy9, not as much experience.
Yeah.
We're back.
We are back. We are back. And, yeah, at this point, staring down the inevitable, which is DRX most likely walking away with this map. They are grouped up. They are ready to go, raring to go over towards A. It's a slow wait, seeing if the knife gets used, but the timing of it is awkward, so it is going to catch most of them here, pushing them back and away. And they want nothing to do with A now, not that they showed at least presence towards that area of the map. Maybe that was always part of the game plan.
Shy is pushing up. So this is the first time we've seen Shy go aggressive on defense over here.
Yeah, might be able to at least get a kill. There's a fight about to be taken while mid is being pushed.
Flashback's going to miss that.
Yeah. Backing around. It's a real awkward one. Jump spots abound. Up through the ropes. There it is. Flashback strikes. And with Shy down, so goes the setup over towards B. So no command not even necessary. And he's really just done enough. It's 2 removed. He was running his wee little legs there as fast as humanly possible. But at this point, it's weakening out the defenders. Player spotted out over towards the A side. There is time still available, and with all this space gained and pushed up, vacuumed up here. Flashback even with that third. It's cracked open a side and essentially won them the map with that.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't curtains already for KRU, that lurk play and those kills have certainly driven the dagger into the heart.
Yeah.
Kesnet and MTA looking to pick up the pieces. Ooh. And it's a 4K, possibly on for the ace here as well. Can MTA shut it down, or are DRX going to be thrown into bind?
MTA survives, Flashback's on 5L, running his way around. No ace today. But it is inevitable. MTA just making us all wait for a little bit. He's going to give it a good go, but already, look at the angles to account for here. I mean, Buzz has already just taken up this position into Spawn Blade Storm right behind him. Let's knives out. He's behind him. He's toying with him. He's walking up right behind him. Oh, no, 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 no. It's like a horror movie. But 13-6 for the finish. Map 3 bind, ready and waiting.
And if there was ever a final kill in a map that showed you a team has recovered from being battered in map 1, reset their mental, and are feeling perfectly confident, literally toying with the final player.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, DRX have definitely pulled themselves back up. The momentum now firmly behind them. The morale turned around. We're going to be sending it to a break on the other side the rest of the series.
this one. The lurks he was getting, the way that he was really getting those first bloods, not really allowing Shy any opportunities to be able to lurk himself. I mean, gotta say, Flashback was impressive.
Yeah, it was actually one of the best performances I've seen from him. A youngster on the stage, you're always going to question pressure.
Yeah.
We spoke about it after that first map, like, were they going to crumble? Were these youngsters not going to be up to the standard?
That's ridiculous.
He was kind of good.
Yeah, those numbers are pretty high, I would say. An excellent game from Flashback, and from DRX as a whole. I think that, I mean, the casters were talking about it. They had some really good ideas on their defense, the way that they were building around Buzz's operator. I think they gave him a lot of opportunities to A, have individual impact, and B, the way they were calling their macro around him was really good.
Yeah.
Setting him up on these early lines with the heavy side early, sometimes even showing that with utility, and then stacking the other side, showing a lot of variety in that. I thought it was really good from it, from DRX and from Mako as their IGL, especially there.
Yeah, but then on the opposite side for Crew, they went with a different composition. Leviathan had rolled the composition before. No duelists in this comp as well. So you're thinking, okay, this could be an opportunity here. Maybe they've learned a little bit from what Leviathan did with that composition, but instead, I think this is the case of like, hey, it's a good idea, it's a good comp, but they didn't quite feel comfortable with it.
The thing is, I think, wasn't it, the difference with the Lev one is they do have a duelist.
Yes.
Other than that,
true. Yeah,
it has similarities. So it's that Omen coming in. I actually don't think that, like, Kesnet will always play well on his agent. It's whether the team works well with him on that agent.
Sure.
I think that was the problem. Like, he was setting up paranoias. It's like, if that guy is at the back using util, that means he's not at the front popping heads.
Exactly.
And to me, a lot of the issues were a little bit more like macro. I think that they index really heavy on their defensive side into playing set retakes with the Harbor.
Yeah.
They had a lot of ideas around using the Cove to get out of choke points or put that down on the spike. Very similar to how teams used to play Pearl in the Harbor Viper meta, right? You're putting up the wall, everyone's fighting forward, one player's sticking on the spike. I think fundamentally that's a okay game plan. I just think it's really hard to deal with the post plants on this map, frankly. The spam game that we saw consistently every round from DRX and from the other teams that have played this map as well. I think it's just too strong. I think that maybe
you need
indexing...
a Sage wall.
I don't know about that. Sage is good on this map, but I don't know if she's the play in Pro.
Well, let's go ahead and look forward, though, to map 3, because we're going over to Bind. And, you know, this has been a solid one for DRX. So if you are a DRX fan, you're feeling pretty good about the team going into this one. But I do want to see what we talked about before about Kesnet being on the Omen, being behind everyone, not being in front of the pack.
Sure.
This time around, Kesnet's going to be in front of the pack this time around.
But we don't even know what they're going to play. This is Crew's permaban.
But I mean, realistically,
they've not played it for a whole year, GB.
Realistically, like, do you really think Kesnet's not going to play Duelist on Bind?
He's going to play Raze.
Yeah, he's going to play Raze. So you're going to have him be that tip of the spear for the lineup, which is what found them that success in map 1. So if they can lean on that again here, they could very well walk away with a dub. That being said, though, I think DRX are feeling a little bit more confident. And if these young guns at a global event start to step up the way they did in map 2, it's going to be quite problematic for the LATAM squad to figure out.
They've got more data than they could ever need. The last time that it was played by DRX, they lost 18-16 on this map. So you can basically have watched every single round a million times just in that matchup, and you'll have everything to try and break down what your opponents are doing. Maybe you can try and throw a spanner in the works here and there.
But that was against Gen G, who I think is presently the best team in the world, I think in most people's opinions, after their early performances here and winning the last global event. They play the 100 Thieves comp with the Fade and the Gecko, and I think they play it really well. Their defensive protocols looked on point. I think the coordination between the initiators was really nice on the timings they were using to pull out those util combos, and well, it's not as much opping as we saw on Abyss. Buzz is still going to be a menace on the defensive side in this comp when he's playing the Raze.
Yeah, we're going to have to look out for that for sure, because if Buzz gets firing again here, how does Crew try to shut that down when he's already feeling comfortable like that? Whew, it's going to be real difficult.
We got a little spoiler there at the Agent Select, but it looks like Crew is also playing the Mirror here with that same 100 Thieves comp with the Gecko and the Fade. I think it's the best comp on this map right now, and Crew have played, or at least watched, other teams in Americas play this a lot, and I imagine scrimmed against it as well.
The only thing is, I feel like if you're going to come in as the team who's never played a map, I feel like you need to go a little bit bold. Because if you come in, you haven't had the reps on LAN, you haven't had the reps in the server, it's only been in the practice, which sure, you're going to learn a lot from. I still think it's a little bit of a worrying sign to go in against a team who've already had plenty of reps on this comp and then try and beat them on it.
I disagree. I think this is just a good comp to play. I don't think you need to overcomplicate it. You have a lot of odds you can watch of how to implement this one, and I think that KRU have played similar ideas before with the Gecko combo comps. I'm not worried about the comp. I'm worried about the team and how they can bounce back into this third map.
That's right. Well, here we go, folks. Map 3. Which squad is going to be starting champs with a big dub? Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Brendan Sideshow yet again for the call.
Bind is going to be an interesting one because of all the setup that the desk has been talking about. You know, it's been KRU's, Permaban, and for DRX, they are a good team on this map. Their setups are well thought out, especially on the defensive sides. And already, I'm getting an early glimpse in terms of how they want to play this one. It looks different again. Normally, they're playing double initiators over towards B, trying to crunch areas. This looks like a fight towards short A.
Well, it actually might end up being a crunch just through the other teleporter.
Yeah.
If we see Shy take a little bit of space and have that Viper contact battle.
Bane hears all the noise, including the stimmy. Doesn't choose to use the C's nice and early here. It's a big tool to try and delay this one as well. He actually gets it a little bit too early, but there are, Crunch online now. Triggering that play. It's a nade into the corner and Shy isolated. Push back TPs on TPs. KRU want nothing to do with it. But the molly is preemptive. Drops them down, including a smoke in their face. Mako has locked them well out of that site.
Perfect play so far from DRX. But now, as KRU reset,
they're going running around the world.
They're not going to know exactly where people like Flashback are. And they're not going to know that it's a 4-player stack, but KRU are much more grouped up.
Walking around here, just onto the corner, expecting that re-clear, but crouched up, the bullet's just not quite landing. Only the one for Flashback. Melzer, nice and pretty, still with that Showers control. Buzz, it's a level of awareness there for him.
And this is good. This is a nice read here from Melzer. When Flashback dies, you're expecting KRU to accelerate into B. That's where the defenders go.
Buzz seeing signs of life down. For a short, Foxy9 over the top there with the Dizzy as well. Forces Melzer out into that fight, crouched up Heat. He removes Buzz. No longer a problem into this round, but a spike has also been dropped down. Tap from Heat, seeing if there's that second wave of things. Again, out wide and open. Not enough of the movement, and time now is thoroughly against him. MTA, a lot to do in this spot. Forced to at least get the kills or stick, but it's an impossibility. DRX have played that one to perfection, despite the mid-round adjustments of KRU being on point.
A great round from DRX. Perhaps a hint of things to come, with one of these teams being much more comfortable on Bind than the other. The crunch through, and Shy not recognizing that potential of the threat. It's a difficult read to go for, because they had no info towards short. But he got sandwiched. Absolutely flattened.
Nice!
There's some emotion. Okay. It sets up the economy nicely for DRX. Catching the players out towards B long here. KRU are grouped up, all 4 of them. Orb in the face though makes it nice and difficult. Nice from the perspective of DRX, not willing to give them too much ground.
Just trying to piece off the map, portion by portion, see if they can build up to large ultimates. Normally you're going to see the attacking team want to build up their Thrash first. It's the one that tends to come online.
Take a little bit of a TP here, straight into the open arms of Bane. That is a lovely adjustment. A lot to overcome there, even if they are eco kills.
That might let him catch up to Heat's ultimate.
Yeah, shows that he's on point with it. Large part of this composition that KRU are running, it relies on the ultimates to try and generate fast execs that can't really be stopped by anchoring players.
And they don't really have one. They're going to be heading into round 3. Heat's the closest. And that Nightfall, I don't think it's on its own good enough to really be a massive execute tool.
Yeah.
You can get a lot of room over towards B if you take Long and Hookah. But Heat is still 3 away from that, so, you know, we're not really going to see it online for a little while. DRX with an opportunity to convert on a bonus round. Flashback takes up position in Hookah with a judge. That's brutal to get through. at any time on Bind, in any part of this map's history, that is brutal to get.
Doesn't matter if you're on a bonus, man. Listen, it's good, even on a full buy.
Find you.
Horn out through to Smoke Bane. It's broken, so there's some acknowledgement for him.
And that sends Buzz, he was playing a float position in spawn, it sends him more towards the A site.
Flashback would love any of these crew players just to walk straight into him, but nobody's budging right now. Crew making sure that they try and play that slow siege. That's a walk up, and I think just a pre-fire into the corner as the orb was coming up, but hard to tell. Shido.
They may have got the timing wrong.
It's a massive kill.
As you said, Flashback has his orb over there, but Foxy9 looked like he was caught out in the open. Have to see that one in a replay. Kesnit still with a huge amount of patience, knows there's a serious chance that there's a shotgun on the other side of this.
You have to expect it.
But also at some point, you're probably going to want to go in there and you're not going to have initiator utility.
Try and use a nade to rebound, but depends how deep he'll bank it. Flashback could still be alive.
And you don't know which side he's on.
Exactly, so it's a lot to clear here. Buzz sees a lot of them. Signals now for the wall to go straight back up, and so does the Dizzy. It actually does connect into the tube. Is that Crew going to be sending it forwards? The go button is hit ever so slightly here. There's a lot of util being used. Again, it's disjointed, but that's partly because you see the molly's already been placed down as well. So Crew being stunned with only 15 seconds left, and this has bought time for DRX. They've got players into the spot and a position, and Kesnit just goes for the widest space in the world to clear it. Doesn't work out. Still alive onto the corners. Molly at their feet. They can't step over it. They can't get access to it. Jumping around, making a mockery of the round. DRX are converting this bonus.
From what we've seen on Bind so far, and from what we saw in Abyss, it's like a totally different team for Crew. They haven't even been pushing DRX that much.
Yeah.
You know, rounds like that, they fall apart so easily. Kesnit just walks into a judge, and the others are stopped by small pieces of defensive utility. Nothing earth-shattering that DRX are doing. A jump spot, a nade, smokes down, and then Crew are forced to push through the smokes without their entry player, and it all falls apart.
Yeah. I think there's pieces of the puzzle that are missing here for Crew.
I agree.
If you're playing the attack side, you have to pull out the mollies, snake bite, mosh pit, whatever it might be, but any sort of that stall util in every capacity as well, because it's going to deny the plant, it's going to deny you even being able to go into these XX, and you're going to be tested in that space. We've been talking a lot about kind of mentality with these teams, especially because DRX got slapped around, dismissed on map 1, it immediately was answered back on Abyss with a rather tilting tech pause for Crew. And right now it seems like DRX haven't slowed down from that map 2 here. This is a very committed off angle. Kesnit is quick to respond there, and he's good with the movement on top of it still. With Shy dropped, they're getting themselves into the site. So Nightfall scatters its way across, does connect onto a multitude of targets, but Bane is not to be pushed back and away here. Tries to at least offset his movement enough to survive, but he's going to be dropped in the process. Now through onto the side, MTA planting, Moshpit and Snakebite rebounding, but it's a little bit too late there. Just missing the mark, so still getting into that plant. He's for the post of it. Crew. Rivers in the hands. Melds is spotted out, and spam through the box will do the job. It's methodical here by DRX. Take their time with most of this here. MTA only with the Sheriff to work with. He would have to hit a miracle shot, including the Sheriff in the hands of MTA, but it's just not happening. Peeking around. The wingman taps that first point of the fuse. They know exactly where Heat is. He's going to be not long for this world. And the fuse is completed. Slightest amounts of danger there in the round, but still DRX looking like they're more than comfortable to navigate it.
You're right that there was some danger, but it also took them the Nightfall, which was the first ult that they got up to. And MTA had 3 opportunities to try to get a kill with the Sheriff. Couldn't get any of them.
Yeah.
And that would have brought it into a 2v2, and then we're really talking about danger.
This is, I mean, a timeout round 5.
Yeah. Normally this is a sign of a disaster. Something either within the comms, something that they want to address very early on about the macro, because you don't actually have that much data. You've played a pistol, you've played like a anti-bonus that you lost, and then, you know, apart from that, it's been ecos.
Yeah.
So in theory, you shouldn't even have too much to discuss. But this next round coming up, they do have rifles on board for both teams, and they have big ultimates online. So Atom might just want to hop in here and give a very quick beat about giving them a specific strat for round 5, just to get their feet underneath them and make the score 1-4 and make them feel like they've got some opportunities to go toe-to-toe with DRX.
Sometimes that's exactly what you need, really. Just, you know, like you said, breathe some signs of life into this squad, because it's just flat right now for Crew.
Yeah. They were a fire that burned out too fast by the look of things on Haven.
Yeah.
Burned too brightly.
Wear their hearts on their sleeves as well, playing in the back of their emotions. On top of the world, really. Map 1, we were talking about potentially turning around the dire straits this team has always been in since 2021. When they attend these champs, they never really make a deep run, and it, you know, still early days in map 3. But for now, in terms of what we're seeing, rather dejected Crew, they're going to have to turn it around if they want to see if they can dispel that narrative. Deep orb is going to be used here by Crew. Shy zone. Feels like they could be walking all the way up here past that orb.
Trying to control the B orb as well and make sure that that's not something that a player like Kesnick could take away and get his showstopper online. You see that DRX are trying to control both of the alt orbs. Stop Crew from getting those active.
Orb's going to have to be dropped as well. Crew looking like they want to try and lurk potentially up through A short. Got to save some fuel in the tank for that one, for the wall to be up and abound. And this is a classic from Crew. They love to contact into these plays, but again, might be to their own demise.
Buzz is getting called back to the A site. He's the player with a showstopper and nade and blast packs. It should be very difficult to get plant down, even if Crew exec short.
Wall up. We're waiting for that timing. Now the util is going to be following up past it. Up and over. Doesn't clear out Maka, though. There's nothing for a showstopper in the hands. It's returned there, and a swing off from the side. Bane still alive and kicking, but will fall in the end. That's heat to drop him. Shower's control is going to be given up and lost. A flank timing here by Flashback. Out and around. And a full avoidance of lamps. Crew wanted nothing to do with it, so they didn't give up their lives to the judge here. A lot is going to be resting on the shoulders of Flashback, who we're watching right now, but slipping past. Here's the footsteps. Running around. Got to wait for this wall to drop as well. He's going to be given the easy kill. Yes, he is. And DRX, they make sure to swarm. It's disciplines, and an ult in the back pocket of Foxy9 will basically seal it up. Checkmate at that point.
DRX with another very nice defense round over towards A. And that's after Crew got about the best case scenario against Buzz's showstopper. If you go 1-for-1 in that spot, the wingman still plants. That's about as good as you're going to get when the Raze on defense has that ult. But it's the post-plant situation that's just brutal for them. Didn't quite get the read on Flashback coming through market, and Foxy9 also winning that crucial battle from Cubby. If you just look at the duels and who's winning them, and the pace of the game, the pace has slowed down, and DRX have started winning a lot more of the rifle fights.
Yeah, and that's an important point to make out, I think, as well, just how much DRX are controlling the tempo. They're not getting sucked into these fights. Map 1 was them honestly losing their cool. They looked frantic.
Yeah.
I think they were getting sucked in constantly to try and take duels. DRX really going to be tested, I think, in this instance. This is a lot of players up into their face, but again, to judge and hearing it, nobody wants to step past it. Mako spam down heat. He has answered back, finally. Onto the board there with those 2 kills. A peek from Kesnet, lucky to be alive.
They still haven't used Thrash or Showstopper. Here comes the Thrash.
Now going to be used to not even take much space, just in case it peaks most of it, but they already had control of lamps. MTA will pick it back up for another go of things. Shy still sitting. Tucked himself away into showers, one of the best chances they've had in a long time. Wait a second, util is used, combined attempt. Kesnet Showstopper has to use, at least to offset that one. Bane, he's sticking it, and it's not spammable for Shy into the spot. Off onto the angle again, he knows that there's a chance, and it's 1 out. Shy finally puts one on the board of a Red Bull clutch.
He was good with them on Haven. He won 2 incredibly important clutches for his team. And now he's put the first round on the board on Bind. The fact it ever got to a clutch situation, though, I think is a bit worrying. I really like the util dump, though, that DRX had over towards lamps.
Yeah, they had a good way to clear lamps there.
Lovely clear in that spot. But for Crew to be sat in a post plant, everybody in a nice position, and still have to use Thrash and Showstopper, and it comes down to a 1v2, squeaky bum time.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well. Probably getting that connection as well, just from the trail, the haunt up and over. That was used a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the haunt over the top there's a nice one. It's one that DRX uses as well. Often can set somebody up to take B-long control, but DRX are trying to lock that spot down.
Yeah. Never a lot of control over the map right now as well. Doubled up onto B-long and up in the hands of Buzz so he can watch this Shower's position and angle.
Both teams running their Viper Orb on B-long there, contesting for space, but it's a fake from KRU. The group up, called from Melzer. He has orbital strike for post plant. If they can just get this plant down, again, they should be in a nice spot. Oh,
Util here might even be choosing to use this one. No, cancels the call here. It's a Nightfall now that's going to be used by DRX. This is a respawn that catches on to absolutely everybody. And all sound cues are deafened. KRU are working partially in the dark. The tap, MTA is looking for that response out. Orbital strike is used, but into the wrong spot. There's absolutely nobody waiting there. Dizzy around and about. It's KRU trying to fight tooth and nail over this spot into lamps, but they still don't have this plant down. There's 22 seconds left. Time escaping them. The hourglass running dry. MTA fully committing and tapping onto, finally committing into the spike, and there is that reinforcement. Side by side, Kesnet joining into the fight. Putting down any sort of position at DRX. They were fronting, trying to take it. They do have that Shower's control still.
Snakebite to clear lamps.
It's going to be the important elements here. Buzz has already picked up one, but it's already equalized. Nade into the hands, Kesnet, Util out and away. Movement by Bane, almost enough to isolate. Still, players are dropping KRU. Another chance, and it's grasped firmly here to put that second on the board.
More solid in the post plant there, KRU. After a very bizarre ultimate from Melzer, it must be said. But KRU, with that patience, lamps control, then try to fight a bit towards backside. Never really getting lost in these situations. And starting to win those duels as well, even in slower paced scenarios.
We'll say Bane made a good go of it. Did a lot of damage to the short player. Kesnet in the pocket.
Yeah, I still feel like DRX are attempting these fairly nicely. Maybe the operator's not the play though. If KRU are putting a heavy emphasis on walking down behind the Viper wall and then just execing short, your op is not going to be able to find too much value. We've seen this before when we were watching the Americas teams, and Aspas was struggling with it.
Yeah,
I think your op player can be excellent and be finding a lot of value, but at the end of the day, it isn't the right pick.
Yeah, it's a trap to fall into. A bind at the end of the day, you look at the map, anybody can do it. Listen, you can pull it up on Google.
I can look at the map.
You can look at it, we can, we have access to it, but there's 4 avenues. It's not like traditional maps where you have these long sightlines where you can post up an opper, they get constant information, they know exactly where the team's going to be. Binds, you can hide that intent quite well, and not just that, you can put up smokes into the face so that you can really mitigate an opper's value. And if you're trying to play post-plant denial as well, a rifle is going to help you do that. If you're locking down Shower's control, an op isn't.
Yeah, I agree with those points. I think that something that DRX should be trying to play around. Marco's going to pick up a judge too, and we've seen that can already find some value.
And they might be talking about what we were just discussing in that timeout because they had the money to buy an op, and they didn't invest into it.
Pit down towards short, Heat with the ult to try to clear it, if they wanted to. Instead, KRU taking a lot of Shower's control. They might even try to backwards Nightfall here. Set up that trail and have, you know, Melzer clear flashback from short. There goes Buzz early on.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
I think you can still commit A here. Flashback is now under so much pressure.
Yeah, he's worried about players potentially lurking up right behind him.
A fade ult into the pit from Showers would go crazy.
Foxy 9.
What have they got to do with it?
Yeah. Yeah, not too much.
They didn't make champs.
Jump spot. And a Nightfall. Going to be committing this one over towards the back of the site. The nade as well. Foxy 9 so damn low, just about. Wriggles himself round to the corner, but that's both Snakebite and Mosh Pit that's expended. 44 seconds of KRU in danger of running out of time here. And already with a sound cues cut away as well, they are making their way through. That is a rapid. Kesnet, he is leading the charge for his team. Flashback worried as well, still trying to maintain control and his composure towards A short, buying DRX a bit of a wing con as well, but the plant is down. Starting to tick away. Kesnet also with that showstopper.
Nobody can really wrap through. Oh, I was going to say no one can wrap through short, but now Flashback, Pit down. These players can try.
They're trying to bait them in here. Flashback only for the one still alive, though.
The defuse!
No way, Bane! He sticks it! Where's the protocols in place, man?
I've got to assume they thought Kesnit's showstopper was going to deal with it. Kesnit somehow thread the needle with his Raze ult to miss the defuse and, I think, miss the player that was pushing him. And just somehow landed it in the middle.
Yeah.
The splash damage didn't catch.
A lot of unknowns there.
Look at that! The Raze ult just misses. But I think he was distracted because of that push from Mako. So he's like kind of putting it between the two of them. They still had Melzer's Molly to work with. Like, there were so many more layers there. They just thought the Raze ult had done the job. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Disaster time for KRU. Squandering those rounds that should have been easy. Mako is already plays up in front of him. The contact play again works out for KRU. Kesnit not pushed back and away here. Dizzy over the top. Inside the smoke though. Buzz, he's hiding. Rebound with the nades. It's going to be landing and does deny that plan. There's a nade and a mosh pit all going to be used for Bane, trying to help him out. Doesn't fully commit into the fight at the front of the site. He's just about wiggling his way through. Damage is excellent, but still Melzer there with a trade. Fox9 instantly back and at it again. Kesnit, he's here. It's a three-piece for it. Nade rebounds, flashback abound. This guy, there's no safety in terms of anywhere that he can stand as that solo play, and they give it up. KRU, got nothing to do with this.
And because he has to be worried about Shy and Showers, Flashback there had to very diligently clear the angle. He couldn't just sprint over towards B and make it a foot race. This is looking like a save.
Yeah.
Credit's not good. KRU is starting to get a bit of a toehold, let's say,
yes.
on Bind. It's not a full foothold yet.
No, it's precarious.
But 6-3, working their way back in. At least getting into good post-plant situations like they were in the previous round, even if they mess it up. I'm wondering, though, how many rounds KRU actually need. We have no idea how good their defense is going to look. Yeah. This map, again, to remind the viewers, this is their perma-ban that they floated in order to get rid of Ascent, Icebox, DRX's, in my opinion, two best maps.
Stringing together the rounds here for KRU.
No one beats my firepower.
I wonder if there's anything cooking in the back of the minds of the DRX players about how to stop this contact play, because KRU have just been essentially disrespecting a lot of this util and doing exactly this. I mean, walking up onto the angles. And you might want to buy an operator, but again, you fall into that prior trap of, you know, maybe then they avoid the operator, they go into a different site. I think get value from it.
You could try to take aggressive short control.
Yeah.
As it looks like they're doing that pistol round setup that we talked about. Aggressive short control. If Flashback takes contact, you sand crunch. It's very solid. They've got big ults in this round too, DRX.
Still a half buy though. Making sure they save money for the remainder rounds.
Crunch
Peak is there. There is a possibility to crunch.
Not yet though.
No, players are sitting there. They backing around. There's a lot of util being used by KRU. Here it is, time to strike. It's being held by KRU. Watched onto that one, but it doesn't matter if he's holding it. He's not ready for this. Foxy9, he's straight back at them. Drops two, and Mako's right there too, alongside it, just watching that A short avenue. Heat. Alongside MTA, last two alive for KRU. They were not expecting that one. Again, it comes down to comfortability onto the map. Are they aware that somebody's here into the TP?
I'm not sure they are.
Rifles flicking around there. They're wondering about it. They're looking
They seem
the
like,
opposite way.
yeah, they know there's some level of danger. All Flashback has to do, though, really is stay alive.
Yeah, he does. And he's going to be the nuisance player now. Wingman's out through and a wide, and the Dizzy can't really see absolutely anything here, but it leaves it again just down to Heat. It's a 1v3, 25 seconds. Spikes drop down. Discipline played by DRX. This is tempered. They back away immediately. They don't want to give up any easy fights. How low Bane and Flashback are. Buying time. You hear the plan. It's committed inside. Heat.
Spike planted.
Hell of a job ahead of him. Gonna isolate these fights. Orbital strike. Does not catch it. Haunt is dealt with. One bullet will drop it. Has to reposition. He's worried about every single angle. Flashback was ready. Aim trained on it.
Works on the pistol. Works here in round 10. Beautiful crunch strategy and a great way of dealing with what KRU were throwing at them. Those contact plays down short. And I agree with you that it comes down to comfortability. Most teams are going to have protocols. They know that if they hear that teleport sound, they need to get out of there ASAP. And KRU are just a little slow with it. Didn't quite throw counter utility towards the teleport. Doesn't look like they're ready for those kind of, I guess, higher level plays that we see on Bind. And now it's odds and ends for KRU to try to recover this. 8 at the half for DRX or more would be fantastic on the final decider map.
Yeah, and money's back up. There's a thrash on either side. Has been earned up. Again, just walking up through the A short angle. There's a lot of pressure though with this util, but it's flying forward straight past this one. Foxy9, false confidence maybe. He's peeked out, almost getting the collapse Melzer. Again, he was trained onto that spot and position, so they do hand over the gun. It was trained or traded back over, so. And Melzer still has control of lamps this entire time. It gives options for KRU if they do choose to make their way back over.
I mean, kind of, but he doesn't know that lamps itself is clear. He hasn't felt confident enough to pick up the weapon yet. Only now is Melzer full clearing lamps, and the fight is happening showers.
Yeah, Bane. Danger. But again, safely navigated. Was Shy going to be dropped. No longer has to worry about that backstab potential. Here's a Nightfall. Going to be utilized. Forced to swing out from Melzer. It's not going to be long for that world. Stopper in the back pocket of Buzz is going to be able to use this one for any sort of win cons here. Round 11, but honestly, again, that patience and discipline on display here by DRX. Not willing to overextend or overinvest. Flashback with the wrap around ADS up. He deals with it. 8-3. Looking like a marvelous half so far from DRX.
KRU clearly felt like they had done enough prep work on this map to float it all the way to the end as a decider. But thus far, getting outclassed. Looking quite similar to map 2, I think, where there's competency. They're not getting flattened in the same way that DRX did on Haven. But at the end of the day, each round seems like there's a mistake or an extra play coming out from DRX to push things.
Yeah, you have to think maybe the gamble of floating this map against a DRX that have looked competent even at some of the worst times on this map regionally.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite paid off.
Huge ultimates here for KRU. If they want to try to push things across the line and get at least 4, trying to work towards the pistol and close the gap to 2 in the next half, they need to be able to get value out of stuff like the Thrash and the Nightfall.
And I've just noticed the buy. I mean, Buzz has got an operator at his feet. At least he did. He's handed it over to Bane. It's a double up setup. Tasted their own medicine from map 1.
Yeah.
Why not when it's flourishing in this way and form? The peak, of course, it's punished there. Foxy9 sharp. Rifles ready to be picked right back up again. Thrash out and through to Seize and a Mosh. All going to be used. 50 seconds down. Wait this one out, but there's a gap, I think. Bane not actually going to be caught by that one. Showstopper used up and over the top here. Dizzy has to be used to respond, and now Buzz right back at it. Ult of his own, revealed. Spamming and praying and spraying away. Bane, he's losing track, but still wrangles the kill. Rifles are there, and they put down these KRU players.
Even with KRU trying to set up a 2-phase push there, the Thrash to bait out defensive utility and then go forwards. Even with them learning as the map went on how they wanted to approach their attack side, DRX 1 step ahead. The power of experience coming from a team with 3 rookies.
Fully turn this one around and now looking primed to take this series. What a turnaround from that first map. They are in that driving seat. forward here to the second half of Bind. And if KRU did have anything up their sleeves, it has to be on Showcase. Here and now. Starting with that pistol round again, I feel like a struck and broken record sometimes, I think, when we're talking about this, because, you know, often when the team is down, it has to begin there.
At the same time, even if they do get a pistol, this is going to be an enormous uphill battle for KRU. They don't have the experience on this map. They don't know how their defense is going to work. If they tried to play heavy flood defending, which was the only thing that's really worked for them in this entire series, we didn't particularly get to see even them play the attack side on Haven. They were just flood defending over and over again to get a 10-2 half up, which carried them to a massive victory there. Even if they wanted to play that kind of style, Bind is such a post-planned map.
Let's see how they set themselves up here. Let's get into it. Round 13. Our final map in the series. DRX fully committed. All the bodies over towards B. Tiptoeing their way around most of this one here. They're going to go for a bit of a B split. Most of their players out and through this. It's a tried strategy. They do this one quite a lot. Up and through, and Shy just didn't know which way to look. The flood attempt met and shut down Heat. He was caught between a rock and a hard place there. There's no chance of him being able to escape. Spike dropped down, a bit of time earned. Buzz layers down that nade just to give him the safety net to be able to get that plant down.
Now into a solid post. Yes, they don't have any util. 3 versus 2. Buzz does not have a teammate to play off.
No, he's very much alone here. If he goes down, there's chances here for KRU. Doubled up. This is what they do best. Trying to take these fights, but again, just tapping away with the damage done. The game IQ just winning that one out for Buzz. It's 3 in a round for him before he's eventually dropped. Kesnit has to do so much here. Tap. And just walking, trying to bait out that peak, not giving anything whatsoever, tapping away. It's no easy fight. Nades re-earned, but expecting that re-flank, and right from behind, it's a dagger to the back. DRX now up to 10.
A lovely execute from DRX. They've got great ideas on their attack side of Bind, and they might be able to keep them fairly hidden, because the lead at the moment, looking like it's going to go to 11-3. They're within touching distance of the finish line. And again, a remarkable recovery from what we saw in map 1, where they just got destroyed.
It's a DRX team that they've been through a lot of shifts and changes in terms of their roster. They had to watch on the sidelines another Pacific team make history. Getting close to it before here. Kesnit getting punished with the yaw pickup, but this squad are looking to make their own mark, even though all the spotlights are on this Gen G squad for good reason.
Playing in front of the home crowd, here at Champions in Seoul, and they were the Korean darling team, and I think that has been overtaken somewhat by Gen G. Can they fight their way out of this one? Yeah, I think they can. I think they're fine.
That's brutal, man. But you're exactly right. They were the darling team of not just, you know, Pacific in some capacity, Korea, and they've had to watch that get overshadowed as Gen G have stepped up into that spotlight, have made history before anybody else.
And again, you can see it in the body language coming out from the guys over towards KRU. Ever since kind of like halfway through Abyss, maybe even early on in Abyss, they've seen that. KRU are going to take a tactical timeout. DRX had that legacy with the old roster of always making it to playoffs, almost always. I mean, a couple slip-ups here and there, but they basically dominated groups, and then they couldn't quite get over the finish line to be able to pick up a title. We always thought it was maybe possible for that old DRX roster, but at some point, just got a bit long in the tooth, and they decided to make changes and pick up fresh faces. This roster, I don't think many people are expecting them to go on a very deep run, lift a title. I know that Sliggy had him as his dark horse for the tournament to go deep.
Yeah, I think that's respectful.
A top 4, something like that. I think that is possible for this roster.
Yeah. I was very high up on DRX going into this event. I'm not just saying that to toot my own horn, trust me. I think that they looked very good in the finals performance, even though they lost versus Gen G. That's Gen G we're talking about.
Yeah.
The team that has just been dominating ever since our finals of Madrid, we've been going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and DRX's map pool is very strong too.
Yeah.
The fact, though, we thought they would be good on Haven and they got slapped here is gonna, it's gonna affect people's assessment of it. But other than that, they've looked very solid today, and this Bind performance.
There.
Goes from strength to strength.
Really no stopping it. You don't want to slow down here. Showstopper that was earned prior there. Buzz has already got it, and he's going to be using it to pave the way. Set the pace once more. Squeezing through any available players, but Showers is completely vacant. You can just pre-fire this one into the corner, but Fuse runs out still. The plant is down, and that's the important element. Crew not playing for that plant denial, as you see many teams do right now. They're going to have to try and do this one. Got a bit of extra util available at least. Nade, Kesnit. Wondering which way to play this one as well. Just cycling through the weapons as a seize and a nade. Buzz tucked to the corner, still safe and still firing away. Shots fired. Out and through, that's a Showers player dealt with here for Crew. Onto this retake. If they deal with Buzz too, there's that danger, but now he's going to be active. Into the fight now. What's the next player to all of this one? Has to watch it all down. MTA at least the tap onto the defuse, and DRX at least forced wide into the open. Plenty of time available.
Not the boom you hoped for. Okay, a couple of seconds on the clock. Would have made a large difference if DRX were willing to fake or really fight for backside there. You saw that Kesnit ran into backside knife out. He knew that DRX were going to be falling back into classic post-plant positioning, and so he wasn't worried at all. And then you get these kills coming through where Crew are able to contest.
One enemy remaining.
Crew would have to put together so many more, though, before this comeback felt like it had any real sting behind it. That's what they're going to aim to do. Some ults may come online for Crew to try to deny plant late into this round, but otherwise, it's just the utility that you've bought.
Jiggle from Heat, really, he's got that acknowledgement. You can hear the sound cues, but now walking back up. Smoking their face. Oh, that's a cheeky play. Crew trying to go for that trap play, expecting him to be a little bit deeper onto the line, but it's evacuated, backed away by DRX. They navigate it well.
DRX love inserting Buzz over towards B long and then pressuring short. This is a classic strategy of theirs. And Buzz can either become the backstab lurker or go through the teleport. This time, just choosing to reconnect with the rest of the team.
That's a timer taken by Shy. My God. Just expecting some sort of presence there.
All off the Viper wall.
Yeah. That's what you need.
Yeah.
Injection of fire there for Crew. Potentially even hearing those footsteps, but with the spike drop down, there's no chance. There's more or less here for Buzz. Potential money for his team to buy back up if he keeps this rifle into the next, but he might not even do that. That's nice.
30 seconds left.
Getting cheeky with it.
This kind of free round, though, where Shy picks the perfect timing and gets a couple brilliant kills, that's exactly what the Doctor ordered for Crew. It buys them time, gets them closer to big ultimates so that they can craft some
10 seconds left.
really difficult defensive setups to get through. And it gets them one step closer to making any kind of comeback a reality.
Oh, now, Kesnit.
No, I like it. If you see that from Kesnit, it means he's...
Has he forgot what country he's in?
Well, I mean, the point being that he's not just frustrated,
Sure.
he's actually channeling
Fired up.
Yeah, channeling it
listen.
into a desire to win.
Listen, it's up to him to attract the ire of the home crowd here.
I don't think he's ever been disinclined to attract ire in his life.
Of course not. Of course not, this guy. But yeah, he's feeling quite large and in charge here. Potentially got that fire back beneath them.
So they're going to play for the ult orb over towards B long by the look of things. Get a showstopper online early.
Shy's going to be challenged and tested. He's right in front of most of this one. Snakebite at the feet. A lot to overcome there, even if it is against the pistols. And Melter, Tass, which is trying to hold on to control of Showers. Succeeds at that at least, forcing the rotations of Crew. Tap of Foxy9.
Hoping to bait that ult out.
And now they're going to be TP, and they've given up the entirety of the B site.
Can they bait out the showstopper as well?
Could be a victory here for DRX, even if they don't get this plant down. If they manage to pull these ults out of them, Wingman planting. Kesnit, grenade, rebounds, across and away. Not enough damage, I don't think, to break this one. Mosh pit into the corner. Pound for pound there. Tucked away. Crew going to be corralled into the back of the Hall's position, but they do have the weaponry and still that ult to make usage of. Foxy9 as well with that crash, but might not want to use it. Here's the ult. Showstopper forwards. MTA taking care of Bane, and Rocket not really that necessary here with the rifles. Foxy9 making a decent go. Gotta respect it.
But even more than Foxy9's kills towards the end, it's the fact they dragged out Melzer and Kesnit's ultimates that got no value. I mean, nothing. It was just a cheap tap on A, and then Kesnit trying to make the retake work, worried, even though they're on an anti-eco, even with a player advantage, wanted to secure that round because every round means everything to KRU currently. But unless you're saving ultimates like that, it's going to make the comeback almost impossible. Yeah. DRX are going to take a tactical timeout here. Frankly, I don't think they really need to do that, but Tommy's just looking to stop the rot early.
They might have done enough just by, like you said, pulled the ults out of them, making it all the more difficult for KRU to even mount any sort of comeback.
DRX have a lovely strat that I watched them run in Pacific, where they haunt over the top towards Garden, the same one that we saw KRU throwing, insert Buzz in that area, B long, and then they'll run, so it feels like a B default at that point, and then they'll double lurk A. So one player tries to lurk down behind the Viper wall short, and one player tries to lurk in showers. Whichever one dies, the other just runs into sight. And it has ruined a lot of the Pacific team's defensive protocols. We haven't seen them run that strat yet. They pulled it out multiple times to huge success in Pacific. I'm wondering if coming out of a timeout to get a big round on the board, it might be a moment to unveil a strat like that. But on the other hand, they've got two big ultimates that maybe they just want to keep it simple, keep it safe.
Exactly. Not just that as well. I mean, maybe taking the timing to think about whether or not Shy's going to be using this ult. Could potentially use a Thrash to clear it, even a Nightfall as well. A really good ults. Making the most of it. You can see, one way going to miss. All good though. Shy with the ult in his back pocket. Now there's no signs of life from DRX. They are nowhere near this A site. Anticipating that would be potentially the position there. Prowler catching. Thrash going to be used as a squeezing the players out and through here. So has to be that evacuation again from these KRU players. Out through the back, Kesnit, got to respect that one. It was a haunt up and over the top here with the Nightfall now. Sound cues up and away. Bit of spam, stray bullets. Gliding past one another, barely giving haircuts, but no casualties, not just yet. Plant is down now for DRX. Important element now into the post. Mosh going to be laid down in a deep, committed site control and the hold for them. It's an orb in their face. The Thrash round 2. Sent flying out through elbow. Nobody's sticking to try and at least break that. And everybody's detained because they can't defend. Players topple, bodies fall, and DRX inevitable to get that 12. Just Shy remaining, one to stand. As I said, inevitable.
Keep it simple. DRX just play towards their ultimates, overwhelm the B site. Utilizing that Thrash in the post plant as well, all looking lovely from DRX. A 6-round lead, 6 chances to be able to put KRU away and move on as the first team in this group looking to face whoever comes out of Fnatic Billy. Buzz with a showstopper. MTA didn't get a chance to use the Thrash in the previous round. He was one away, got detained, taken down in elbow.
Careful here.
Last time, Buzz accelerated very quickly through short and tried to wrap onto a Showers player. But everybody was playing off-site for KRU.
This time DRX are happy to, again, play it a bit more cautiously. Slow defaults. It's more akin, honestly. They've been showing this on their attack sides a lot.
Yeah.
Just trying to hold for any deep pushes.
I like it. It's something that DRX, the old roster, never used to do that much. It's why they weren't as good on bind when it came to these global events. But learning from some of the EMEA teams, to be honest, in terms of the style, now approaching these early rounds much more slowly, cautiously. Flashback's got to lurk over towards Showers. Looks dangerous over there, though.
Really dangerous. I mean, either Flashback catches the contact here onto one of these players. It is returned with a fire, but it's a showstopper right onto the other side of the map. In through B, and Buzz has gained a lot of ground from it. Just the threat of it! That is egregious by Heat. Thinking he can take that timing back and away, and the Thrash is just dealt with. Broken down. Kesnit can't take the timing. This is it. The impetus. DRX know exactly when to strike where it hurts with an orbital strike earned up as well. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide now. MTA is going to be pushed back from this corner. If any of these players contacts a Thrash up and around, detainment onto Buzz, that will be the kill. And the angle just not afforded to at least answer back, but finally doubles up, and Shy has to do it all. So much to overcome, not quite possible. DRX with that third map win, overwhelming.
Huge opener for this newer squad for DRX. They've never lost an opening match at a global event, and this team is not going to start now. I think we were all very worried that it was going to be a different tale after map 1. There was possibility of capitulation, the mental fortitude required to get back into this series and play on Abyss and Bind deserves a lot of credit for this Korean squad playing in front of their home crowd. And Buzz, you were talking him up earlier, what a performance from him towards, you know, the second quarter onwards of Abyss and all of Bind. He was on fire.
Took over, he was top of the scoreboard in that last match, 23 kills, 4 first bloods, on point. The crowd going to be happy with that one as well. Roaring applause for this squad that, as you mentioned, hasn't dropped an opening game. Champs not really looking to start anytime soon here. They've managed to battle their way back. And honestly, I think there's going to be a discussion to be had about, you know, that shakiness. But to be honest, dissuading that, I think, with how good they looked on map 2, map 3, it was really well put together. They weren't falling into the trap of trying to, you know, fight at the tempo that KRU were doing. They were really just, honestly, kind of just controlling the entire state of the game.
Yeah, they slowed the game down a lot, map 2, map 3. A great decision for them, and the maps played into it as well.
Yeah.
Much more difficult to play those maps at a higher tempo. KRU did win one thing today. They won the classic kill versus classic kill battle.
Don't know what that was playing for.
Are they going to feel good about that?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Letting slip a 13-2 lead is brutal. KRU have got difficult opponents coming up as well. Whoever loses to Fnatic Billy again, do not doubt.
Yeah,
do not doubt.
Do not disrespect that Billy team.
What, why are you even saying them? You're disrespecting them by assuming they'll lose against Fnatic.
Listen, I'm sorry. We'll be finding out after this match, I'm sure. But we're going to send it down to the floor. I believe we have the Gentle Giant waiting for the interview.
Gently here standing with Mako after they take down KRU 2-1. Now, congratulations, Mako. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Now, DRX, you guys had a shift in the identity and the play style, moving away from that execute-heavy team to more of a team fight-heavy team, right? So taking down KRU today, who is, you know, known for their contact plays, must mean a lot to you, especially here in Champions. 마코 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 뭔가 DRX가 올해부터 조금 교전 위주로 경기를 풀어가는 스타일을 선택해가고 있잖아요. 이런 좀 스타일의 변화를 주고 있는 가운데 크루라는 대표적인 컨택팀을 상대로 승리를 거뒀다는 게 참 의미 있을 것 같거든요. 오늘의 승리 어떻게 보시나요?
일단은 크루라는 팀을 제가 21년도 때부터 되게 좀 눈에 좀 들어오는 팀이었거든요. 그래가지고 뭔가 교전에서도 이기고 전략적으로도 이긴 것 같아가지고 조금 많이 행복합니다. 네.
Well, I always have my eyes on KRU since 2021, and to be able to match their firepower level and also, you know, out-aim them, but also beat them with our executes and strategies, it definitely means a lot, and I'm really, really happy with how today played out. Now, speaking of DRX, though, in the past global events, post plans were something that you guys had so much success with, but the meta has kind of shifted away from that, and ever since you taking on that IGLing role, we see DRX relying less on post plants as well. So do you think this is because of how the current meta is kind of, you know, folding, or do you feel like it's just changes that DRX are trying to implement with your new play styles? DRX가 그동안 국제 무대에서 가장 잘했던 게, 세계적으로 가장 잘했던 게 바로 포스트 플랜이잖아요. 뭐 몰리로 한번 맞고 하는 거. 근데 그동안에 메타의 변화도 있었고, 또 마코 선수가 이렇게 IGL을 잡으면서 좀 이 포스트 플랜트에 의존하는 빈도수가 많이 줄어든 것 같거든요. 이게 좀 현존하는 메타의 한계인 것 같은지, 뭐 몰리도 버프가 됐고 아스트라도 현재 나오지 않고 있으니까, 아니면 그냥 DRX가 조금 더 변화를 주고 있는 것의 일부인지도 궁금합니다.
이 부분에 대해서는 솔직히 말하면 발로란트가 요즘 들어 교전 위주로 좀 많이 흘러가는 것 같아가지고 사실 메타상 이렇게 된 것 같아요. 그래서 포스트 플랜트는 22년도 이후부터는 뭔가 좀 잘 안 되는 것 같고 그냥 요즘 교전으로 모든 팀들이 다 그렇게 흘러가는 것 같아요. 그래서 어쩔 수 없이 이제 그렇게 되는 건가 싶기도 해요. 네.
알겠습니다. Now, I feel like the meta these days kind of don't allow a lot of post plans. It's really harsh on making those post plans kind of successful, and a lot of it comes down to winning those skirmishes and those aim duels. So that's definitely being more aggressive is what you need in the current meta to win out the games. And I believe that the era of post plans are kind of dying away. Now, I'm gonna ask you a quick question, Mako, Fnatic or Billy?
그날이.
Okay, then you are going up against one of the best IGLs in the world, Bolster. Do you feel like you're prepared for that? How are you feeling? 그러면 푸나틱이 이길 것 같다고 예상을 해주셨는데 세계에서 가장 유능한 IGL로 꼽히는 보스터 선수를 상대해야 되잖아요. 자신 있으신가요?
자신 있죠, 당연히.
100% confident against facing Bolster. Now, congratulations, Mako, once again, and good luck against whoever you get to face.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 마코 선수 만나봤습니다. Bolster versus Mako. Is that the matchup we're gonna get? We'll have to wait and see with the next matchup coming up because we have Billy taking on Fnatic coming up after the break.
You more than you know, more than you'd believe. You're the only thing that really makes me want to live. There are times when I feel like I have no will to fight. You always come and chase away the demons from my mind. You're beautiful inside and out. And I wish to thank you. For you're the one who made me want to stay.
Welcome back to day 2 of Champions Seoul and our second opening match of Group A. I'm Golden Boy, once again joined at the desk here with Mimi and the birthday boy, Tom. I had to do it again just to give you some embarrassment.
Didn't say that in the script.
It didn't say that in the script, but I added it because I'm my own man and I could do what I want. But up next,
did say that in the script.
We have a great potential. Hopefully, I want to be hyped about this. But of course, it is going to be a 23 rematch between Fnatic and Billy Gaming. Now, if you hadn't been watching the Chinese region for a little while, you might remember Billy from their incredible run that we saw at Champs. Everyone's so enthusiastic about this team. Obviously, time has changed, right? It's been a while here, but Billy, they were the underdogs then, they're the underdogs now, and we know what they do when their backs are against the wall.
The last time we saw them, they did the funniest thing possible. 2 wins in a row against NRG to make playoffs at their first ever global event. But Fnatic was the team who queued them up for the second match of that bout, right? Beating them in the group stage. It was a very, very dominant game. Fnatic rolled them in a quick 2-0 and made their own way into the playoffs.
Yeah, I also think last time around I kind of looked at that team and there were a lot more positives. I'm nervous about them here. I think they're going to have to have come in with quite a few changes from what we saw in the regular season because they got through in a very tight margin.
Yeah, Fnatic, however, I mean, it has been the resurgence of all time.
They're a great team.
Yeah, after not making it to Madrid and going out swiftly in Shanghai, they have come back into stage 2, did not drop a series, and I think reinvented themselves. The critique of this team so often was that they're just playing the same stuff, they're doing the standard, they're running through the same motions, but they were playing new comps, new ideas. This was a fresh-faced Fnatic in stage 2.
Yeah, well, they literally had a new player in the mix as well, and they haven't lost since he joined, the youngster in Hero, and it's funny calling him the youngster when Alpha is still like almost a similar age to him, but it really is impressive what he's been able to bring, but also how they've been able to bring this guy into the team. Still the 4th best EMEA team in your mind, though, which is what you said, top of the show, we have evidence of that.
I don't remember that at all. But look, here's the deal, though. Fnatic, a team that, would at times lean on, hey, Durka, go shoot everyone and win. Right now,
famous strategy
has worked for them from time to time. But now this team has actually leaned so much more on their defense, so much more on what they're bringing to the table here. You're really seeing a more well-rounded Fnatic coming into Champions.
Yeah, like the statistics will tell you what you need to know, but at the same time, I pulled some clips specifically for their map of Sunset, because on the defensive side, this was a map that they didn't play up until the end of the season. They pretty much banned it all the way out. Yeah. And this is just them taking B main versus Vitality. Now, Vitality were a team that really loved leaning on that B main control, and that's how they would set up. So you had different utility setups every single time using the stuns, the stars, switching the personnel that were there. In some cases, they were very aggressive, taking deep control. Other times, they were combining it with the ultimates that they had online. It was ultimately just a beautiful counter to a very, very good team on Sunset, and they ended up obliterating them.
I was so impressed with how Boaster and the coaching staff showed so much variety in all these new compositions. I think a lot of the times when teams try and innovate, right, not a lot of other squads are playing as much Yoru, as much ISO, as much unique stuff as Fnatic is.
That was Althea on Breach.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But the depth they've shown, they have multiple looks in all of those. They have a couple different looks on the default. They have a lot of set plays, and that's across their map pool that is proven to be incredibly deep. This is no longer the Fraudnatic that was struggling, that wasn't making it to the globals. This is back to the Fnatic that is going to be contending for trophies at global events. But the thing is, they've never done it at Champions before, and this would be the perfect place for them to find their redemption.
Exactly, and with Leo out, Hero has been brought in as the sub, and they have been dynamic, unreal this the previous stage, and now you're going to have Hero at a global event here. You know, it's a different type of environment for him, but honestly, I can't think of 4 better people to share the stage with for your first match.
The other thing as well is you have to think of the stakes even when he came into EMEA.
Yeah.
It was a team that, okay, they made it to one of the internationals, they failed the first and didn't look particularly good. So it was basically a story of, okay, we have to get to Champions, we have to do well at Champions, otherwise this is a failed year for this squad. And this kid hasn't broken a sweat. He's looked fantastic all the way through.
And he's filling into the shoes of Leo, the guy who we've always lauded as one of, if
Leo
not the
and
best.
Sentinels. That's he's playing multiple roles for this team, not just the Leo's roles.
Exactly, right? And on top of that, the team has had to flex around that. Chronicle is playing more Initiator. I think he's looked incredible, especially getting to see more of his Sova these days. But yeah, Hero, I think it's just remarkable how well this guy has stepped into this roster, stepped into this system on a completely new level of play for a guy that was a completely unknown name. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, well, of course, you know, when you have a player like Hero, you need a leader that's going to guide him, and who better than Boaster? Good thing we caught up with him, courtesy of Mika. What you got for us?
Hey, Boaster, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you again, especially since this is going to be your 4th champs in a row with Fnatic. But what do you think is Fnatic's biggest obstacle to lifting that trophy?
I'm gonna have to say it's our mental aspect maybe, but I think this tournament we're feeling good, we're feeling prepared, we're feeling really positive, and yeah, nothing's gonna stop us, hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, let's see it on stage. Good luck to you guys.
Of course, this Fnatic team, they're such a talented squad, but they have been known at times to kind of, you know, get within that mental prison and kind of struggle to be able to climb their way out of it. I think, though, that this time around, this team's coming in feeling quite refreshed, quite enthusiastic. Actually, passed by them in a hallway, they were bumping some music, they were vibing. I think this is going to be a Fnatic that's feeling quite good. And Billy Gaming, their opponents on the other side of the stage, need to be careful because this is a team that not a lot of people are given the time of day. In fact, all of Fnatic was predicted by the entirety of the talent team, which goes to show you how favored Fnatic is in this matchup, Mimi.
I don't think there's an opening match that is more heavily favored, at least on paper, than this one. Billy coming out of China, I think it's very different if you're not watching this region than the teams you're more familiar with. FPX, EDG. This Billy squad doesn't play as many crazy comps. They have like one map where they're off kilter. For the most part, it's standard meta stuff or what was meta like a year ago. But I think where they falter is really in the execution. There are moments when you see them playing really well together, having solid trading, really seeing the improvement in fundamentals from the last time we saw this team, but there are still a lot of moments regionally where that is slipping, where people are overheating, individual mistakes are cropping up, and the team isn't able to adapt and stay in these games, and that's why they're coming in as the 4th seed from this region.
They scraped it as well. It was a joint 6 points. Like they were literally the bottom team to make it through, just about got here, which I think is always an achievement in itself.
Of course.
But this is now where it's like the level that they need has to go up a significant amount to get close to Fnatic.
Yeah.
It absolutely does. And I think also they're going to be playing against a Fnatic who doesn't play like the Chinese teams they're playing regionally. They're really structured. They're going to punish those individual mistakes. And honestly, I think the biggest fear for Billy is that once those risks start to be taken, when a player like YZ's going for these swings, if it stops working, if Fnatic is punishing it, can they come back into this game? Because they haven't had a lot of experience internationally, no matter how great Champions was for them last year.
Yeah, great point on that one. A lot of pressure here for Billy. Some added pressure as well, courtesy of our friend Artis over in Navi.
Well, you know what? He's never said anything silly about Billy before, so what would be a problem with him saying something here? I also want to point out, I'm going to mainly direct this GB. Why is going ball to punishment? That's the real question.
Saying,
like,
you know what I mean?
What's going on here, Artis?
Bald is beautiful, baby. Okay, lean into it.
Maybe it's a reward.
You get that's right. I'm gonna look at it as a reward. That's the best way to see it.
I think there's like some internalized bold phobia within both of you to assume it was a punishment?
Maybe.
I don't think that's a thing.
Well, here's the thing. This is going to be Neff over on BLG's first global event. And earlier, Paperthin had an opportunity to sit down with Billy's IGL to talk about this whirlwind of a year for this roster.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Paperthin here, and I am joined by Billy Gaming's Neff. Now, Neff, I have so many questions for you, but we don't have a lot of time. You have had a crazy journey the last couple of years, right? Last year, you win Ascension with Bleed. They qualify for Pacific. You can't move on with them. You have a bunch of time in between to play some games, play with some other teams and things like that. Then in stage 2, you join Billy. What's this year been like for you, going from winning to Ascension to now qualifying for Champions?
I mean, following last year, right, after our Ascension win back in Thailand, I mean, I was pretty ecstatic. And then after that, knowing that I had some complications about the following year, like I was obviously like pretty down and pretty like sort of depressed about it. Like I couldn't compete. Then I had a bunch of time. I sorted out everything, and then I was able to compete again, right? And then I was actually about to join a team called DSG, if you know, Disguise. And then I was ready to sign a contract, pen and paper, everything down. And suddenly Billy approached me. I was like, do I really want to take this risk? Because it's like moving to an entirely new region and such. And yeah, I took the choice, and now I'm here.
Awesome, man. So speaking of that, you moved to a new region. What it's been like for you playing in VCT China? You know, you've got a Korean coach, Chinese players. How has that transition been for you?
I mean, at first, before I took the decision to move to VCT CN, right, Billy, I mean, it's kind of like a very new experience. Like throughout my whole playing career, I've been speaking the English language and then having to switch over to Mandarin. And I mean, obviously, at first it was pretty tough. Like, I did not know anyone on the team. We only had a couple of scrims before I made the decision to join, right? And then after that, I moved over, and then we interacted more between the teammates, the coaches, and the staff as well. And then everyone got along pretty well, and then now we're here. And I think right now I'm pretty comfortable right now.
Awesome, great to hear. What about for this event? Are there any teams or players you'd really like to go up against, or that you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, before the draws happened, right? Like we are the 4th seed, not the best, and then we knew we had to play the 1st seed for our first game, right? And I told myself I really want to play against Fnatic. I want to play against Boaster and Alpha in particular, and we got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're a tough opponent for sure. So looking forward to that. And then finally, what is the expectations and the mindset for you and your team coming into Champions 2024?
I mean, like I said, we were the 4th seed, right? So obviously we didn't do particularly well in our own region for the playoffs. But I think we are still not a team to be underestimated by the rest of the teams. And I think that throughout this tournament, we're just going to take each game one step at a time. We're going to take every round, every game as a learning experience for us in order to better us for the future. Yeah.
Awesome. Great, man. Well, thank you so much. And congratulations again on making it. And we're looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear there from Neff, and quite fascinating, right, that, you know, this team, like, they know they don't want to be underestimated here, but they know that the work that they have to do is going to be quite substantial.
But what he's saying there about taking this as a learning opportunity, I think it's definitely the right move. You know, the CN region is still, I think, behind, clearly. They haven't had as much time as a partnership league. The game hasn't been out for as long. But Billy is trying to play a lot of the style of some of these other teams from other regions. And I think taking that learning opportunity, growing as a squad is so important, especially when they do have some great talents on their team, like YZ.
Yeah, I think, I'll be honest, if they played against early in the year Fnatic, who ultimately stuck with a lot of stuff from the year before, I think they would have had a good opportunity to face off against them. The problem is they've come up against a Fnatic who are now in their innovation era. That was always the thing with the OG Fnatics going back even a few years. It was the scariest prospect when Boaster had those chances to really go wild with the comps. So now they're going to have to learn to play against a whole different style that they won't have faced before.
And they still have to get over some of these blocks. You were seeing there some of the best highlights, the highs for this team. But they have still never beaten EDG or FPX, the two best teams from their region in the partnership era. And they've never beaten EDG as a squad whatsoever. So there is still a pretty big gap, I think, between those top two CN teams and the teams like Billy, like Trace, like DRG, who we saw earlier in the year. So any opportunity to come here, scrim against so many different teams from around the world, and also to have a chance to showcase and make an upset happen like they did last year is huge.
Real quick though, before we get ready for the match, I want to ask you guys differences between, you know, what we saw the 23 Billy versus the 24 Billy, right? Because we were kind of saying the same thing last year, and then look what happened. They managed to pull off some pretty incredible things.
I think Wisey just isn't, I don't think he's hitting as much as he was before. Like, he was truly in his like superstar era last year and managed to sort of almost diff some of the players on LG. I don't know if he's quite there right now.
But I do wonder if there's something about champions, about these global events, about wanting to prove yourself so bad to level you up.
The croupium.
But it's against Fnatic, and that's, I think, one of the toughest two opponents you could get for your first round draw.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, I think it's about to be time to send it down to the stage, bring out our two teams so we can get this show on the road. You got Billy going up against Fnatic, and we are going to be bringing them out in just a moment here because teams are getting set up, ready to go, and then we'll be all copacetic. It's going to be interesting, though, considering that Billy, again, they are coming in with this underdog mentality. Fnatic cannot sleep on them whatsoever, regardless.
They absolutely can't, but this is a Fnatic that is so confident right now. Didn't drop a series in EMEA, only lost 3 maps across their run. This is, in my opinion, the best form we have seen Fnatic in heading into an international event since maybe Masters Tokyo?
Yeah. I would also say definitely heading into Champions. I don't even think that's arguable. I think that because of the lows, there's been a work ethic. I think bringing in Hero had that additional boost of just him almost energizing the team and having that desire to win. And I'm hoping maybe on the other side, Neff can be that as the leader of this squad as well. I think there's a good opportunity there.
Yeah, all right. Well, we did get word. Players are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them out. You got Fnatic going up against Billy Gaming. It's about to go down. Let's head to the stage.
Billy. Fnatic.
Fnatic is coming into this event in their best form pretty much in any champions in the history of the game. They're feeling really good, but on the other side, you have a Billy lineup that doesn't have many expectations for this competition, so that could be scary for their opponents. But let's go ahead and look at the series layout. You got Bind, Lotus, and Ascent if necessary. Let's see where this goes.
I don't mind the Bind coming up, just as their own choice, because even though it's very good for Fnatic, I'm looking at Billy and going, play to your strengths, don't try and look for a weakness on the opponent.
Yeah, it's true.
I am not the biggest fan, though, of their Bind. They've won it regionally, but they're still playing this solo Sky composition that I think can be really limiting. They have a lot of ideas that I think are somewhat one-dimensional, which is like pop flash plays, setting up their star duels. It's not bad by any means, but they're going up against a Fnatic who is innovating on this map. The last time we saw them play, they pulled out Alpha Year on Clove, and it looked sick.
Yeah, they just look nasty in general. I also think that this first map is going to be critical because going to Lotus, I believe it's now a 6 streak. They haven't changed their comp pretty much the whole year on Fnatic because they are so comfortable at how they play it. Yeah. But they've still been able to innovate the way they actually play the map, and they have been dominant in pretty much every first half they've played.
Yes, they built the meta comp on this map.
Yeah.
Everyone has been playing it. Everyone emulated them. There's a reason why they continue to go back to this map.
Curious to see what we end up getting here. Does Billy try and pull an FPX, throw a spanner into the works, try something new?
I would be really surprised.
I would be surprised too, because it's not their style.
Well, they've also won it 4 times in a row, so it would be coming into an event going, okay, this is something that we've actually been relatively comfortable on, and then changing it just for now because of the opponent they're up against. And on the other side of things, it already looks like that Clove has dissipated. We're actually going to get the Gecko out from Alpha. I'm quite excited to see that because, again, it seems like his role just changes all over the shop.
This is a comp we have seen, not with the Astra, but with the Brimstone normally from a lot of other teams. It's kind of become one of the standards on this map. But as we know, Boast are super comfortable on that Astra. They'll lean into it on a lot of these maps. But to your point, GB, I think that Billy is really focused on trying to play good, proper Valorant. That's why
fair,
you see
yeah.
them play classic comps. That's why you see them try and lean into fixing their fundamentals. Their coach, Bile, is a legend in Korean esports from the very beginning, who I think has brought the right ideas into this roster.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need to work out how to, crack the egg of Fnatic. It's going to be really tough, though, especially when you got them doing stretches like that. But now it is time to jump into the server. Our teams are set, and so is our casting duo. Two guys who are very familiar with the building that we are in right now, the hometown casters. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, GP. And yes, here we are. It feels so good to be right back staying in Seoul. Haven't had to travel too much for this one. And boy, already it has been some banger series throughout this first 1.5 days that we've had. And hopefully that is going to continue as we get ready to go into this fourth matchup.
No doubt about it. I mean, obviously, it's going to be heavy favorites in the case of Fnatic, as the desk was rightly pointing out. But Billy has a chance to do another funny thing.
It might be even funnier this time if they could pull it off.
I mean,
it's up for debate.
Yeah.
We also, Artist has his hair on the line. That wasn't something that existed the last time around. So if it does occur, I think it is a little bit more comedic. But as the desk was also saying, it's very unexpected to occur. Let's see what happens though. Is out the rip. Billy going to be here on the attack. Alpha here. Bringing out that Gecko, jump peek. It's a little bit of damage, but spots out 3.
Yeah, really just trying to secure hookah control. Trying to push up and through, and a quick kill from K-Knight to open up the B site. Just Boaster left now.
Yeah, eyes on the dog there, but a little wide swing out, finds the headshot, puts him down. Solid opening now here. There's all hookah, all sight, very much in control here of Billy. Double approach coming up through that elbow side of Lab. Slow movement here from Fnatic.
Trying to find an opening. Good one-way setup here for Billy. Try to slow this down. Prowler to check, but Billy's holding their angles.
Boombot has just drifted across the site. Nearly gets the explosion. Would have done quite a bit of damage there. Paint Shell going to be flying down. Nefta eating a little bit. Put some damage down, but now flexing as well. Going to fall. Durka finds that kill. Chronicle just strafing forward. Finding one. Knight. K-Knight rather will be able to find a third, but cannot hold the line. The defuse will come in, and Fnatic will take the pistol.
Somebody called Vin Diesel, because that Boombot was fast and furious. It was just zooming out there. But yeah, Fnatic, just great protocols. As always, just taking their time, being really disciplined. BLG has all the time in the world to do their setups, and something else that the desk was talking about, Coach Bile has generally gotten teams into really good fundamental positions where they can hold those angles, but Fnatic just so snappy on these shots. Durka, Chronicle, Hero, all getting involved there. And just storm on through and retake. And it's going to be really interesting and maybe a little bit rocky here at the start for Fnatic with these role swaps. Like the desk was mentioning, it's a very different look, frankly. I mean, Boaster, though, back on his classic Astra, kind of the agent that he's so well known for. Durka does get spotted, but not the end of the world here as BLG looking for a push up through short and showers so far, but
sees Nade up over the top, looking for a catch. A little bit of decay there. Somebody trying to pull back, but Chronicle through the corner of the wall, able to find the headshot. Shuts down that enemy Viper. It's been a decent investment into this round with these Sheriffs and the Ghost.
A little bit of patience and an orb grab, though, at least for Billy. But now they're going to have to make their way through towards the site. Already another star right in front of this door. Let's see if that's going to be a grab well or what.
Spam from Durka, holding them at bay for now. Neff down to 61. Left in 75. Tap of the spike. Plant not being found yet, but they managed to overwhelm Chronicle. Do find that elimination. Why is he jumping across the way with the blast pack? Able to recover that weapon. So now they do have a Bulldog in play. One realistically to try to swap that weapon over to, though. K-Knight the only one at full HP at the same time. Tucked away behind the box. Push forward. Why is he able to find an elimination? They know that he's going to be low. Boaster eventually able to pressure him out. Eats a little bit of damage, but Widely's going to be okay. Mosh into the corner, forcing Neff forward. Have they read this timing? No, they have not. He strikes, finds one. K-Knight gets the other. The push forward. Durka shut down. And it's similar scenes to the opening series of the day. But this time, it's BLG getting the eco after the pistol loss over Fnatic.
Well, they're just sort of able to dissect Fnatic's defense there piece by piece. Taking down Chronicle first, and then getting to the plant, and they're able to get back into safer post plant. Send Flexen all the way out. He's got his molly ready if things go really sideways, but YZ really stepping up to the plate. K-Knight having a hot start to this map. He was really good against EDG when BLG faced them. He is so nasty on that Cypher. Has great aim, and he's going to be the hype guy as well for BLG.
Well, Alfie trying to push up, but Pete get clipped there by a cyber cage. Somebody's able to collect the kill. Boaster here into the smoke, though, runs out of bullets, and Wisey able to find him with that outlaw.
I know exactly.
Already a bit of a scramble here at the start, but it's the one casualty thus far here for the side of Billy. Not liking what they see on this B site. It's just going to be a full ship through the teleporter, work their way over here towards A, but faster rotate are Durka as well as Hero. The paint shells up over the top to try to interrupt, but it's going to be a truck side plant.
Spike planted.
Tough retake coming, and they're just shut right down. BLG gets 2 quick kills.
If they do, Chronicle now last man standing. Does have that recovered Bulldog, so an opportunity to maybe deal some damage. Wisey, Yosemite, cash-wise, not in the best spot, but and with K-Knight as far ahead as he is, and granted, I mean, he already invested in the neural theft that he was able to build up. He will be able to drop for somebody.
Now, YZ would love to get this kill. Get that showstopper online into the next round. Holding that angle with the Outlaw. See if Chronicle falls for it.
He's training for the peak. K-Knight trained for the wide swing. A little bit of a push up, and oh, the quick scope in. Finds the shot. Showstopper going to be online, going in around 4, and Billy now find themselves in with a lead.
Yeah, they're really quite aggressive at times on the teleporter. When I was watching some of their games on this map, this is one of the maps I keyed in on because I kind of expected it to be their pick. They're 3-0 on bind throughout stage 2. And they're really willing to just take risks with the TPs. In this case, you know, they don't have a ton of information on the other side of the map. They'll still go for it. Sometimes they'll set up these cool crunch plays between the teleporters as well. So really curious to see if Billy's going to keep leaning into those ideas as this goes on, and if Fnatic can kind of challenge it. Because sometimes Billy doesn't really take a ton of showers control aggressively. This time they've got some Cypher util there. But otherwise, the main force of Billy trying to put some pressure towards long. Hero just has to back out. Can't really contest that just yet. Still haven't seen too much value out of this Astra other than the pistol round that they've switched into. A little bit of damage done.
And just a little bit of blind spraying there. Hero going to be knocked down to 51. Orb take here from Neff, just now one step away from having the Seekers online. Yosemite taking some space, pushing forward. Boaster able to strike, finds a headshot to shut it down. The Viper now out of play. But no one budging here from the side of Fnatic. They get that one pick, but they still know that there was presence over here towards B, and they suspect that this is where the spike is going to end up.
That's a huge find from Boaster. It gives him a lot of information. You know, it's either going to be Yosemite or K-Knight that's lurking around the map, so you can just hold tight. And if you get one kill here for Durka, he's going to have a showstopper.
Slow peek in. There's a finisher on to Hero. Paint shells out, but a little bit too late. Showstopper looking, hunting down, trying to find a target, spots him out. And Durka will get eliminated. Kill coming through now. The man advantage very much here in the hands of BLG. And realistically, Boaster likely going to have to make the call for the save. You see him already rotated over towards Heaven, so it's already been sounded. BLG going to be allowed to move up 3-1.
They're so disciplined on these executes. Doing a really nice job of just taking their time, finding the open man and taking him down. Neff has been a really big addition to this BLG squad. And like I talked about in his interview with him, you know, he's had a rough year. He qualifies with Bleed through Ascension for Pacific, has to take some time off, comes back to BLG. He has been a huge pickup. He is an initiator specialist, and he has really done a good job of being a steady hand for this Billy Gaming team.
Boaster now at risk. Do any of them peek out of the shower? Looks like the answer is going to be no. They know that they're, you know, these players decently close. You don't want to be giving the pit over. Boasters want away from that. Cosmic Divide. Let's just leave him alone. Let's not over pursue. Looks like still Fnatic, the coaching staff, wanting to see how the rest of this plays out. So not seeing a pump here, not seeing that timeout get called.
A showstopper, a Guardian scuffed by for the side of Fnatic. Just really not finding much success with these defaults. Feels a little bit uncomfortable at times, and YZ seemingly stepping up once again at the international level. He's had, at times, a bit of a rough go of it in VCT China, but the international events, he always seems to come through big for them. And they're expecting some kind of aggressive play here, so they're going to pump the brakes a bit as BLG and just watch every angle they can. They've got the camera to watch Hookah, they've got Neff to watch Long B, 3 at short, and the Cypher to watch Showers. So every base covered, just seeing if maybe this was going to be the round that Boaster Might call up a bit more aggressive play. Wow, Chronicle.
Chronicle again.
Toxin screen down.
Looking to hold down short. Just getting a sense of things off that Viper wall raise. Gives them the advantage. That showstopper still in the back pocket. Now everybody from Fnatic. There are quite a many few getting ready to rotate over towards this side of the map. Right now, just going to be Alpier left as YZ spotted dead by his own paint shell. Got vulnerable and gets taken down. While we might have just sung some praises for him, Chronicle is the one who deserves the praise right now in this round. As he looks to single-handedly close the gap, Neff will be able to punch back a little bit, finds the headshot to put him down, stop him from getting a 4-piece, but ultimately, that is going to be Chronicle putting the team and that round on his back.
I mean, he has just been stellar in EMEA this year. In my opinion, maybe the best player overall in that region, especially throughout Stage 2. Was absolutely crazy good for Fnatic and is so reliable throughout the years. Obviously, the many trophies in his case already, looking to add another to it. And that is just so clean with that Vandal.
He might have already hit it, but it looked like he just tiptoed on to that snake bite right at the very end. Hit the ground for that brief little moment before the second blast came through. Uh-oh.
Oopsies.
It's okay. After that last round, you get one.
You get one.
No one saw anything.
YZ with an op, though.
Okay, I didn't account for him dying immediately to an operator.
It's not a great round for Chronicle after such a good one.
Now YZ opening things up. Alf here spotting out a couple. Decides to pull back away. Neff for now just going to be tucked over towards teleporter side.
But this has gotten so difficult for Fnatic to read based on this setup. Now they don't have that Viper control over short. So any contact they had on the other side of the map, they were trying to lean in towards it. And again, though, it is Yosemite as the sole player trying to lurk through short himself. See if he can cause some distractions, cause some chaos, and everybody else.
He's just going to be waiting for the rotates to come through as the exec comes out onto the side. Boaster eating a bit of damage. The paint shell right up over top of his head. Knocked down to 82, but did put some good damage down onto Flexen on the entry. This paint shell going to be sent. The bounce through. Neff going to be interrupted. Rerouted for a moment. 27 seconds. The team now starting to rotate out. Somebody realizing he's not going to get the catch. Swings back around through the link.
Still have this op to worry about as well. In YZ's hand, over towards elbow.
The stun, the C's coming through. As that's going to be K9 taken down. Durga able to find one. Showstopper now in play. All the players getting flushed out. Sends it over towards Long. Quite a bit of damage there onto Yosemite. Are they ready for the forward player? They are. They find Flexen. Now the paint shell is holding him back, nearly taking him down. Yosemite at 10 HP. Has to run away, and he cannot save that op.
That's a huge round for Fnatic. They had a lot of ults in cycle, and they put him to great use, and it's going to force the first time out here of this match from Billy. As well as this has gone, these retakes coming out of B have been not contested at that door. And so Fnatic's allowed to get out and flood towards the site, and they're making the most of it. Done a great job on the pistol round, and here again. And seemingly, Bio wants to talk about these. I think the ideas just need to be a little bit deeper in that post plan on those B sites. Just really just shut down that angle, maybe try to push elbow a little bit more, see if you can create that off angle towards the alley. Things like that, maybe in consideration.
We saw the oopsie moment from the side of Fnatic, you know, Chronicle messing up the poison orb, getting picked off, but then we also saw it from Billy. And while it wasn't in the moment the most impactful thing, it certainly is something that I think he's going to bring up, try to make sure that they're reinforcing and not making the same mistake twice, because we had that corner peek moving over in towards elbow. This is a full team flash into the face of YZ with that operator. And if there's a player on the opposite side who's able to just turn away from that flash fast enough, YZ is going to be dead to rights. So, you know, I think there's plenty to point out here for Bile to go ahead and get involved, but now we find ourselves tied up at 3-3.
For sure. There's definitely a lot to consider here for Billy, and I think Fnatic, you've got to worry about handing that over to him. Another op going to be grabbed by YZ. Durka's going to hang on to his, so the Razes going to be dueling with the sniper rifles potentially. Still, though, you're getting close to another Seekers for Neff. And Alfier very, very close to a Thrash for his own. First time out on Gecko here on Bind. And it's been a little bit rough, but it's Alpha. You can never count him out. Once that rifle gets hot, he just starts taking over maps.
Pit now invested heavy stack on B. Ultimately, though, Fnatic going to be more than happy if they kind of route people in through showers, because that's going to go right into the sights of Durka with that operator. Going to have something in place to try to displace him here. At least smoke off the angle, but
here.
Well, you've got Flex in there, so likely the smoke's to cut off the middle of the site if they decide to push through towards A. See if they can kind of take the legs out of this ult. They have to be really careful.
oh, and it's just a slow peek unescorted. YZ goes for it.
The grab
the
well.
dragon, the grab well, the nade. Plenty of damage down onto Neff. A little bit of it decay. It's down to 76 zone. Of course, that is going to be unhealable.
It's so annoying to have to go against the C's and the grab well in the same comp with the nades not too far behind. Now you're left scratching your head a bit as Billy, but they're going to continue this slow push towards A. And they're going to try to clear the pit as well.
Yeah, double push getting ready to come through. Chronicle ready to receive. Spots on the first and gets the transfer onto the second. Doesn't even take too much damage there. As Flexen now pushing forward, trying his odds. Gets the spot, does manage to get himself that headshot, but Turka drawing down with a ghost, takes out Neff. That's a spike, stranded back sight, covered by an operator. It's just Flexen all on his lonesome, there's nothing more to be done. Gets this one, but nothing more. Durka with 3 will get Fnatic up to 4.
Well, now Fnatic is really asserting their control over the choke points on this map, and this is something I kind of expected to see. You know, with an Astra in there, particularly on Bind. Normally it's a Brimstone, or, you know, previously Fnatic could run Clove, but with Astra there, you can really make life just miserable for your opponents. And we saw it with the grab-well nade combo. Durka holding that off angle with the op. Doing a great job. Right now, our Fnatic bouncing back. You know, Billy came out swinging a bit. And the cash, well, they still have enough for a bit of a buy, but had to go down to a Bulldog for Flexen. Have that Seekers now for Neff. They're going to try their luck at B again. Kind of that same old Billy push. They really like these coordinated hits between Hookah and the Octagon. A good flash catches Hero.
Yeah, flash just spot out Hero. Sends out a bit of util, try to survive here, try to turn the tides, but cannot. And Alpier with the ult. Ultimately, not going to be coming up with too much. Plant now in play. Chronicle swapped over to try to reinforce his position. They do have plenty of cash. I mean, Alpier's going to be cash capped no matter what. Do they play for more damage? It feels like they should.
Absolutely. Definitely think they should try to do what they can. YZ is going to slip over into the cubby. Try to hold an off angle. Time ticks away. Let's see what Chronicle and Alpha can do.
Time dwindling. And, well, Alpier going to fall. YZ able to find that shot. Can contemplate whether or not he wants to take the operator there in front of him. It looks like the call is going to be just full rifles forward from here. Tied up 4-4.
If you give Billy this extra little bit of space at the point of attack, they are shutting Fnatic down. They are immediately landing some good util, finding some good kills like we just saw in that round. And this is going to force Fnatic to have to think about this a little bit. I mean, they're just charging on in, finding great attacks. I mean, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Fnatic plays retake on B better than they do just holding the site itself. I mean, that's a strange thing to say about Bind, but it has been true so far.
Wow. Timeout now called here. Basically back-to-back between the two squads as Fnatic wanting to make some adjustments of their own. They are starting here on this defending side, so want to be able to accrue as many of those round wins as they possibly can before pivoting over to the attack.
Absolutely. And the thing they really have to be thinking about right now is the ults that are coming into cycle for the side of Billy Gaming. Elma Putty and Mini there. Elma making his return back to Seoul. First time since last year.
Fair point.
Yep, was a coach for Gen G last year. And now finds himself back here leading Fnatic to potential champions run. We'll have to see, but certainly the team looking great in EMEA, so tip of the cap to him. But yeah, there's two ults coming into cycle for Billy. The Seekers and the Orbital Strike. And so that's something that really has to be thought about. You know, making sure that you're aware of that for those post plants. See if you can find a way to bait that out a bit. Durka is going to have that operator again. So looking towards the map, looks like he's going to try to take Shower's control and Billy seemingly going to try to stack this angle. Flash in hand. YZ, how aggressive does he want to get off that?
Luckily, there was no one there.
Yeah.
Eats that flash.
That looked intentional.
Spam on the close corner. Yeah, it did. It's just going to be the orb pickup here for him. Now that they know that it's perfectly safe. And okay, Knight in a bad spot. Going to at least fake that he's running across, but now no, we'll just go ahead and go for it. Seeker's going to be sent out from the side of Neff. I don't know how many players K-Knight quite spotted out, though. But either way, Seeker's kind of telling all. They should know there's only going to be a couple players here on the site. So Billy now starting to scale their way forward. TP in around the back. Orbital strike going to be sent, but it's a little bit too late to try to interrupt. But no, Hero will still get caught on the far side of it, I believe. Spot out onto one. Alpier finding that elimination. Wingman 7, that does not check the close angle. Yosemite, oh, it turns back towards him. Now, made aware. Holds his crown, tries to go for the kill, but cannot find it. Neff at the same time going to be taken down. Circa finds that elimination. Chronicle pushing forward, has to go for the reload, but YZ able to strike. Paint Shell going to be lobbed in. The underhand toss, a little bit of damage, eating the push up into the smoke. With two players stacked up, he just cannot hold his ground. Fnatic, they will answer back and regain the lead.
This is a great round for Fnatic after that timeout. They do a phenomenal job baiting out that ultimate, using the TP. Yeah, there's one taken down, Hero goes down, but Alpha plays that so well with that Gecko utility to clear that corner. Breaks things open for Fnatic, opens up so many extra angles. Durka with the op over the top and keeping the site very well under control. And you can see Biles already a little bit frustrated with that round.
Yeah.
That was a toughie. You use so many ults, and yeah, you've got the showstopper again, but Durka's one away from his. You're one away from the Nightfall for Hero. One away from the pit, though, for Yosemite. So both teams potentially clash with that. Wow, Durka getting real aggressive, just missed.
On a big hard line, but no counter swing available. He's able to get it out scot-free. As Showstopper opened up, looking for the concuss there, but YZ able to get past it. Continues to push forward, looking for a target. Do they suspect that he's going to be here behind the boxes? The answer is going to be no, and Chronicle doesn't even need any damage from that. Able to fully dodge it out. The snake fight going through, though, should tell all. As all the smokes dissipated. Nothing more to work with here from the side of Flex, and aside from that Molly, Nightfall goes across. Catch onto a few players. Now the Haunt reveal as well. Why is he going to be noted? The C sent out. Neff gets a little bit of damage across onto Hero as the Wingman starts to go for the plant. I think they can actually wallbang this one. They need to start spamming, and they do, but it's already held up to half. Bolster breaks open showers. Albier able to find one as the Molly does fall. Chronicle held in place here for the moment. The snake bite further, buying time to push out. Why is he going to be good for one? Finds the smattering of damage onto the other, but Durka keeps Chronicle protected. Another 3K as Fnatic get up to 6.
I mean, these Flood retakes from Fnatic have been so good so far on this map. I like the call here from Billy to get aggressive off the rip with that showstopper advantage in hand to create the space, to get the plant down. They've got those mollies set up to try to delay, but they just can't fight enough. Durka just better. A great job there by Chronicle, positioning himself to avoid any damage at all from that showstopper. Boaster just saying, hey.
Having some fun.
What's up?
When they're having fun, that is when you're having a bad time.
And that's something Boaster was telling me behind the scenes before the start of the event, that, you know, a big focus for him coming into this champs was, you know, to loosen up a bit, have a bit more fun this event. You know, not try to put too much pressure on themselves. And let's see if that mentality will pull through.
Okay, noted the jump. As YZ just going to be making a little bit of noise, tucks back.
Trying to sell a bit of a fake. Seeing if they can keep a player stuck onto the B site. BLG has been pretty decisive in their decision making when it comes to their execute. So this time around, they're doing a good job again, I think, reading at least the early part of this round. It's just these post plants they've got to shore up.
Showstopper out, spot out, to YZ, but he jumps right over it. Lands, sticks the landing, and finds the kill on the Hero. Scoops up the operator, says thank you very much, and now suddenly this A site is firmly in the hands of Billy.
Oh, this is just incredible stuff from YZ. The timing on that blast pack, absolutely unreal. Still a chance for Fnatic, but it's going to be different. The pit's going down from Yosemite.
I mean, the big meat sports events going on simultaneously in the other part of the world, I'd give that landing a 10. He stuck it And my God, did he nail a shot on the back end of it. The push forward, though, looking to try to flush them out of this pit is Alfier, just trying to go for a bit of an off-tempo, catch somebody unawares, but K9 is ready for it. Push into the back, and YZ continuing to thrive. Those are putting down one, but nothing more to be done. Surrounded can do some damage, but it's going to be a 4-piece here at the end as BLG giving themselves a shot at tying things up 6-6 on the half.
Well, and guess what? YZ's one away from another showstopper. I think he...
Well, yeah,
whatever, it doesn't matter. He still is one away from a showstopper, but that's the big thing now coming into this round is do you play for an orb? And, you know, how aware of that is Fnatic going to be? That's absolutely brilliant. Just beautiful. Masterful from YZ. Huge round. Yeah, you've got a Thrash. Yeah, you've got the Cosmic Divide here for Fnatic, but again, if Billy can find those opening picks on site, if they can just take a player or two down, that's when they've been able to break things open and find round wins.
Clear on the cam, Trailblazer pushing up through Long Hero, just able to clear that out. Back pedals, but Orb is opened up. Showstopper now online.
Let's see how they want to do this. Fnatic playing way back.
Kasim just able to interrupt a little bit, but he's continuing the chase, and Alfier having to backpedal, waits out the Dizzy, but he's running out of time on the Rocket, sends it blind. Not going to be able to find anything. They get away from it. Space fought, but that's about it for now. Thrash at the ready. Alfier sending it. Goes through elbow. Double clear out as Bosa tries to go for the push here. Escorted by Hero, and the wide swing is enough to disrupt. K9 going to be taken down. Mosh sent, Durka arriving in from behind. HP Bart's completely and utterly wrecked at the moment here from the side of Billy. Billy as YZ tries to turn the tides. Flex able to find one. The YZ cannot hold his ground. The cleanup is there. The defuse will come through. Fnatic denying the tide up a half. They'll make it a 7-5.
It's just really good stuff from Fnatic when they're playing for pure retake. When they tried to contest the executes, Billy was often getting the better of them. But Fnatic, when they had their heads on straight, were aware of the situation, they did a phenomenal job of making those flood retakes happen.
It really did. Able to keep them at an arm's length here are Fnatic, but still find themselves in the lead. We'll have to see how they fare, though, as we get ready to swap sides. Billy now going on to the defending half here on their map pick a bind. See if they're going to be able to close it out as we come back from the break.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alrighty, coming back here at the half. Fnatic out in front, but only by 2 rounds.
And I think coming into this, one thing Fnatic has to be really aware of, when I went back and watched Billy on this map, they're really aggressive on the flanks. Like, they are really willing to push space early, to take that first read and try to take space off of it, to try to see if they can find that open angle. Whether it be K9 sometimes just lurking down short, or Neff does it as well sometimes. So there's a lot of things you have to keep in your mind. Head has to be on a swivel for Fnatic if Billy is going to play this anything like they did in VCT CN. And YZ, 17-8.
He's been having a game. He heard what everyone was saying. Okay, I haven't had those high hitting moments like last year. raise, nerf, etc., and the guy showed up to play.
Yeah.
Out for blood here today. We'll see how that continues, though. As for now, 2 players situated here towards B. Full focus from Fnatic, however, on this site. Paint Shell, go ahead and try to clear out the back. Little blast pack forward from Durka.
TP's down.
And Flexin out over it long, able to go ahead and intercept one. Both are going to be taken down. This
So
round now
fast.
coming through, and Neff able to find Hero. Chronicle still going to be good for a shot, puts down YZ. But now it's a rotate through the defending spawn. They try to get themselves situated on A, and K9, he's been stagnant. He's been sitting here the entire time, and he's caught it, clips and a headshot.
Spike down.
And he has unraveled this entire game plan here, this pivot, I should say, from Fnatic. Circa dropping down, will eventually fall. K9 collecting 2, cleaning the pistols, much like we saw at the beginning, and that's now 1 round separating.
But again, it's exactly what I was talking about right before this started. As soon as there's contact on B, I'm watching the 3 players over on A, and they're immediately beelining it towards the teleporter to get over to the other side. And all of a sudden, there's 3 different angles that Fnatic has to worry about. They're able to break through, get towards attacker spawn, but K-Knight just holding his ground, and U-Haul waiting with open arms. And Fnatic just no response available. Felt like they were going to get that B site free, and you know, this is something that Billy does really well in this map, is make you think that something's free, and it's actually not. And there's the trap wires. Pretty standard here. They love to have them right at the entrances of doors. Try to play off of it.
Oh, Neff gonna have to backpedal quickly. Does need a little bit more damage, but ultimately he's gonna be fine. Clear out on the haunt. Strapwire gets a reveal, but cannot find a kill. Boaster forced away.
Here.
Quite a bit.
A pretty decent read on the positions. Durka now setting up. Still has a couple blast packs from Hookah. Fnatic, though, gonna take a TP over themselves.
Why is he still here? It's a little bit of a fake attempt, it would seem, from Fnatic, or at least want the opportunity to turn it into one. Still do have that spike lingering here with Alfier. They could pivot. They could just go for the teleporter as well, join in with the rest of the players.
Oh, YZ. Heard this.
And he has push coming through, and that's going to be a collapse. Lines him up, finds the shot. Hero Chronicle taken down. Now the rest pushing their way in towards B. Stinger in hand, flexing, sending out a couple shots, eventually finds the headshot, swaps to the coast, finds Circa as well. And that is clean play. Alfia, however, will find himself a second. Needs much more work to be done. Gets the third, the double face, a little bit more damage, put down YZ up over the top, and my God, he gets another headshot on a Yosemite, but cannot finish the kill. Weapons will be lost, funds will be expended from Billy, but they're gonna be tying things up at 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, Billy gets the win in this round, but there's 2 big takeaways for me from Fnatic. A, they're working the map. They're getting into Billy's head with some of these weird maneuvers they're making, using the TP, kind of spreading the map a bit. Yeah, it's decently well read here by YZ, but the other thing that I'm taking away from this round is maybe Alpha's heating up, and then things get real scary for anybody that's going against Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, incredible amount of damage dealt. As Bile is saying, like, yeah, I'm glad we got the win, but it could have been much cleaner than that. Now you see the very fractured purchase here from Billy. 2 rifles, 2 stingers. Flexen considering a sheriff. No, we'll add a third stinger into the mix.
Oh boy. I think Boaster's.
Oh, he's flashed, but finds a headshot, and there's no one else there to try to counter swing. Why is he sticking around? But he's very wary about this B-Link approach. Starts pushing forward and might end up clashing here with Durka.
Yeah, I think Durka's aware.
There's a swing out. Durka a little bit snappier with it. Able to avoid taking damage, gets the headshot. Fnatic now in pole position to regain the lead.
Yeah, this is Fnatic doing their homework. Again, Billy really likes to get aggressive out of short, and Boaster tucked in a nice spot to counter that. Calls in Durka just to make sure it's clear. And they do a great job taking 2 players down early. 2 stingers and a bulldog. All that's left in the arsenal for Billy. Somebody gonna back off that angle, but it's just a TP over towards A. And poor Flexen all on his own with a stinger and showers.
Maybe an opportunity to try to recover the weapon, but Hero's not playing forward, not playing aggressively here. So Flexen for now just tucks within his own smoke as the site gets taken, the plan comes through.
30 seconds left.
Nothing more that he can do, as it seems like the call is going to be made for Yosemite to just stick around on that B side of the site. Maybe watching just for a linger. Curious to see if he actually rotates in and try to go for a retake here.
Gonna have to go for it. But with Hero there, this is so tricky for Flexen. Just wants to do as much damage as he can. Hero.
I mean, he keeps hearing the door open, stay open. He knows that he's playing close to that. Now it's shut. It's widely. Players ready to just be taken down by the spike. Flexen going to be in a bit of a rough position to make that happen. Is okay. Hit at his feet. Goes sprinting across. He will die to Durka. King Knight sacrificed over to the spike. And yes, the Bulldog saved here from Yosemite. Fnatic gained the lead, but just by a round. Now we go into close to an actual proper rifle round. Not going to have too many full armors here between the squads. But the weaponry should ultimately be matched.
Absolutely. And this is great discipline that you're seeing from Fnatic. Just really being super patient there is Hero. Now he's only 3-9 on the score line, but that was a nice play right there.
Yeah, YZ there, 1910, your birth year. And we'll get ready to go into this round to see if Billy can tie things up at 8-8.
Wow. I didn't know I was born before World War I.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Good to know. The Roaring 20s were great, yeah.
Survive Prohibition.
I made it barely through that.
No one knows, you're actually the guy who invented Monopoly. Anyway.
And yet I'm not making any money off of it.
No. 3 players situated here at A. Haunt at the ready. Curious to see how fast of a strike this ends up being from Fnatic, because you still do have Alfier poking and prodding, and actually being poked back quite a bit. Look at his HP bar. He's down to 30.
Yeah, they got 2 players up on boxes. One on truck, one on the box. It's all to dodge the Thrash, I think. Gonna let it go through to U-Haul, and it is gonna catch one on the backside there, but I think that's all just a bait.
Hit onto Yosemite, but oh my God, Flexen into the smoke, finds Alfier. Snappy to readjust, clears out. That Dizzy. Durka now here, but players gone around, and YZ the one taken down. Still plenty of firepower available to BLG to hold this line. Now 25 seconds remaining for Fnatic. What do you do? Can you even push forward and try to take the teleporter? Well, Hero will open things up with 1. Continue to push up. Hero finds himself a second, and suddenly they've turned this on its head. Neff now the last one standing. Players coming in.
They just won that on Gunfire.
The Hero won that on Gunfire, and Durka will finish it. Tagged down to 30 at the beginning. He'll be the last one to find a headshot, and somehow, some way, Billy have let that round slip out of their grasp.
A great start, a great idea. And I mean, you've got to be thrilled as Billy with how they're thinking about these rounds. And I mean, another thing to consider about this matchup, Achilleos, is Bile and Elma Putty were both on Gen G last year. These 2 coaches know each other very well.
There we go.
And so certainly this should be a really interesting chess match, kind of understanding each other's tendencies and trying to work through them. And I think Billy has at times had the better reads, but in rounds like that where Fnatic's firepower just boosts them over.
Speaking of which.
Yep.
How many times has Chronicle killed Yosemite in this position?
At least 3.
Just holding things down. Plant coming out in Alfier. He reads it like a book.
I got you.
Knows that they're going to be looking for the interrupt. And finds the punish before the Baki shot can even ring out. In all likelihood, I mean, why is he's got that staple, that namesake judge in his hands. Does still have 2 blast packs, but how much can you actually do from this position? We need to go monstrous here. Turkey going to be noted up on top. Paint Shell trying to flush him out, and YZ blinded, taken down. Neff is able to find 2. Answers back a little bit, but Fnatic now find themselves up to 10.
Yeah, they're really starting to feel themselves now. The confidence is flowing for Fnatic. Showstoppers for both of our raises. And Billy opts to pause just for another moment. See if they can regroup, see if they can find some advantages here on their defender side, see if they can use these ults that they've got in a cycle to try to break this trend. 3 in a row for Fnatic. It's a tough task for anybody. And Billy doing their darndest, YZ doing his damnedest 20 kills so far. But Durka with 17, Chronicle with 14. Alpha starting to heat up. He's up to 10. Things are starting to swing the other way with the pendulum.
Yeah, I mean, YZ's been a bit of a constant here thus far on the map for the side of Billy, but the other teams, it's been really rocky. I mean, K-Knight able to find those two in the pistol, nothing since then. Most of his kills in the first half were from...
First 2 rounds.
Yeah, the first 2 rounds. So, yeah, there's a little bit of sway here, and they need to find stability across the rest of this roster. Yosemite regularly getting punished by Chronicle is something that they very much cannot afford.
Yeah, it's definitely been a diff in the Vipers, for sure. Yosemite having a really tough time being able to find those lurks, find those unusual positions that he'd like to. They're just read every time by Fnatic. And again, both teams doing a great job reading each other at times, really getting good beads on what the other team is trying to do. It's going to be Hero swapping up to the Phantom. 3 players with full armor for Billy, and not much money on the back of this.
I got the spike.
If Billy can't win this round, Fnatic likely to send this to match point. But a lot of ults again to play with. You have that orbital strike, you have those seekers, you have that showstopper. You have a lot to deny Fnatic entry or comfort on their post plans.
Slow push up. Trapwires very much spread apart. One over at Showers, one here at Hookah. As the warning ping comes down. Prowler on the approach. Showstopper going to be popped, and YZ instantly dealt with the ult, finding no value. Neff will be able to answer one back. His poster does get caught up in the crossfire. 1-for-1 exchange, but you'd be hoping that you're able to find something with that ult. Now Durka has his own in play. The spot out on the one. Neff trying to go for the challenge, but it's just staring at the rocket as it lands right in front of his face. Swinging to the back. Durka does end up falling. Jump to the plan. It's K9 trying to come alive. Does find a second. Somebody gets taken down. We find ourselves now here in a 2v2. Hero theft available. Teleport going to be used.
Oh, it's all just a ruse, though.
Yep, the wide rotate all the way back. Still do have the linger here from K9. If he hears anything on that side, he's going to know that this is where it's meant to end up. Starting to push forward, though. How much more does he swing? Goes for it, but Chronicle finds it. And suddenly, Flexen all on his lonesome. But with the cash the way that it is, with the Fnatic about to get up to 11, I think he's just going to have to hold on to this.
Heartbreaking for Billy. Invested so much and just couldn't get it done. They came close in this round. It's not over yet, sure, but that round is an absolute backbreaker. Still, though, who knows? Flexen has an opportunity, a 1v2. Could beat the Hero here for BLG.
One smoke to try to isolate a molly to flush out an angle, spots him out. All eyes now going to be trained on this position, dodges the C's, but seems like that's going to be enough. Wary about a flank coming through. Doesn't find anything on the opening to try to isolate into a 1v1, so has to just go for the save.
A tough position, no doubt, for Flexen. K-Knight there, I thought after those first 2 kills, he could really be the difference maker. Okay, yeah, you get the kill on the Hero, yeah. That's not bad. Take that as Flexen, but what really hurts is that you get a jump on Chronicle there, right outside of Tube, and Chronicle just swings and takes you down instantly. I mean, these first 2 kills, phenomenal from K-Knight. Waiting with open arms. But you can see Chronicle had just turned a little bit and then stabilizes. He's so fast, man. Unbelievable.
Been quite the impeccable game from him. So now early smoke trying to dissuade the push forward here into Showers. Billy able to get too much full weaponry across here.
Just creating a little bit of noise. Trying to keep that extra player planted over on A. As Billy hasn't moved a muscle off the back of that contact, just chilling. Waiting to see if maybe there's going to be that hit through short. It's definitely where they were somewhat hoping.
Guiding Light doesn't spot anything. No info being given over.
They're going to reaggress here towards short, hoping that they had convinced Billy that this is a B hit now with how much time it's taken.
Yosemite's in such a poor spot. The leg is going to be spotted, and he's taken down. He's not understanding where he was at. That's catastrophic. YZ up close here alongside the wall. The double push out. There's the first one cleared out. YZ dealt with Chronicle. Crushing any hopes and dreams. Now, Orb going to be picked up. Double TP back across here towards A. Neff is dead. And all K-Knight can do is stay tucked and hope that they don't come hunting.
I think they just convinced Billy long enough that it was going to be a B hit. They got a little bit antsy. Started moving through, and like you said, a bit of a positional mistake there from Yosemite. It's been a rough map for him. Didn't quite read that the legs would be sticking out a little bit, or just thought it'd be clear and paid the price.
Go up the jaws music.
They found my wire.
Crap wire cleared. Does he actually swing out for a challenge? Pushing, finds the first. Snappy to find the kill. The TP now across. Cage going to be dropped in. Chronicle swinging out, looking for the angle. Puts a couple shots there into the shoulder. The sync fight up over the top. K-Knight does manage to push back. Trapwire slowing things up as Alfier similarly trying to get in on top of him and will be able to do so. Headshot found. Weapons cannot be carried over, and now we get up to map point.
Yeah, and they're going to have to cut funds a little bit. Couple Guardians coming into play already for Billy.
Gonna be a judge for YZ.
Yep. Makes sense.
That leg being shown.
It's brutal. Little things like that make all the difference. Can't afford those mistakes at this level, especially against a team like Fnatic. They will punish you every time. Now Chronicle has a Viper's Pit, Alpha is a Thrash. Yeah, you've got K-Knight's ult, but you have to get a kill first. Be able to put that to good use. Boaster's one away from another Cosmic Divide. I mean, this is very, very dire for BLG. They once again set up in this 2-2-1 setup, leaving Flexen to guard Showers. Durka, see if he wants to challenge. They're pinging him out. They have a read on his position. They're going to use the Dizzy or the Prowler here to set him up.
No, just quick swing in.
Footsteps.
Flexen trying to backpedal as quietly and quickly as he possibly can. Does manage to make it out towards safety. Trailblazer around the back, cannot get the stun. As the boom bot gets sent, you can see Flexen wanting to try to challenge forward, wanting to try to get a catch, but cannot. Thrash now in play. Why is he pushing forward? Judge still at the ready. Thrash finding nothing. Flexen able to tuck back, keeps himself protected, obscured for now. Spike plant coming in. Seas gets sent, catches here onto the enemy brim. Dizzy going to be cleared out, but Flex in. They assess his position. They find that kill. Chronicle does get taken down. YZ able to find one, but still needs to recover a different weapon. Hero Death's going to be coming through, and YZ scoops up the Vandal, instantly finds value. Zalpier gets taken down. Man advantage now there for the side of BLG. They're trying to push them off. They line up for him, but he cannot collect the first kill. The hero cannot readjust. This map not over quite just yet. 4 players surviving. BLG, they hang in.
And it's just a call to play safe, play for the retake as BLG, and it works a treat. They really just kind of give Fnatic all the space they want to get that plant down and do to Fnatic what Fnatic was doing really well to them on the other side of the map. Just play those 5v5 retakes and start taking players down. Good news is Fnatic, you only used the Thrash in that round. Now you've got the Cosmic Divide available for Boaster. Chronicle still has a Viper's Pit. So still a lot of tools to work with to keep Billy from getting 4 more rounds to send it to OT. Already Alpha's getting ready to throw a Dizzy potentially here. Set up Durka, but no contact just found. Patience shown from YZ. As he backs up a bit. Neff doing the duty that is of the skies to just hold this angle all the time. Long B is your job, but he's going to tuck into that corner. See if it's checked by Fnatic if they decide to push. Thinking about Util, they're going to go for the
Trying to go for the pop flash here, and they are going to be able to catch on to one. Alfier take it down. Teleport taken, but that is the spike now. Stuck. They have to rotate back across the map to regain this. Why is he slowly just trying to evacuate? Paint shells likely to be committed to try to clear out that side.
That's how much they want to challenge this. YZ's up close and personal.
He is. Flash pack forward. Sees into the corner. Nothing spotted there, but to pull off the angle. Sync bite thrown to try to stop the peak. Grab well as well, going to be used. 25 seconds remaining. Time ticking. Looks like they're not going to be taking the teleporter. It is going to be the push here onto the B side. 3 players still here. YZ, the first one, holding the line. Looking for the drag across, cannot find. It's going to be flexed out. We're coming up with 2, and now Spike is stranded, and that is going to be the round. Done and dusted. Nothing more that Chronicle could do. It's BLG closing the gap. Well, a little bit more than he could do. Puts YZ down. We'll take the teleporter. And BLG continue to stay here in the map, but they need 3 more consecutive rounds to try to take this into overtime.
Yeah, it is just mostly good kind of disciplined play now from Billy. They're not really getting aggressive until they know they've got a decent opportunity there with the pop flash and the push from YZ. And once that spike is down, that's such an awkward position for Fnatic to be in. Wow, that is a heck of a drawing.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Good kick with the dizzy. YZ, 2 away from a showstopper. Same for Flexton with that orbital strike. A little bit of pressure, a little bit of damage there onto Yosemite, forces him back within lamps.
And they're playing the Cypher now over towards A. All that util, anticipating that Fnatic's going to try a different approach, and now YZ and Neff also getting very aggressive towards long B. Prowler contacts into showers.
The push up, the reveal, and Yosemite able to collect. Zerka just not ready for that one, but the headshot through the box. Alfier able to put him quite low. Flexing down to 22 HP as the plant gets ready to come in. Chronicle trying to scale up, trying to take some space, ends up falling with the plant, comes in all the same, but 2x man advantage here for the side of BLG. Shorty in hand. The push forward, tries to go for it. Alfier able to find one, Boser gets the other. But advantage maintained. This hero going to try to have some impact. Over from Showers, he's now the last man standing. Position known, finds the first, finds the second, looks for the third. Paint Shell puts him low, the Nightfall going to be committed to. The stick being held, he's spotted it, he's got it! Hero with the Red Bull clutch will bring this map to an end, 13-9.
A nice moment at the end there for the new addition of this Fnatic squad. Able to come up big when they needed it. Looked like BLG might be able to get themselves up to double digit here in this round, but Hero had other thoughts. Plays this perfectly, has the Nightfall. YZ opts to just try to take it to half, but couldn't get it there.
An incredible performance from him, but now they have to go into Fnatic's map pick of a Lotus. We'll see how they fare when we come back.
Elmo Penny, what surprised you the most about BLG, especially since I think the map was a lot closer than everybody anticipated? And how does that knowledge carry over onto the second map, Lotus?
I don't think anything surprised us. I think we played pretty poorly, to be honest with you. We gave away a lot of rounds. We weren't just not following our basic protocols. As you can see, we've changed the comp again since we last played Bind, so I think there's a little bit of, maybe we need a few extra scrims on that in some of these players and the new agents. But yeah, I think they played this pretty similar to what we thought they would, but we just got to tighten up our own game.
Well, it sounds like Fnatic isn't in their final form just yet, so we're going to see what they bring out on the second map.
Fnatic managed to walk away with the win. You heard Elmo Putty there saying they're not really in their best form. They're more like a Super Saiyan 1, you know, maybe a KO Ken status, but they're really looking to get to Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3.
Is that One Piece?
That's a Dragon Ball reference. Man, you're
Close
30.
though.
Come on,
nice
man.
Try, nice try.
I definitely didn't know that.
Mimi, you got an elaborate setup over here for Billy Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So it would be a shame if it all came crumbling down
was
right
that like
now.
were those the
It would
building
be a
blocks?
shame.
The building blocks of their next map
The
being a
structure
win?
is so strong.
It really is. Hold on a second. If you don't mind, production, give me a second. I'm curious to see what a gentle breeze would do.
No!
Oh, what a shame.
That bodes well for the rest of the series, I think.
Yeah, well, that's how it's going to be on Lotus, potentially, because
Yeah, they
they're
say
gonna...
Rome wasn't built in a day.
It was. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about this one. And something that we should note, though, is that, yes, Billy definitely were taking it to Fnatic in a few of those rounds. But we got to remember that this was, you know, pretty solid map for Billy to begin with. So this isn't all that shocking, but ultimately this was the map that they needed to win if they wanted to be competitive in this series.
Yeah, I think it's almost a little bit sad at times. Like, I think some of the initial plans they had in rounds was very good. Like, they had ideas that if they managed to actually get it over the line towards the end, it would have actually looked like some really good plans. It was just that they ended up making some really silly errors throughout those rounds, which I think are actually easy fixes. Like, if they look back at that, they're going to go, yeah, that was a bit silly gaming.
The big thing for me is that 5 out of 10 post-plant wins. Fnatic was consistently letting them get the spike down and get into these post-plants, but quite frankly, their post-plant protocols were not up to snuff. There was so many rounds where they had these advantages, and then you saw players in positions where they were untradeable, swinging forward and getting punished by these Fnatic retakes. It looked super drilled. This could have been a much closer game if Billy had been able to close out more of those rounds in the post-plant and made less of these little errors. It's the same thing that we kind of saw with FPX earlier from the same region, where they have a lot of advantageous positions. You see kind of the goal for this team, and then the mistakes towards the end of these rounds is where they get punished.
Yeah, but you know what, though? One individual that really did show up in this one was YZ 100%. That brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. YZ he had a few great moments. He had a few not so great moments as well, but this one was one of the good ones. The fact that my guy managed to become Neo, fly into the sky, and then somehow, some way take out both of the Mr. Smith agents. Unbelievable stuff here. This guy...
That was like some prime UK level stuff. Like, the guy was on one. And the thing is, I think that also helped pad a lot of the stats. It was weird. We were almost saying that it felt like when they planted, they became a little bit more disjointed when they fell back. When they were actually pushing together and like going into the site and he was the lead, they actually looked really good. They were causing a lot of issues. They just didn't have those protocols once the plant went down.
Yeah, they didn't have a crazy like game plan. It was just a lot of these rounds where they're slowly contacting up the extremities and going for these fast pop plays with one sky flash into the site. And honestly, it looked pretty good. They were punishing the site anchors in a lot of rounds, but again, it was Fnatic's coordination and resiliency along with individual moments to win out in the end there with that map.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, of course, BLG, they're currently down in the series. Let's go ahead and check out the coach, the camp of the BLG side, to see what they think going into Lotus.
Hey guys, we're here now with Coach Bile of BLG and Jen to help with some translation. Now, that was a really close map. I feel like a lot of people maybe were surprised with the result, but what is the plan for map number 2? I mean, there was some momentum in that first map. How does that carry over and translate to a win?
1세트 접전이었고 패배는 했지만 그래도 어느 정도 BLG도 흐름을 탄 것 같거든요. 2세트에도 이 좋은 흐름을 이어가기 위해서 어떤 점이 중요할까요?
일단은 지금 실수를 너무 많이 해서 선수들한테 우리가 최근에 가장 많이 하는 실수를 좀 줄이자는 거를 피드백을 좀 하면서 선수들 멘탈도 좀 챙겨야 될 것 같고 2세트 준비는 사실 프나틱이 로터스 고를 거 알고 있어서 그래서 준비를 좀 많이 하긴 했는데 사실 이게 지금 선수들 멘탈상 이게 지금 될지 안 될지는 잘 모르겠어요. 일단 바인드에서도 사실 준비한 게 많았는데 실수가 많았기 때문에 그래서 그거를 한 번 더 강조하면은 좀 로터스도 할 만하지 않을까 싶습니다.
We made so many mistakes, so I told them to tighten up our plays, make sure we don't make the same mistakes over and over. But I don't think it's going to be super easy for the players to come back mentally, reset the mentality completely because we made so many mistakes. But in terms of Lotus, we are well prepared. We knew that Fnatic were going to pick it, but it's just down to how much mental reset that we're able to get.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and we're going to see if BLG can take Lotus from Fnatic.
I mean, I'll be real. I'll keep it $150 with y'all home. Don't really feel that confident coming out of that interview. You know, hoping that they can reset the mental is definitely a tall task to ask of these boys after, you know, they lost a map that was good, quite good for them, and now they're going into a map that, well, it's quite good for their opponent.
Yeah, Fnatic has won this one 6 times in a row. It's been their best map since I feel like it came into the pool.
They were the best team in the world on it last year. They only lost to Loud last year on this map. That was it, twice.
Yeah, so you're really looking at a Fnatic that, you know, statistically is super favored in
and
this
also
Lotus.
Factually.
Yeah, no, statistically facts. But isn't statistics facts?
Not always. But they can be indicative of facts.
I guess so. Yeah, you're right. You know, I'm just trying to.
This is where we've got to. We're arguing.
I'm just trying to cause controversy over here.
All I know is they don't care about your feelings, GB.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, I mean, you know, look. Billy are certainly going to be in a bit of a blender here if they're not if they're not prepared for what Fnatic are going to bring. But there is so much material for Fnatic that surely BLG can maybe build something off that. Oh boy, what is he doing?
He's going through his match history.
Oh, but I mean, Poster, you're always going to be sad if you do that, bud.
I do want to talk about Fnatic though, because they did talk about some of the mistakes they were making. I think we did see it there, letting some things slip. I think not being quite ready for a lot of these executes early on that BLG was throwing. However, I think that they proved to be able to bounce back. Boaster had some really good calling in the second half, finding the right site. Individual players like Durko were really stepping up. I think this is a good match for them to kind of warm up into international competition and also to get Hero comfortable.
Yeah. I also think the other thing as well is you have to bear in mind, once again, they completely changed their composition. You had Alpha going on to a Gecko. You had the switch up of getting rid of the Clove. Just a different composition of what they're running on Bind.
Is that become diminishing returns, though? Where you're just
but that's what I'm
so
saying.
Much.
Going into Lotus, they haven't changed this map the whole year. I think there's no chance they do that again. So I think any chance that BLG has gone.
This stuffed wingman on broadcast if they change their Lotus comp.
Okay,
just for changing the comp. I respect
they're not gonna do it.
It's super unlikely.
0% chance.
How do we get this to happen?
What's it have to be for the big penguin?
BLG wins.
BLG wins.
Artist shaves his head. Mimi eats Dan the stuffed penguin.
You can't just make. First of all, he seems like a lovely penguin, and I would not eat him.
It's also a lot of stuff.
Vegetarian. I'm not going to eat the penguin.
It's a freaking sever head, Mimi. I mean, at this point, I mean, what are you going to do?
He has a body.
This
Can we
particular
show
penguin
the penguin,
doesn't.
please, that GB's telling me to eat?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to do it. Because that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. You see, I think that would be expert content, personally speaking. But, you know.
But you're not an expert on content, really.
I'm truly not, if any of my social media is to be looked at. Oh, man. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. Mimi doesn't have to eat.
Oh, okay. They brought
Wait,
Neon, though.
Okay.
Why is he playing Neon? Okay, that's kind of sick. Why is he was cooking on map 1? I think this is a cool role to see him play. We've seen other teams try these breach Neon comps, and I think they're solid.
Yeah, the only thing is his race was fantastic, so I almost kind of wanted to see it going forward. But again, I don't think it's anything that Fnatic are going to be too surprised by. Maybe it will allow him to get past a lot of that Killjoy utility a little bit.
They've played against Miniboo. They're familiar with this comp.
That's true.
Yeah, and you know, it gives also YZ an ability to, like, you know, disrupt some of the more typical timings and things like that. Like,
especially, I think, when they get to the defense, how fast those rotations can come through.
Yeah.
I think Neon is actually a low-key really good stall agent when you can get that stun in the right position. position, but it's going to be tough against this home territory for Fnatic.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that one, Mimi. Let's go ahead and find out if this one makes it to a third map. It's going to be a tall task, but hey, if anyone can do it, Billy has found the magic of champions before. Let's send it back over to your casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can see the players, they're still having some fun, still vibing out, trying to play around with the Fnatic squad on the opposite side of the stage, but they have some work to do. We go into Lotus. The desk was talking about how dominant this map is and has been across many, many years here for the side of Fnatic. Does that continue today? Can Billy, with these big changes, somehow make them stumble?
Well, we saw it yesterday with FPX. I mean, anything's possible. You know, you just kind of assumed that Heretics was going to take bind against FPX, but their change in their comp was way different than what we're seeing here. Yeah. But it's certainly doable, but I mean, like the desk has been talking about, this is the best Lotus team in the world. Good luck.
Eyes on YZ, because not only is he coming out here with this Neon, a big change in its own right, he's playing it for the first time. He has not been playing this at all, and he's not going to be playing it much here in this round. Taking down his Chronicle, able to find two, continuing to wreak havoc as Hero joins in.
Down A.
Unite eliminated. Hero snappy with a second headshot. Neff eliminated, and this pistol round is done and dusted.
Surely it's done and dusted. Yeah, it's done. It's dusted, and it's Fnatic taking another pistol. Just shut down to the point of attack. I mean, just no utility there to disrupt Chronicle. And as we saw on Bind, he don't miss those.
Yep.
He do not miss those. And he was really good on first kills. I think 4 and 2 on Bind for Fnatic. So just picking up right where he left off. Oh, the flash was just a bit late. And then Hero just swoops in. Find a couple of his own. Shut down immediately there. Billy just not even able to turn the key to get the engine started on that round or this map.
Well, now Cam set up here outside of B. Chronicle again, the player that they have to try to fight against, and again he's going to be taking down YZ. Looks for a little bit more. TP forward here. Shorty in hand will be able to catch him off guard. So Chronicle falls. Yosemite picking off one as Alpier going to be taken down, but now Yosemite once again, last man standing, finds the first headshot, but this time we're not going to be seeing that eco round win come through. It's going to be Fnatic up 2-0.
Yeah, and there's decent damage done here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this is not a bad eco round at all for Billy. You're taking a couple guns out of the hands of Fnatic. You know, they're still able to put together 3 Vandals and a Bulldog. And Durka, in fact, also getting a Vandal, so still enough to buy, but economic damage done for Billy, and see if they can maybe string together a little bit more success. This time around, they're going to send YZ seemingly out on a bait mission to try to convince Fnatic that this is another A hit. He's got to be ultra careful. There's 3 players waiting here.
Oh, quick little jiggle out and a slide back. YZ able to get away scot-free. Get the paranoia away.
Bring them down.
Really big piece of util now taken out of the hands here of Fnatic as there's the nano swarms and going to be slowed up on the approach. Alfier pushing forward, catching him off guard. Whatnot coming in time to try to draw that attention away, so they lose that on a player now. Equalized here as the players rotate in. Matching up to face, and okay, had the lineup on him. Thought maybe we're gonna be able to find that elimination, but Neff does get willed down to 16 HP. Sees dodged out. The pullback stays protected for now, but the spike no closer to being planted here. As Billy are very much just held at bay. Durka through the wall, taking down Neff. In the meanwhile, this rotation here from Boaster continues to creep closer and closer.
Just great stuff there from Durka. Never giving up those angles. It's such a bad spotter, BLG. Yeah, there goes Boaster. Yep.
Flexen will be able to find one. Some additional damage dealt the tap, but Boaster able to find the second headshot, and Fnatic will convert the bonus.
Yeah, so, you know, Billy trying to sell a bit of a fake over towards A, trying to buy that extra little bit of space, and they do get mountain control off of it. However, Alpha is waiting on C site, and he is very, very challenging to get through, as many teams have found out the hard way. And he's so patient with his utility there. That's one of the big things that gives him a huge advantage in that round is he doesn't pop the util off the Prowler. He waits for the alarm bot to pop the nanos, gets a little bit of damage, swings down, takes out YZ. And the round just kind of snowballs out of control. Billy able to try to climb through towards the site, but eventually fall.
Still grabbing whatever firepower they can. K9 just with a frenzy in hand. Couple stingers of Guardian there as well. And swing around the back. Alfie are able to deal with the first, and Chronicle collects two. K9 Nep both going to be taken down. Hiro now spamming through the wall. Gets rid of Flexin, strands the spike, and Yosemite will just get one tap there. The Guardian not able to come to fruition whatsoever. As one player lost, but Alpha still got his. 4-0 now for Fnatic.
Yep. You try to go for the fast hit, and again, you're just having a tough time getting any of your util to land on the Alpha to make him uncomfortable, and he gets another first kill. So far, every first kill going the way of Fnatic. I decided to start keeping track of them because I was like, that's going pretty well for them right now.
Yep.
They've got a lot of ults in cycle. So does Billy in a way, but you're one away from the Nightfall for Hiro. 2 away from the Viper's Pit for Chronicle. 2 away from a lockdown for Alpha. Dirk already has a showstopper. Things are already looking very, very challenging for Billy. And what does Bile want to talk about? Good luck. It's tough. I mean, I think maybe just trying to slow the rounds down a little bit in the beginning. Try to see if you can take a little bit of rebel control. See if you can kind of spread Fnatic's defenses a little bit more. Make it harder for them to react. So far, you haven't really given them much that's been difficult to react to.
Yeah, it's been a very one-sided affair thus far. As we'll see with 15 seconds remaining what the adjustments end up looking like here for the side of Billy. But thus far, it's not been great. I mean, we've had plenty of players given the buffs, through to Neon. Coming in, try it, pick it up for the very first time. YZ is one of those players now here on the biggest stage. And so far, it's not been finding too much value. It's a singular assist to his name.
I was fairly surprised with how good YZ's raise is, and not just today, not just because it will look good on Bind.
Yeah.
He's generally pretty good at it. That they would make this shift. He has been playing the raise pretty much all year on Lotus, so definitely a bit surprising. I think this is actually his first Neon game.
Looking for a pacey hit here. Durka, the showstopper, out, catching a glimpse of one, sends it down directly below. YZ going to be taken down, but still value going to be found as K9 able to open things up with a kill on a Boaster. Hero sent packing, rotates back around through B, gets sway up into upper. As the neural theft comes out.
This is great. Exactly what I wanted to see. Some rubble control taken. You're able to win some fights, get the showstopper off the board, and now you can pivot over towards B and get the plant down.
Prowler to check here on the cross. Swing out, jump back. Cage going to be coming up. Lurk v Lurk over at A, though. Chronicle with an opportunity to maybe even up the count, but he's pushing over here towards the door instead. Seemingly, though, wary, but there still could be someone in position. Now he knows about it. On cleared sight. Open here for now. K9 turning his way back over here. Sends out that fault line, looking for the daze. Alfia, however, able to get the punish, but time is ticking, and Nep snapping with a headshot puts him down. Remaining players making the call to go for the save.
Yeah, just a great small change for Billy. Nets them their first round win. And all it takes is a couple kills off the rip. You're able to break the space open that you need to get the plant down. Set up for those nice post plants. Make it so Chronicle can't go for that wraparound towards Baby Door. And yeah, I just double checked. This is indeed YZ's first Neon game on an official match.
Yep.
To bring it out in Champions.
Bold move.
It's very bold.
Still killless, but people able to play off his util in that previous round, so did set the rest of his team up for success. So Billy now on the board. Still a lot more to try to claw back, though, because when you're playing this Neon, expecting to see that impact really coming through on the attack, and oh, they just read it like a book. Sees Nade combo. He's dead.
Yeah, and this time around, an immediate adjustment from Fnatic towards this rubble control that Billy wants to take. And now Boaster has an Odin in hand. Able to start lining up to do some damage. But man, you've got some big ults here for Billy. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Rolling Thunder. If you can just find the opportunity to use it, you might be able to turn this round on its head. Oh boy. Only a little bit of damage done. Flexin down to 77 for armor. Knight just barely tagged up. They're going to try their hand at the other side of the map, leaving Neff to just get taken down as soon as he launched that Nightfall.
Yep, sends it, dies for it. An attempt at a fake. They still have to try to get through Alfier, who so far has been a bit of a raid. Boss, but Chronicle is the first to put them down. 2 quick kills, Alfier on the finisher. Chronicle just, this guy can do no wrong. Unbelievable.
Let's run it again.
He's so talented. Just so clean with his mechanics. His positioning, so good. Reads his opponents incredibly well. And they drop the Odin over to Durka, and immediately when that Nightfall was launched, he was ready.
Yeah, to be able to recover after sending out the util. Just the 1-2 punch. Chef's kiss on that round.
Well deserved.
Well, now Alpha backpedaling here. A lot of presence over here towards C. It's going to be a pickup on the orb from YZ. Ult is online, but Chronicle immediately pushes back in from Waterfall, sets up the pit.
So smart.
They've already gotten Boaster into a forward position outside A, just playing alongside Rubble, and Chronicle still, through the smoke, finds Flexin.
Just reads it.
Did they haunt over the top?
Not sure.
I think they may have. I think they might have gotten a ping reveal. Heard one going out. Hero now able to find one. As the stuns do come through off the relay bolts, but no one can push forward. This Viper wall from Chronicle continues to hold them at bay. He is locking down all 3 sites by himself at the moment. High-low setup. Put on the one side, the swing forward, and it's just into the meat grinder. Absolutely minced.
This is so difficult for Yosemite right now.
Does he read this?
Nope.
Thinks about it, but angle's a little bit wrong. Flawless here from Fnatic. Continuing on the Reign of Terror, only dropping that 1 round thus far. And for BLG, you know, you're able to get that round win after the timeout call. But now you only have 1 more. But how long do you let this go get away from you before you have to invest that second timeout in the first half?
That's a great question. But for me, what I love is the way Fnatic thinks about these things. Their protocols they have, the immediate response with that Viper's Pit after that orb is picked up. They know that it's almost certainly going over to YZ, so he can get his overdrive in that round. And that just completely gummed things up, and then they just send Hero and Durka over towards B, and they have BLG completely trapped. And they just absolutely sweep them away from that round. Oh, that's a little bit off the mark, but here we go.
Okay, overdrive gonna get popped, but can't really spot out anything. Everything is covered, obscured here by these smokes. As a matter of damage found on a Hero. The swing onto the corner, Durka. Just quite a bit of damage there with that Odin, looking for more as Neff down low on 23 HP. Blast packs across. YZ now working his way, considering with a push here into the B side, and Durka's just dragging it across, and Neff goes down. I love this gun.
I know you do.
Prowler to search. Noting that they're there in the connector.
Oh, Alpha. So close.
Just around the corner here alongside Chronicle Tap.
Lockdown
coming
in
through,
hand.
but Lockdown is ready to go. Seemingly Billy may be aware of this, and they're going to look to try to up the tempo, perhaps.
This isn't going to hit Alpha. This is going to hit the lockdown if they use the Rolling Thunder here.
Considering what they want to do, but there's the Rolling Thunder coming across the race forward. They tuck back over towards stairs. The Odin is still there, and yep, they get locked into position. The punish cannot be found now. Nightfall to try to counteract as the plant gets ready to come through the lockdown. Layered in on top of it. They can't hear a damn thing. They have to evacuate. And Fnatic are poised to win this round. Boaster swinging around the back. Finds a headshot on the first, the second. Looking for the third, he's got it! And now it is just YZ. Killless thus far to see if he can try to take them all down. He will get that first kill. He will find Hero. The Fnatic will find themselves up by 6 round wins.
And it's just like Fnatic knows what you're going to do before you do it. The lockdown's in a perfect spot where it's not going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. They've got the C's prepared for the quick dash from the Neon off the back of the Rolling Thunder. They've got a Nightfall for their own Flood retake. Boaster's lurking and clicking heads. I mean, they're just so good at this map. This is just reminding me so much of Fnatic from last year, where I just loved watching them play because of the way that they out-utiled you, out-thought you on maps like this.
Attempted a counter spray here with an Odin of their own. Zerka, once again, setting up, trying to get this damage across. Tiny amounts of it being found so far. I'll be at the same time, though. Poke down to 55. I think Yosemite maybe catching him with the Guardian.
Just to rotate over. Alpha's already down to half HP, but still holding a bit of a different angle. And look at this Nano up on the site. Okay, it gets cleared, but oh, it slows him up so much.
Slide across. Oh, YZ is going so very low. Relay Bolt gets a catch. The push forward, and Albeit cannot keep it steady enough, but Chronicle still is here. Already 2 kills. The Snakebite for 1. The Vandal for the other. Flexen pushing forward into the smoke. Paranoid out of his mind, and Boaster will shut him down.
See what they want to do.
Plant on the B once again, but Yosemite tries to take some space. There's the showstopper for the interrupt. The spike plant denied. Fnatic, no inches given over here to BLG. Giving them no recourse, no reprieve.
And Fnatic's just reading the map really well. Right there to back up Alpha on the C site. Even though he gets taken down by YZ this time, YZ able to chew through some of that nano damage to get in a place where he can use his relay bolt to pin Alpha down. And there you go. You were talking about it, Kilios. When are you going to have to use it? Well, time is now.
Right ahead of another buy round here for them. Even then, spike plant denied. That little bit of extra cash they would love to have taken away. So going to be plenty of half armors here. As we can see, Dirk has got an operator in his hands for now. But this is an incredibly difficult position to be in here for Billy. A very competitive opening map. Granted, it's their pick, but that bind, I think a lot of people may be surprised by how much they were able to push them there. Themselves up to 9, but now this is a complete and utter change of results here.
And you have to anticipate that this is something that's going to give teams a lot of problems at this tournament, is that no matter what, you're going to probably have to play Lotus or Haven against Fnatic, and they're really good on those maps. And so I thought coming into this, you know, Billy, their default ban has been Haven throughout stage 2, so maybe there's a world where they take the first map, and you're going to have to play Lotus most likely as that second map, but who knows? You can take it to map 3, try to get something done, but yeah, I mean, Fnatic just, even with a big drastic comp change on Bind, still good enough to take down Billy on their best map of Bind, and seemingly looking to close the door quickly and tightly on Billy.
Oh my God. Well, seems like the call was trying to make a pacey hit, maybe bait some audio over towards C, but Dirk goes for the peek, and he nails the flick. YZ shut down. And K-Knight with a nice counter spray across will be able to pick off Chronicle. In the end, a 1-for-1. But Alpier going to be unexpected in that position, still able to find one, flex and dig it down. Oh, it doesn't miss the second time either. Yosemite dead, and now Neff is all on his lonesome. Spike in hand, trying to push his way out of connector. Both are going to be spotted. Decides to back off, gives himself some space. Gives respect here over to Neff. He's got everything to do, riding up the rope. Not snappy enough there is Hero. He's already low on HP. Neff in with an opportunity, but needs to clutch it out.
Get the Nightfall. One more kill, Durka. Oh.
Scope in. And has it. A third for Durka. Now up to 12 kills here. We'll get the defuse, get towards that next showstopper, and get Fnatic now to 9.
I mean, just a great opening shot from Durka. It's Billy packing towards the B site, where they're just waiting, using that fade util to sneak Alpha up underneath their noses. And there you go, right there, bang. And then they just strike together. I mean, again, the protocol's immaculate for Fnatic. Durka, great with the op. Kind of how I felt on that one, Boaster.
I'm pretty sure it was in slow-mo, but...
Yeah, still.
If not quite the expression, but yeah, 12-3-2 here for Durka. Once again, BLG can try to contest over Rubble, and this time Fnatic, they give them some space. Just keep that Odin quiet. Ready to strike at any given moment. Zerka peeking out ahead of that trap wire. Actually does get him through B main. YZ, however, able to find one as Boaster's going to be taken down. Slide across and the headshot nails it. Breaks open this A site. YZ coming alive is something that BLG desperately need. That was a very good start to the round here. 5 members strong. Still that operator in hand here for Durka. Reveal out onto one. YZ does, he actually counter punches and does manage to find Hero. Quick jiggle peek out. YZ technically on for an ace now as he drops down off the top of the rope.
Ooh.
Peeks finds one, eats quite a bit of damage. Continues to push up, spots him again, finds a headshot on the Durka slides back through. Overdrive gonna be popped. You can tell how badly he wants it. And YZ has gotten it. An ace to get BLG their second round win. Stylish, but now we still go into the last round of the half. They will pick up this operator, but can they run this back even further? Because they are still down in the dumps.
I mean, an incredible round here for YZ. My. That is a ridiculous drive-by on the Boaster.
They're all ridiculous drive-bys. Did he get, this is the only kill he got while not sliding, basically.
Yeah. Still, the concerning thing is you're gonna have to do that a lot more on this map. I mean, that's that puts him up to 7 kills. He had 2 before that round.
Right.
And now he's top fragging for BLG.
Dropping spike.
Which, hey, great round. Now you've got an op. Maybe you can get this third. Maybe your defender side can look a lot cleaner, but I mean, Fnatic there just trying to sell a bit of a hidden position, trying to allow for some quick rotations, quick flanks, and BLG just gets so ahead of it because of YZ's insane play. I mean, tip of the cap, but now Fnatic back to kind of more of a default position here.
Prowler to check close. Nothing noted at Mound. Still back box, something that could be a concern, but they have cleared it out. Once again, though, looking to push forward in towards Alfier and Chronicle. Been a pain point for them here time and time again. But this time, the spam able to find, I believe, just the alarm bot there. Both nanos still available, and he's able to bait them out. The movement there from YZ, just hearing the audio, it's enough for Alfier to go ahead and send the pops on those. Yosemite swinging through, but immediately headshot taken down. The assault on the C site now coming through.
Good awareness, though, from Alpha and Chronicle to back out, knowing that the ult was coming. Setting up for this retake.
They both going to be sent. They're trying to get their way out of the smokes here. Hero able to find one, but YZ and Neff getting one apiece. 3v3. And Boaster still making his way over towards the site. Has been able to dump the operator. Has a Vandal in hand. Making some noise here. Just strafing forward. Paranoia still at the ready. Sends it. Clips onto at least one, I do believe. They get the haunt reveal as well as the decay across, and YZ's going to be taken down. Hero not going to be able to find the ace as Chronicle will take the last 2 kills, but it's going to be Fnatic now up 10-2. BLG now need to do what DRX did to them last year at Champions if they want to win on this Lotus.
A difficult task, to say the least. And again, it's just great protocols from Fnatic. I mean, I like the idea here from BLG. I like that they're better about clearing util, but still couldn't get over the line.
Rough spot to be in. 10-2 at the half. Fnatic way out in front, looking for an easy closeout. We'll see if they can get it done when we come back from the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
makes me want to live. There are times when I feel like I have no will to fight. You always come and chase away the demons from my mind.
Alrighty, we're back and about to go into the second half here of the second map of the second series on the second day of Champs Seoul. Fnatic, however, in such an advantageous position, find themselves up 10-2 here on their map pick.
It's a tough road for Billy, no matter how you slice it. And generally speaking, attacker side is better for most teams on this map, but who knows? Maybe Billy's got something dialed up. They've got something in store, but they've struggled mightily on this map so far here throughout stage 2 and into Champions. And you're going up against a Fnatic team that is looking very well drilled, very confident, coming into their pick of Lotus. It's going to be a desperately needed pistol round for Billy if they're going to pick this one up. Let's see.
They've been decently elusive so far.
Yeah. Fnatic is really starting to pick up steam. On to check. Space taken. Rubble under their control. And Alpha firmly planted to watch their backs. And you got to anticipate, especially with a Neon there now. Billy's going to want to get aggressive. Try to get in towards Fnatic spawn if possible.
There.
As they begin to drift towards the site. Billy's going to split 2-2 between B and A. Turret left there, but as they begin to make their way through, turret is going to be grabbed, so there's going to be some space available for Billy. And they've got an extra player sliding in towards stairs. They could make this pretty difficult for Fnatic.
Prowler reroutes Neff up over towards Row. Bite into the back of side here, and Yosemite eating quite a bit of damage. Bolster able to find first blood. Is K-Knight going to be taken down? Push forward, clear out on the trap wire. Bolster not plus by that, but the headshot will certainly offset him. 2 kills found here for Neff in replies. We find ourselves now into a 3v3. Alpha down to 40. YZ approaching from behind. Swing out, they spot him. They know that he's got the Sheriff. Catches a glimpse. Continues to push his way forward. Trying to play a little bit of ring around the rosy here with Alpha, but Alpha maybe outdoing him a bit. Swings around the back. Hero at the same time, able to find Flex in, but Neff finds himself a third. Tap onto the spike. YZ opening things up even further as Hero trying to live up to the name. Knows that he's right in front of him. And he has it! The headshot for the Red Bull clutch. Hero delivering Fnatic another pistol win.
Yeah, another big clutch for Hero. A great entry into Champions for this young pickup for Fnatic. 15 kills, now topping the leaderboard for Fnatic on Lotus in the fragging department. Another big clutch. And I mean, just, this looked like it was going to be so difficult. I mean, Alpha just really, with an interesting turret placement there, looked like he was just going to be able to delay YZ into infinity. But instead, YZ's able to finally find some success and make it a 1v2, but still couldn't get a win. And Frenzy in hand, you see a shorty there for Flexin. Every pistol in the game for BLG right now.
Yeah.
Just trying to see, you know, whatever sticks.
One of them's bound to work.
Yeah.
Let's see how they fare. Drift back across here from Fnatic. Getting set up over at A. 3 players from the side of BLG in position. Tap on the door. Now just Neff on the opposite side. Sheriff in hand. And as he swings out, tries to go for the headshot, but Durka able to put him down. Pick up on the orb, and now he's already over halfway to that showstopper.
Now that was the Sheriff. It is scooped up by K-Knight, though.
Well, one to try to hold them in position. Yosemite playing off the back of that nicely. Gets the catch here on a Boaster, but Durka still in a spot to try to strike, but it's going to be Chronicle who's able to find him. He's playing around the rotating door. Now to cut across, back over in towards B. And Flex it. I mean, he's got to reposition. He's got that shorty in hand. Tries to take the fight here. Does get the catch on Alpha here. Guardian now at the ready. The 2v3, a Bulldog picked up. And everybody from Fnatic fanned out. Flexin going to maybe reroute. Looks like they want to approach from the same angle.
Oh!
K9 able to find one. Durka taken down.
That's huge.
Just that Sheriff in hand. Cover going out. Smoke comes down, cutting off upper. Paranoia sent across, holding them at bay here for now, but they still have to get their way over onto the spike. It's planted in deep. The swing out, Hero putting him down low. K9, 10 HP, and Chronicle with a backstab. Cleans them up as Fnatic get themselves now to match point.
Yeah, just some really nice micro plays in this round from Fnatic. To catch Yosemite at the door. Durka sees the cape as they're swinging the other way. Chronicle's right there to take him down. And then here at the end, Hero does a great job avoiding getting killed and just opens the door for Chronicle to swoop in.
Spading for him.
Yep.
Well, now it all comes down to this. Bonus for Fnatic, a must-win round for the side of BLG. They will need to win 10 consecutive. Now they're not spotting anything. Quite an aggressive push up here towards a rubble from BLG, but all eyes of Fnatic right now set up here on this C site. They're going to be lobbed in, clear out on one of the wires. As there's a reveal, Durka does get taken down. Solid from Yosemite. Boaster going to be eliminated as well as he plays up close, but Hero eventually finds the elimination. The push out, the swoop around, playing distract here, drawing the attention as Chronicle will fall. Up here though, eventually able to stabilize, finds that first kill, but cannot get the second. Spike not planted, aftershock thrown. Hero cannot quite clutch it out this time around as BLG will be allowed to hold out hope for a bit longer.
Yeah, just good hold from Yosemite. That extra layer of trap wire confuses Fnatic a little bit, not expecting it. Catches Durka out. And Durka does have a showstopper. And definitely picking up the second as well, huge there for BLG. And they're quick to rotate, quick to bail out Yosemite. Keep Fnatic at bay. Very nicely done overall.
Right there.
An outlaw for YZ. As it is a bit of a scuff by now for Fnatic, but you have that showstopper, do have a rifle in Hero's hands. Guardian for Alpha. Oh, great shot.
Wasn't ready for him to be that far forward, and YZ good with the adjustment. Puts him down, and Neural Theft now is going to tell all. Solid investment here from the side of BLG. They know that the pressure is working against them. They know that they have to win out every single one of these rounds, so as much info as they can get is going to be necessary, but now the round starts getting away from them. Boaster with one, YZ finds his second. Relay bolt looking for the stun, doesn't bounce quite deep enough, I believe, to actually connect on to Chronicle. Ultimately, he'll back away, look to reroute. Flex in here, trying to hold the door, eventually finds the kill. The swing out, though, from Hero. Takes him down, and now it's a 2v2.
Boaster has just been waiting a drop. Still has the spike in hand. No ult available. Unless he found a kill, but he's going to be able to scoop up the Guardian. YZ with another with the Outlaw.
Third gets the shutdown, and Yosemite finds Boaster as well, but still decent damage dealt here from the side of Fnatic. BLG now up to 4 rounds.
And I mean, the rounds that have been going Billy's way are some where YZ is able to find some real impact early, and they're able to kind of snowball off the back of that. That is a crazy good shot, Boaster. That is nasty. And that was the Nightfall in Neff's hands that gets taken out there. And that's a moment where I started looking at that round thinking, oh boy, does it just end right here? But Billy clings to life for a little bit longer.
It was looking possible for a brief little moment. Front line through, showstopper gonna be popped, and YZ blinded up, cannot get away from it. Durka puts him down, looks for a little bit more. Neff and K9 both playing forward here. Boaster and Hero eating quite a bit, but ultimately lives are intact, and for now, Fnatic make the call, just cut all sound. Play this quietly, and let that doubt start infecting the minds of the BLG players on the opposite side.
For sure, and you had to anticipate that maybe BLG was trying to take more space off that aggressive play from YZ to see if they could create some flank angles, create a bit of a crunch. Not going to come through this round. Fnatic now begins methodically working their way towards B, maybe C, but right around the door. Flexen holding the box, he's taken right down by Alpha.
Alpha able to find it now. C site wide open, man. Advantage very much here in the hands of Fnatic. They look for a flawless finish to this map and to this series. Neff has the Nightfall. He's going to have to send it, but
30
how well can they play off the back of it is going to be the question. For now, he's drifting his way forward over towards that door. Nightfall sent. Gets the catch here on damn near everybody. Those aren't found yet. Neff able to open up with one. Yosemite trying to get those pod shots through. The headshot's just not quite connecting. K9 pushing forward. Able to find Chronicle. Finds Alfier. And now it is all down to Boaster. Last man standing. HP bars will the way at Neff, which is 10 HP, and Boaster drags it across for the Red Bull clutch and the finish. 13-4. Fnatic arrive here at Champions, and they find themselves a 2-0 to kick off their group stage.
What a nice little fake smoke there from Boaster. Here's them splashing in the water, and able to take him down. But overall, clean and efficient for the side of Fnatic. 19-7 for Hero on that map. Welcome to Champions, young man. What a performance for him.
303 on the ACS. An incredible performance, some great clutches from him. BLG, of course, can take that bow. The road does not end here, but this is, it probably was, the first and the hardest hurdle for them, but it doesn't get that much easier after this.
No, it does not. No, it does not. KRU is, certainly came out swinging on Haven today, so they are to be feared, no doubt about it. But Fnatic in control. Maybe a few hiccups here and there on Vine with their new comp, but Lotus remains their territory, their stomping ground, and what is that?
Well, they got Alfier into a Timbers. As of course, Boaster came prepared with some celebrations. And Alfier saying, well, he's the captain, I gotta go along with it.
Yeah.
But smiles across the board here from Fnatic after a fantastic start. I just, how much further can this team go?
Right.
What are the heights going to be here for this squad? Last year at Champs left people a bit wanting. The whole start of 2024 left people saying, where is this team? Why have they not been present? They and DRX now find themselves here at International. They are going to be clashing. It's going to be insane.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see Fnatic throughout the rest of this event. They are starting to look so clean throughout this year. And it's so exciting to have these players back in form, competing for another title potentially. Who knows? I'm really curious to see how DRX is going to handle them. A lot of young players on that DRX squad. They were able to bounce back again here today. They had that reverse sweep against Paper X, but I think Fnatic is a very different beast right now.
No, they very much are looking back into that form where they were the team to beat. They were the top dogs in 2023. That's been resurging here for them, and Hero has folded into this team so incredibly well in such a very fast amount of time. It's been immaculate to see, and Fnatic now are that team to be feared once more.
Absolutely, I got to tip the cap to Billy. They look good on Vine. Yeah, Lotus is their map, but what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Indeed. Well, they have to win their next one. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one of our winners. We've got Jen standing by with Boaster for our Verizon
Welcome
post-match
back down
interview.
to the stage, everyone, where Boaster was just twerking for the fans, where we have Boaster for the post-match interview, of course. 보스터 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Now, I gotta ask you, Boaster, what was that? Alpha and Annie, you're passing down that job over to Alpha now? 먼저 그 알파이르 선수의 세리머니에 대해서 좀 짬 처리를 당한 건지 물어보도록 할게요.
So originally it was a gift for Minnie because it was his birthday while he was here. And I was like, oh, we can do that as a celebration because we haven't done a celebration in ages. And Minnie was like, I don't feel comfortable wearing the costume. So I was like, Alfie, you have to do it. And Alfie is like the good vibes man this tournament. He's like, all right, if you say so. Originally, Alfie was going to be Annie doing this.
Oh,
but
okay.
He wanted to be Tibbers instead.
Okay. 먼저 이게 사실 저 옷이 미니 감독님이 한국에 있을 때 생일이었기 때문에 좀 선물로 받아가지고 우리 이런 거 해본 지 좀 오래됐기 때문에 좀 입고 나가자 했는데 미니 감독님이 나 저거 무대 입고 들어가기 싫다라고 얘기를 해가지고 알파이르 선수한테 입으라고 해서 알파이르 선수가 그래 뭐 굴럭 참이면은 내가 입겠다라고 했지만 원래는 이제 미니 감독이 저 티버 옷을 입고 알파이르 선수가 애니처럼 이렇게 등장을 할 거라는 비하인드 스토리를 얘기해줬습니다. 자 그러면 먼저 챔피언스를 앞두고 푸나틱의 폼이 올라오면서 많은 분들이 좀 좀 푸나틱을 우승 후보로 바라보고 있는데 보스터 선수 스스로는 이 푸나틱의 현재 폼에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Now, you guys are back in form. You know, right before champions, you guys are looking strong. A lot of people say that you guys are the favorites, one of the favorites for champions as well. So how do you feel about the current form the Fnatic's in?
I'm just happy that we're all happy and have this kind of like positive energy. To be fair, today I actually felt we weren't on full form, which is quite funny. You say that because, yeah, I think Bayern could have been a lot more cleaner with communication and stuff. And Lotus, I think Lotus actually, yeah, I will agree with you. It looked alright. It looked not bad.
사실 오늘은 그렇게 폼이 완벽하지는 않았던 것 같지만 그래도 팀 자체가 분위기도 굉장히 좋고 또 다시 긍정적인 에너지가 많이 돌고 있는 것 같아서 그런 부분이 가장 고무적이라고 얘기를 하고 바인드 같은 때는 좀 실수를 줄이면서 조금 더 깔끔하게 끝낼 수 있었을 것 같은데 로터스에서는 좀 잘한 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 이 바인드에서 아스트라 픽에 대해서 좀 물어보고 싶은데 브림스톤 대신 아스트라를 기용했는데 사실 비주류 픽이잖아요. 좀 어떤 이유였는지 또 물어보고 싶습니다. 아무래도 푸나틱이 잘하는 게 자신들만의 메타를 창조하고 또 이렇게 메타를 이끌어가는 그런 부분이잖아요. 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So speaking of Vine, what was the reasoning for bringing Astra back? Because she's not mainstream. She's not been mainstream for a long, long time. And it kind of felt like what Yunsu would call the vintage Fnatic, kind of creating your own meta, leading the forefront of the meta. So talk to us about the Astra pick.
I think we played that one Clove game and it was just like, it seemed to work for that one game, but in scrims it was not working for us. And so we were just like, let's get Chronicle back on Viper, he's super strong on that. And let's try and get Alfia Gecko, he's really good at communicating on Breach on Sunset. And so for me, it was like, I can either go Brim Daddy or I could go Astra. And I was like, everyone plays Brim, but I'm an Astra main at heart, and it's a lot more fun for me, so I kind of just went for that, and yeah, we've just been trying to make it work. Yeah, we only did the swap recently for the Viper and Gecko like 2 days ago, so they didn't have a lot of time to learn.
원래 클로브를 기용했었는데 첫 경기 빼고는 모두 다 좀 스크림도 결과가 안 좋았기 때문에 많이 바꿨어야 했었고 또 크로니클 선수가 워낙 바이퍼를 잘하고 또 알파에르 선수도 개코를 선셋에서 굉장히 잘했기 때문에 이 커뮤니케이션도 잘 됐기 때문에 그런 변화를 한 2-3일 정도 전에 좀 줬다고 얘기를 하면서 부스터 선수 같은 경우에는 다른 사람들이 브림스톤을 하지만 그래도 아스트라를 메인으로 하는 주픽이기 때문에 개인적으로 좀 그런 좀 편한 부분에 있어서 아스트라를 선택했다고 말을 하는데요. 그럼 마지막으로 다음 경기 DRX를 만나게 되는데 마코 선수가 IGL을 잡고 또 여기에 신인 3인방 선수까지 만나게 돼 있습니다. 현재 DRX에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 또 어떤 경기 예상하는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Now, you guys are facing DRX next. Maku's IGLing this time. He said, you know, he's ready for the IGL face-off 100% by the way, but we have 3 new players that you haven't faced against just yet as well. So, you know, what do you think about the new Neo DRX and expectations for that match coming up?
Yeah, I think when it came to APAC, they came second, so they did pretty well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to playing them. I know Bane wants to go karaoke with me. I've got a song ready for him, and let's hope I've got my headshots ready for them tomorrow, whenever we play it, like 2 days or whatever.
Okay. 먼저 이렇게 좀 만나게 돼서 많이 기쁘고 그리고 충분히 잘할 수 있는 팀이기 때문에 좀 많이 재미있을 것 같다고 얘기를 하면서 또 베인 선수 같은 경우에도 좀 보스터 선수랑 함께 노래방을 가기로 약속을 했기 때문에 그때 불러줄 노래도 준비돼 있고 그리고 DRX 입장에서는 좀 머리에 총 맞을 준비까지 단단히 해두는 게 좋을 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게까지 보스터 선수가 나왔습니다. Thank you so much, Boaster, for the past match interview. Best of luck. And that's all we have for today. Let's call it a night, but make sure to come back for day 3 of Valorant Champions Seoul.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much, Jen, for that Verizon post-match interview. Now we're joined by Hero, the talk of the town. You came into this team. A lot of people weren't sure what to expect. You've been unbelievable. But first, I just got to ask, this experience, you're your first global event, and it's champions, man. How does it feel?
It feels really good. Like,
surreal?
Unreal, okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Just unreal, like.
Did you see yourself here a year ago?
Even 6 months ago.
Even 6 months.
June 10th, he played his last game for Supermassive in Tier 2. So it's not even 2 months, and you're already here at Champions. I don't know if there's any story like yours.
I'm not sure.
Truly isn't. We also have one of the clips, that bind game right at the end. Let's actually go ahead and run it real fast if y'all don't mind, where you pulled out that 1v3 clutch. This was your first game on the main stage. This is you doing your thing. I mean, this has to feel incredible, man, to not only be able to play with this Fnatic roster, but to be able to perform like that. How's it feel?
I mean, in this clutch, I was like a little annoyed.
Yeah.
Like, I had to like wake up, I like get used to the stage a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm glad that after that clutch it went really well.
What have been some of the differences between playing in the EMEA, arena versus playing here at the Pacific / Champions Arena?
I mean, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, there were big differences, or was it just you needing to get back into the flow?
There are like quite a few differences, like from the stage. Like I could get into detail, but it'd be quite a few.
Yeah, yeah.
But I just need to get used to it.
Yeah, right. Okay, it makes a lot of sense.
So something I wanted to ask, I feel like coming into this game, people looked at your team and went, easy win, right? Did that have like extra pressure for you guys? Because obviously Billy have already made another team a bit of a meme in the past. A player even came out and said he'll shave his head bald if you guys lose. Was there a part of you that went, oh god, we really can't lose this game?
I mean, not specifically. I mean, I kind of have that mindset with like against every team.
That's
like
fair.
I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, so far it's been going good like that.
What was that? 8-0 now?
9-0.
9-0. Okay. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
Get it right.
My bad.
Damn it. Okay. What has been I guess the most fun part about joining this Fnatic roster, working with guys like Boaster and Alfier, Durka? I mean, these are names that they're prolific within the Valorant esports. What's it been like working with these guys and being here at this moment?
It's been like unimaginably fun, I would say. Like,
yeah. Did you expect that? Were you prepared for that, or did you think it was going to be a hard working environment or a fun working environment?
At the start, not really. I wasn't really sure. Like, I obviously didn't know any of them personally or anything.
Yeah.
I've never like talked to them before since then, but like once I joined it, I just felt really comfortable. Like I just got used to it, and it's been like 5 friends kind of just playing.
That's awesome.
It's not bad.
Man, that's the way you want it.
So, something else I wanted to ask. Now, obviously, regionally, a lot of the time you don't have Mini with you. Now, he's, I'd say, a fan favorite after what happened last year. I want to know, are there any like noticeable differences with him being at Champions, like what he sort of inputs? Because he seems quite vocal when it comes to pauses and stuff like that. Is there anything else you'd say, okay, this is what Mini brings?
He brings a lot, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, not in game and in game and out of the game.
Of course.
Like in game, he brings like a lot of like just notes, everything I need to know kinda about the enemy team and what I need to do.
So he's a big nerd. The laugh says yes. The laugh says yes.
Yeah. Now, coming up next in a few days, you guys are going to have DRX and, another prolific team within Valorant esports, just like Fnatic. So now that you know you're going to be sitting across the stage from those guys, right, is there like an eagerness and excitement to potentially take down DRX, take down the likes of Buzz and Mako, big names who have been in the game for so long?
I wouldn't say like really like excitement. I feel excited against every team.
You're just in for the ride.
Being able to play against every single team is really fun.
Do you feel like you guys are in? Boaster said that he didn't feel like you guys were necessarily in form in that bind game, and Elmo Putty kind of said something similar when we talked to him in the in between maps 1 and 2. But I want to know for you, do you feel like you're getting into that form now that you're getting more used to being on that stage after this series?
Yeah. I mean, like it took a little bit, and I just kind of got used to playing like my normal game.
Yeah. No, that's awesome, man. I'm really excited for you, because a few months ago you were just chilling watching VCT at home, and now here you are at Champions, and you're on a team that could very well go all the way. So that's wild.
I'm curious because you said you're happy to play anyone. Is there like any team, like even a little bit more that you're like, I kind of want to play them.
Get me
I
in the
kind of want to
server
know what
against
they're
those
like
guys.
to play against.
Team Heretics and Leviathan.
Okay. I'm sure you've already, like, Heretics have been there, right?
What do you mean?
Like, the Heretics are in EMEA. So what is it specifically with Leviathan that you kind of look at and go, okay, that's why I want to play against the America side?
I want to go against Aspas a lot. I think it'll be fun to go
I
against.
swear, that is
I
the
understand
answer
it.
all
I
the time.
understand
I
it.
totally get it. And hey, man, you know, he commands a lot of respect, so I completely understand that. And I want to see that game personally. So that's a me thing, though. But in any case, well, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have coming up tomorrow, because we're going to be checking out some Group C action. That's right. We got Leviathan. You just
There
heard
you
Hero
go.
saying he wants to play against it. We got Leviathan going up against Talon. And then your EMEA cohorts in Vitality will be taking on Trace. So that's going to be interesting. Curious to see what Trace brings to the table, what Talon brings to the table. But Hero, I want to thank you so much, man, for your time. I hope this experience has been fun for you. I hope it continues to be fun for you. And dude, real talk, just enjoy it, man. This is a
Maybe
wild
make some of the
ride.
games a little bit closer, because you know we need more to commentate and like analyze that second map. I was like, oh, okay, that's done. We're out of here. He's
It's a
finished
good
that
thing
one
the
up
match
nice and
was
quickly.
over and that was it, because there wasn't much to break down there. But Hero, my brother, thank you so much for joining us, man. Always a pleasure to catch up with players from Fnatic, and I'm curious to see and interested to see what the future holds for you, man. Congrats once again. But that's going to do it for all of us here today. It's been quite the day, but tomorrow, as we said, we got Group C matches are going to be taking the stage. We thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you same time, same place, right here at Valorant Champions Seoul. See you then, folks.
What's up, champ? I'm feeling really good. I'm always feeling confident. What's up, champ? I don't watch other teams in general.
He is the final boss, man.
Don't act like we don't have an answer. Be yourself and play your game.
Okay. Tomorrow it's Group C. Right? Hold on. Yeah, tomorrow, same time, Group C, Leviathan Talon Esport, and then Vitality Trace Esports. I have Lev and Vitality winning. Talon is like probably the weakest team from its region. It's a Pacific team, right? I forgot. Yeah, Talon is the Pacific team. Yeah, so first seed is Genji, second seed DRX, third seed PaperX, and Talon is like qualified with championship points. So yeah, it's the weakest team of Pacific, and I've watched them play a bit. I've watched them play a bit, and they're not that good. It should be okay for them if they show up. And then it's the third seed for China. Trace Sport for Vitality. But they are not that good either. Like, there is a gap between like EDG, FPX, and the rest of China. There is a gap. So like Trace and Bilibili and stuff, BLG, they are not that good. Man, I really had crew winning today. I really believe, especially after map 1, like map 1 was huge for crew. But yeah, I guess now this was a bit of a gamble, but now yeah, DRX should get out as the second seed in Group A. I think Fnatic is first, clearly, and DRX should be second. Group B it's still the same. I have Genji out first and Heretics out second. And for Group C for tomorrow, I have Lev Vitality winning, and then after that I have Vitality, which is another gamble, but I think Vitality is really on an upward trend. So I really think they're gonna win against Lev if they face each other and get out first seed, and Lev should get the second seed. That's kind of like the scenario I went with for Group C. And at Group D, I have PaperX and G2 out. PaperX because it's like Genji, it's like Fnatic, it's like all of those big orgs. There's a lot of experience and shit. And G2, they have like probably the best year out of all the NA team, because they come in as like a mid-tier team, like behind Sentinels, behind Energy, and behind like Lev and stuff like that, and teams like that. And when you look at like both in Americas and on international stages, they outperform everybody. So I have big hopes in G2 and Vitality. And I guess unlucky for Foot. But I don't think you can have like 4. I mean, if we have the 4 IMEA team getting out, you know, I'm happy. But yeah, I don't believe in Foot. They are like mechanically very strong, but they like the gameplay, not the game sense, but like they like the plans part of it, and like the shot calling and stuff. And sometimes they kind of like they can shut down, basically like KRU and Lev. They can like stomp everybody, but then if they get in their head, they just crumble and stop working. That's why I don't really bet on teams like that for like tournament formats, because on tournaments you want a very reliable team, while in season, in best of 1, best of 3, like these teams are like they are way more dangerous, because if they're on a good day, they just stomp you. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow for the games. Stay safe, and yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.